Chapter 848. But Su Chongqing's words moved the group of medical workers and doctors. What kind of noble status did the Marquis Madam have? She actually wanted to enter the city with them? At this time Lu Shenwei also stood out. I will also enter the city with you to treat the patients, how about it? Do you all dare? The Marquis Madam, a woman, dares to enter Yanling City to treat the patients. As doctors, are you all so cowardly? If this matter were to spread out, would you still have the face to enter your ancestral tombs? Su Chongqing and Lu Shenwei's words caused the hundreds of doctors to be speechless. Each and every one of them was so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Li Wangyu pulled Su Chongqing and growled in a low voice. Chongqing, don't mess around. That's the plague, you can't joke about it. No, I definitely won't agree to let you enter Yanling County. Su Chongqing's beautiful eyes glanced at him. She didn't care about shocking the world. She leaned over and gently kissed Li Wangyu's face. Be good, be obedient, it's fine. You. Li Wangyu's heart was filled with anger, but his beautiful superior's kiss made it disappear. He simply swung his horsewhip. All right, since you want to enter the city, then I'll go with you. Don't mess around, you haven't been injected with the plague vaccine. Why would you enter the city? Su Chongqing wouldn't allow Li Wangyu to enter Yanling County, and immediately rejected him. I don't care about this. Chongqing, if you want to enter Yanling County, then I must enter as well. I'm a man watching my woman take risks while I hide outside the city. Do you think I'm that kind of person? This matter is settled. If you want to enter Yanling County, then I'll go with you. If we get infected with the plague, then we'll die together. Who knows, we might even be able to travel back to the modern world together. Li Wangyu didn't care what Su Chongqing said. Naturally, he wouldn't relent. Li Wangyu would never do something as despicable as to let him stay in the safe zone outside the city and watch his beautiful boss enter the infected area. Su Chongqing helplessly reached out his hand and touched Li Wangyu's face. With a doting expression, he said, Hey, what should I do with you? After she finished speaking, her eyes looked behind Li Wangyu. She met Niu Wu's eyes and nodded slightly. Niu Wu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he clenched his teeth and extended his palm, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, and slapped down towards the back of Li Wangyu's neck. Li Wangyu would never have thought that Niu Wu would attack him from behind. He didn't even have time to groan before he was knocked unconscious by Niu Wu's palm. This scene shocked Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys. They couldn't understand why Niu Wu, a loyal and devoted member of the Li family, would suddenly attack their Lang Jun. Cheng Yaojin even subconsciously pulled out the sword at his waist and prepared to urge his horse forward to save Li Wangyu. Su Chongqing hurriedly smiled and extended his hand to stop Cheng Yaojin and the group of silk pants. He smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, brothers, it was I who had Niu Wu knock Worryless out. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Lady Su, why are you doing this? If I didn't knock him out, he would have followed me into Yanling County. How can that be? Uncle Cheng and brothers, please take good care of Wang. Don't let him find trouble with Niu Wu after he wakes up, and don't let him enter the city. Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys looked at each other. Lady Su, do you really want to enter Yanling County? That's... In front of the medical workers, Cheng Yaojin didn't finish his words, but everyone naturally understood what he meant. The current Yanling County, in everyone's eyes, was no different from the netherworld. Entering the county was almost a matter of life and death. Su Chongqing leisurely raised her eyes and looked at the dark city walls of Yanling County not far away. Someone has to save those people. Those are tens of thousands of people of the Tang dynasty. They didn't do anything wrong. How can I bear to watch them be mercilessly swallowed up by the disease? As for my personal safety, it's not worth mentioning. As the saying goes, who doesn't die since ancient times? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history. Historically, plagiarizing poems had always been Li Wangyu's patent. Su Chongqing couldn't memorize many of those Tang and Song poems. But this poem by Wen Tianxiang, Crossing the Lingding Ocean, was familiar to the later generations, so she casually recited it. But she didn't expect that the sentence, who doesn't die since ancient times? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history, would make Cheng Yaojin and the other rich playboys excited. Good. Lady Su deserved to be called a heroine. Your words make me feel ashamed. Since that's the case, I don't believe in evil. Why don't I accompany you to Yinling County? Chang Yaojian's words made Chang Chumo, Chang Chuliang, and Chang Chubi turn pale with fright. Father, you can't. If father wants to go, then we'll go too. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin was furious and slapped Chang Chumo and the others on the head. Damn bastard, I'm already old. I killed my way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so I dare to say this. You three bastards who haven't even grown hair yet, what nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to make trouble like this again, I'll order people to tie you up and take you back to Chang'an. Although Chang Yaojin was the #1 troublemaker in the Tang dynasty, he was also protective of his children. He could take the risk himself, but if his 3 sons dared to take the risk, he would definitely explode. Su Chongqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Uncle Chang, you shouldn't go into the city. You're not a doctor, so what's the use of going into Yinling County? Why don't you help mobilize resources and manpower outside the city to support the patients in Yinling County? Hearing this, Chang Chumo and his brothers hurriedly persuaded Chang Yaojin. Lu Shenwei also persuaded him from the side, making Chang Yaojin embarrassed and give up the idea. Lady Su, you really want to go into the city? If you go into Yinling County, I'm afraid Zio will go crazy when he wakes up. Su Chongqing smiled. Then we need Uncle Chang to suppress him even more. Don't let him be confused and do anything stupid. Chang Yaojin sighed. Okay, I'm here. I won't let this bastard fool around. He turned his head to look at the group of wastrels. You bastards, keep an eye on Zio 24/7. Even if he's sleeping or defecating, you're not allowed to leave your sight. Do you understand? How could the wastrels dare to disagree? They hurriedly agreed, but everyone looked at Su Chongqing with admiration. Even these fearless wastrels felt their legs tremble when they heard the words Big Head Plague, let alone take the initiative to enter Yinling County. And Su Chongqing actually wanted to lead a group of medical workers into Yinling County to save the people. This made the wastrels feel a little ashamed, but they were also full of admiration for her. Actually, Su Chongqing was not a saint who had to sacrifice herself to save the people. She had also seriously considered this matter. With the protection of a mask, it was not impossible to defend against an airborne infectious disease like the plague. Moreover, her body had been injected with countless vaccines, so her immunity was far stronger than the Tang's. Moreover, she had been injected with the plague vaccine, so she more or less had a certain level of immunity. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Su Chongqing decided to enter the city to save the people. Su Chongqing made this decision because of Li Wangyu. Chapter 849. Although Li Wangyu was rather decisive in the matter of sealing off Yinling County, as the person who slept beside him, Su Chongqing was very clear just how much pressure his man was under during this period of time. Although Li Wangyu was now in a high position in the Tang dynasty, in his bones, whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, they were just ordinary modern people. When faced with such a matter of life and death, how could he really be at ease and not feel any pressure? At least, Su Chongqing knew that Li Wangyu had been waking up in the middle of the night many times in the past few days, sweating profusely in his dreams. Even though he was only 18 years old, Su Chongqing could see a strand of white hair on his head. If he ignored it, or even because the people in the city lacked medical treatment and no one taught them how to isolate and fight the epidemic, causing countless people to die of disease, Su Chongqing suspected that Li Wangyu would really collapse because of this. Li Wangyu naturally did not tell anyone about the pressure in his heart, but how could he hide it from Su Chongqing? Therefore, Su Chongqing made this decision after thinking about it from left to right. She knew that Li Wangyu would definitely not agree to let her enter Yinling County, so she forced Niu Wu to agree to knock Li Wangyu out. She planned to do what was done and forcefully enter Yinling County before Li Wangyu woke up. With Su Chongqing's statement, the group of medical workers and doctors could not refuse anymore. Chang Yaojin stared at the group of medical workers with a ferocious expression. Damn it, you bunch of bastards, give me a straightforward answer. Are you going to enter the city or not? If you don't enter the city, I will chop you all to death right now. More than 100 medical workers and doctors, facing the fierce Duke Lu Chang Yaojin, did not dare to say a word. They all nodded and agreed with a sad face. After all, if they followed the Marquis and the Minister of Medicine into the city to treat the patients, they might die. But there was still a glimmer of hope and a huge reward. Everyone had the desire to live. If they could live, who would want to die? Seeing that the doctors had nodded in agreement, Su Changqing did not waste any more time. He immediately ordered people to send over masks and taught the doctors how to wear them. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you with certainty that the big head plague is mainly transmitted through human saliva, and is definitely not a plague ghost. Therefore, as long as you wear a mask, cover your mouth and nose, and be careful not to come into contact with the blood of the patients, you won't be infected easily. Now, follow me into the city and save those people. After Su Changqing finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the city gate of Yanling County, while Lu Shenwei did not hesitate and directly followed behind her. The group of doctors looked at each other, but could only helplessly follow behind her. Su Changqing was a woman, but she led everyone without hesitation towards Yanling County, which everyone regarded as a ghost town. This made Chang Yaojin and the group of silk pants speechless. After a long time, Chang Yaojin sighed and said, "Lady Su is really an extraordinary woman. Today, if she can survive this disaster, this old man will go all out. No matter what, I will ensure that she marries that bastard Li Zio as his wife. If Her Highness the Empress does not agree, this old man will go and wreak havoc in Taiji Palace." Chang Chumo and the group of silk pants also nodded silently. Many people looked at Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious in Niu Wu's arms, and their eyes were full of envy. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? 2 years ago, when these silk pants had just met Su Changqing, they were disdainful that Li Wangyu actually liked such an old woman. In private, they used this matter to make fun of Li Wangyu. However, Su Changqing's performance later made these silk pants look at her in a new light. She was such a capable woman. Countless officials and nobles in Chang and were drooling over this goddess of wealth, who was famous throughout Chang. If it wasn't for Li Wangyu's increasingly prominent position and his close relationship with Pai Lupi, it wouldn't be just the two brothers from Xingyangsheng family who had designs on their beautiful boss. Today, Su Changqing's courage made these silk pants have a new understanding of her. Chang Yaodan suddenly turned his head and shouted at the group of imperial guards, "Bastard, who among you has the guts to follow Lady Su into the city and protect her and the group of doctors? Is there any man with balls in the Jinwu guards? Anyone who dares to follow Lady Su into the city, this old man will reward him with 100 strings of copper coins." The group of imperial guards also admired Su Changqing's courage. With Chang Yaojin's provocation, each of them shouted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Each of them scrambled to say that they were willing to enter the city and protect Su Changqing. This group of imperial guards was naturally not like those doctors. They were originally in the business of licking blood from the tip of a knife. Although the big head plague was scary, if a woman like Su Changqing wasn't afraid, how could they, the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, be afraid? Wouldn't they be looked down upon by others? Chang Yaojin was also very satisfied with the performance of his imperial guards. He couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. In the end, he still chose 200 cavalrymen, and had them all wear masks before catching up with Su Changqing's group. Chang Yaojin's mission was to protect Su Changqing's safety in Yanling County, and not let anyone hurt her. With his understanding of Li Wangyu, it would be fine if Lady Su died from the disease. However, if she was harmed by some rascal in Yanling County, that brat Li Wangyu might even massacre the entire city. Protecting Su Changqing was also protecting the people in Yanling County. The imperial guards acknowledged the order and urged their horses to catch up with Su Changqing's group. Su Changqing naturally understood Chang Yaojin's meaning. She turned around and curtsied to Chang Yaojin from afar to express her gratitude. When the soldiers of Shuzhou who surrounded Yanling County's city gate learned that Su Changqing was actually going to lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients, they all looked at Su Changqing differently. In the past few days, these soldiers had also learned of Su Changqing's identity. With Su Changqing's noble status, she actually wanted to personally enter Yanling County. This made many soldiers of Shuzhou put down their weapons and directly kneel on the ground to kowtow to Su Changqing. These soldiers of Shuzhou all had their families in Shuzhou. Among the 1,000 soldiers, there were even dozens of people whose families were in Yanling County. When they learned that the big head plague had broken out in Yanling County, these soldiers of Shuzhou were actually incomparably tormented. On one hand, they also knew that the Marquis of Huxian and the Hunan Circuit Commissioner Li Wangyu's order to seal the city was correct. However, from an emotional point of view, they could not accept it. Many soldiers even felt a trace of hatred for Li Wangyu. However, due to the Tang army's strict military orders, no one dared to express it. After all, Li Wangyu's order to seal the city was cutting off their family's path to survival. However, today, Li Wangyu's woman was actually going to personally lead a group of doctors into the city to treat the people in Yanling County. How could these soldiers not be moved to tears? Chapter 850. Within Yanling County, the county magistrate, county lieutenant, and other officials had already received the news and hurried to the city gate. Many commoners in the city also knew about this matter and disregarded the ban to leave the city. They all rushed towards the city gate and looked at the weak woman, Su Changqing, with complicated gazes as she led hundreds of medical workers and doctors into the city. No one knew who started it, but a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. This commoner kowtows and thanks the noble one. Thank female bodhisattva. More and more common people began to kneel and prostrate themselves towards Su Changqing's group. The female bodhisattva they spoke of was a term used in the Tang dynasty for women. Because of the existence of the bodhisattva, the Tang were also used to calling beautiful women bodhisattvas. In the end, even the officials of Yanling County prostrated towards Su Changqing. Thank noble lady. The officials and common people of Yanling County did not know of Su Changqing's identity and could only call her noble lady. However, the captain who had led the 200 Imperial Army soldiers into the city to protect Su Changqing was quick-witted. He immediately called out to the Imperial Army soldiers and shouted, "The Marquis's wife has entered the city to save the people. The Marquis's wife has entered the city to save the people." With the cries of the Imperial Army, the officials and common people in the city learned of Su Changqing's identity and were even more shocked. No one had expected that the Marquis of Wuxia, who had sent out the Imperial Army soldiers to forcefully seal off Yanling County, would send his wife into Yanling County. Because of the several bloody conflicts in Yanling County, the common people, including the officials of Yanling County, feared and even hated Li Wangyu. No matter who it was, after being cut off from their escape route and trapped in an epidemic county, they would not feel any gratitude toward Li Wangyu. Even though Li Wangyu had ordered people to deliver masks and various grains and herbs, he could not stop the common people and officials from hating him. But at this moment, Su Changqing's appearance had caused the common people and officials of Yanling County to feel less hatred for Li Wangyu. To be able to let his wife lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients, this naturally caused the commoners to be deeply grateful. This commoner thanks the Marquis. The Marquis is a living bodhisattva, a living Buddha. We're saved. The Marquis has led the medical family into the city. In the small Yanling city, the cheers grew louder and louder. The citizens trapped in the city had finally vented the fear in their hearts for the past few days. The officials of Yanling County hurriedly and respectfully invited Su Changqing to rest in the county office, but were rejected by Su Changqing. She knew that it was a race against time. The sooner they could implement the strictest quarantine measures, the sooner they could reduce the spread of the plague virus. It was absolutely unacceptable for the citizens to gather together because of her entry into the city today. As Su Changqing's order was passed down, the commoners who had run out to watch the commotion were driven back to their own houses by the bailiffs and imperial guards. In order to control the epidemic, Su Changqing divided the entire Yanling County into 4 areas for quarantine and monitoring. He sent the hundreds of medical workers and doctors to the various workshops to treat the patients. Patients with fever, cough, or swollen necks had to be sent to special quarantine houses once they were diagnosed with the big head plague. No one was allowed to visit them. Apart from the bailiffs and the 200 imperial guards who had risked their lives to patrol the streets, no one was allowed to walk on the streets. When Su Changqing began to deploy anti-plague measures in the city, Li Wangyu finally woke up outside the city. Niu Wu naturally had a sense of propriety in his actions and did not harm Li Wangyu. He only fainted for a little over 2 hours. When Li Wangyu woke up, the first thing he did was to look for traces of his beautiful superior. Niu Wu naturally did not dare to say it, while the other wastrels also hesitated. No one dared to tell Li Wangyu that his woman had led hundreds of doctors into Yanling County. What exactly happened? Niu Wu, tell me honestly, where did Changqing go? Li Wangyu could not help but be anxious as he could vaguely guess the result. Did she go to Yanling County? Tell me. Lang Junai. Niu Wu opened his mouth but did not know how to reply. On the other hand, Chang Yaojin strode over and slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder. "All right, lad. Your woman has entered Yanling County. Amazing. Other than the sage's sister, Princess Pingyang, I have never seen such an amazing woman in my life." When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes widened and he looked like he was about to swallow someone whole. "Niu Wu, why didn't you stop Changqing?" Before he could finish his words, Chang Yaojin slapped him on the shoulder again. "Lad, since things have come to this, don't let your woman take the risk to enter Yanling County for nothing. What kind of ruckus is this? Don't act like a little girl. Bastard, have you forgotten that you are the Hunan Taoist envoy? Right now, the hundreds of thousands of people in Suzhou are still counting on you." Chang Yaojin's angry rebuke made Li Wangyu sober up a little. His body swayed a little before he finally stood firm. Li Wangyu did not want to say anything at this moment. He only silently walked out of the tent and raised his head to look at the walls of Yanling County not far away. When he thought that his beautiful superior had gone to the city where the plague had broken out, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He even wanted to ignore everything and rush into Yanling County. Luckily, Li Wangyu still had some rationality. He fiercely clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin. The piercing pain made Li Wangyu sober up a little. He turned back to the tent and stretched out his hand to summon Niu Wu. "Niu Wu, immediately bring people and rush back to Chang'an City. Bring Old Immortal's son to Suzhou. Be quick." Whether or not the tens of thousands of people in the city can be saved depends on whether Old Immortal's son can come in time. Actually, when Yanling County confirmed that it was the plague that had broken out, Li Wangyu had already thought that the only medicine that could possibly cure the plague was penicillin. Therefore, he had already sent people to Chang'an City to inform Sun Simiao to bring all of the penicillin and quickly come to Yanling County to save lives. At this moment, 2 or 3 days had already passed. He did not know whether the people he sent back to deliver the letter had arrived or not. He also did not know whether Sun Simiao and his group had left. Therefore, Li Wangyu could only send Niu Wu to bring Sun Simiao back. The sooner the penicillin arrived, the sooner the safety of the people in Su Chongqing would be guaranteed. Niu Wu naturally did not dare to hesitate. He immediately turned and left the tent to gather people. Previously, he had listened to Su Chongqing's words and knocked Li Wangyu unconscious. He was worried that Li Wangyu would wake up and cause trouble for him. At this moment, he did not dare to continue staying in the tent. After Niu Wu hurriedly led a few of the Li residence's troops and galloped away, Li Wangyu once again let out a long sigh. He rejected the comforting words of Chang Chumo and the others and chased them all out of the tent. Alone in the tent, he stood there in a daze. Chapter 851. After Su Chongqing entered Yanling County, Li Wangyu had almost turned into a wife-gazing rock. Every day when he was free, he would stare at the walls of Yanling County in a daze, making Chang Chumo and the others nervous. They had to keep an eye on this guy at all times, afraid that he would take things too hard and run into Yanling County. If that happened, things would become serious. Although the news inside and outside the city had not been cut off, and Su Chongqing even went to the walls of Yanling County every day to meet Li Wangyu, it still could not stop Li Wangyu from worrying. One of the main reasons was that there were more and more patients dying of the plague in Yanling County. Even though Su Chongqing had taken the strictest quarantine measures in Yanling County and distributed a large number of masks, there were still medical workers reporting all kinds of patients infected with the big head plague in various squares in the city every day. These patients' families were all sent to special squares for quarantine. Even the family members of those patients were ordered by Su Chongqing to be isolated in their houses and forbidden to go out. But the plague was too contagious. From the time she entered Yanling County, in just 3 days, dozens of patients had died of the plague. And an even more troublesome thing happened. That was, Li Wangyu ordered the cremation of the corpses of those who died of illness, which attracted the dissatisfaction of the officials in Yanling County. In fact, Li Wangyu was not at all surprised that such a situation would happen. Even in the future, there were often conflicts over burials and cremations in the countryside, not to mention the Tang dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. The few victims of the plague that had appeared in Yanling County before were all forcefully dragged out of the city by Li Wangyu and burned with firewood. The people in the city did not know about this. Only the officials in Yinling County and a group of yamen runners knew about this. Although the people did not understand Li Wangyu's order at all, they did not dare to publicize this matter due to the pressure of Li Wangyu, the county marquis who founded the country and the Henan province's envoy. However, in the past few days, when a large number of people began to die from the plague in the city, the conflict naturally erupted. The county magistrate and county lieutenant of Yinling County were one thing, but the many scribes and bailiffs in the county office were mostly locals, and their homes were in the county. Of course, some of their relatives were also unlucky enough to be infected by the plague. Others might not know what was going on, but they, the county officials, were well aware of the situation. Thus, when the father of a county clerk died of an illness and was about to be transported out of the city, the clerk refused no matter what. He found someone to bring the old man's longevity coffin. After putting his father inside the coffin, he wanted to bring the old man's body back to his own home. He wanted to wait for the disease to pass before sending him out of the city for a proper burial. The bailiffs in Yinling County naturally wouldn't stop him. They were all colleagues in the county yamen. Besides, their relatives were also in the city, and some of them were also infected. Who would want their relatives to be burned to ashes after they died? However, in Yinling County, there weren't only the bailiffs. There were also the 200 imperial guards who had escorted Su Changqing into the city. The county clerk wanted to bring the coffin home, but he was naturally stopped by the imperial guards on the main street. The imperial guards didn't care whether he was a county clerk or not. Since the marquis and marquis had given a strict order that the families of those who died from the plague must be transported out of the city for cremation, they had to strictly carry it out. The imperial guards wanted to bring the coffin out of the city, but the county clerk and bailiffs naturally didn't agree. The two sides instantly entered a stalemate on the main street. The imperial guard captain was very angry about this. Just as he wanted to disregard everything and forcefully order the imperial guards to disperse the bailiffs, Su Changqing, who had received the news, hurried over. "Everyone stop! Don't gather here and make a ruckus." Su Changqing displayed the aura of a strong woman and shouted from the back of the horse. In these few days, Su Changqing had already built up her prestige in Yinling County. After all, her identity was special. As the marquis that everyone knew, in addition to the 200 fully armed imperial guards around her, no one dared to ignore her presence. Even the grade 7 county magistrate of Yinling County didn't dare to be rude in front of Su Changqing, and followed Su Changqing's lead. Secondly, Su Changqing had taken the risk to enter the city and lead 100 school of medicine into Yinling County. The people in the city had already treated her like a living bodhisattva. There were even people who set up a marquis memorial tablet in their homes and prayed to her every day. Seeing Su Changqing appear, the two sides that were arguing shut up. The Imperial Guard captain, Su Changqing, cupped her fists and reported, "Madam, in this coffin is a family with the plague who had just passed away. I noticed that they were preparing to bring the coffin back to my residence, so I stopped them and requested them to bring the coffin out of the city and burn it. Not only did they not agree, they even dared to insult us. Madam, please be clear about this." Su Changqing's brows were tightly knitted. She and Li Wangyu had already expected such a thing to happen, but she still felt that it was troublesome when facing it. Su Changqing looked at the family of the deceased and advised, "Everyone, the dead can't be brought back to life, so please restrain your grief. But this plague cannot be neglected and the corpse must be brought out of the city to be cremated." Since Su Changqing had spoken, the scribes and bailiffs in the county office didn't dare to go against her and knelt on the ground. "Marquis, how can this person be cremated? Even those heinous criminals were allowed to be buried. Why did our relatives have to die without even a single bone remaining? We can't burn them, we can't burn them." "That's right, Marquis. This skin and hair were given to us by our parents, so how can it be easily destroyed? What's more, if we burn my father's body, how can I, this unfilial son, have the face to meet my ancestors in the underworld? Please have mercy, Marquis. This person really can't be burned. If Marquis wants to burn them, why don't you burn all of us together?" Everyone was talking at once. Some were pleading for mercy, some were threatening, which made Su Changqing's head hurt. "Everyone, burning the corpse is a last resort. If we don't burn the corpse as soon as possible, The plague will spread and no one in Yinling County will be able to survive. Su Changqing tried to persuade them, but no one was willing to listen. Marquis, don't deceive us. This plague is caused by the plague ghost. What does it have to do with the corpses of our family members? That's right. What plague is Marquis talking about? Who has seen it before? How can these corpses cause disease? The plague ghost is causing trouble. Marquis, please arrange for people to come to Yinling County as soon as possible. We have asked those doctors. They don't know how to treat the plague. Marquis, don't deceive us anymore. It turned out that in these few days, the bailiffs and scribes of Yinling County had come into contact with the hundreds of doctors. They already knew that these people didn't know how to treat the plague. In fact, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing didn't expect these doctors to treat the disease and save people. They only used them as nurses. After all, compared to ordinary people, these doctors more or less knew medical knowledge and were familiar with taking care of patients. They didn't expect that these bailiffs and scribes would bring up this matter. Su Changqing didn't know how to explain for a moment. Chapter 852. In order to prevent the conflict from intensifying, as well as the fact that there were many things in Yinling County that needed the bailiffs and scribes to handle, Su Changqing could only temporarily put the matter aside after a few failed attempts. She planned to discuss with Li Wangyu how to deal with it. However, she did not allow the scribes to bring the coffin back to her residence as it was too dangerous. In the end, Su Changqing agreed to temporarily not bring the coffin out of the city as a condition. She allowed the scribes and bailiffs to bring the coffin back to the square that was used to isolate the sick. However, this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if more and more people died of the plague in the city and the corpses were not dealt with as soon as possible, more people would die. Furthermore, due to the conflict between the bailiffs and the imperial army on the streets today, the matter of cremating the corpses probably could not be hidden in Yinling County anymore. If the tens of thousands of people in the city also made a ruckus because of this matter, it would be even more difficult to deal with it. Although Su Changqing was a strong woman, she could not be as cold-hearted as Li Wangyu to order the imperial army to cremate the corpses. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Su Changqing could only ask Li Wangyu for help. Li Wangyu, who received the notice, hurried to the outskirts of Yinling County. Ever since Su Changqing entered Yinling County, Li Wangyu, in order to make it easier to communicate with her, took out the copper wire and bamboo tube phone that he had used to trick Zhang Konghua in the eastern market. A copper wire was stretched from the top of the city walls to the outside of the city, and a bamboo tube was fixed at the two ends for communication. After all, he and Su Changqing only shared their thoughts. There were some things that he was embarrassed to say in front of everyone, right? Even if Li Wangyu was thick-skinned, he still had to consider the face of his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat as he looked at his beautiful superior's increasingly thin figure on the city wall. He said to Bamboo Tube, "Changqing, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Wangyu. Listen to me. There's a bit of trouble in the city right now. How are we going to deal with the corpses of the people who died from the plague?" Today, Su Changqing was not in the mood to ask about Li Wangyu's well-being. He directly told him about the trouble caused by cremation in the city. When Li Wangyu heard this, he frowned. This matter was really quite troublesome. If he forcefully ordered people to transport all the corpses out of the city for cremation, under the pressure, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be a mass uprising in Yinling County. The dead should be respected, and the dead should be buried in peace. This was the most fundamental ethic of the Tang dynasty. In fact, not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in later generations, there were still many obstacles in the process of cremation, and even bloody conflicts broke out. If Li Wangyu ordered people to forcibly cremate the corpses, this matter might even be brought to the court, and it was very likely that he would be impeached. Of course, due to the urgency of the matter, although Li Wangyu had reported this matter to Pai Lupi, he did not receive a clear answer. Obviously, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the other big shots also had quite a headache about this matter. However, Li Wangyu could not just let it happen. The corpses of the victims who died from the plague were placed in Yinling County, which would only cause more serious consequences. He was also very angry about the problem Su Changqing was facing. It was already early summer, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. Those corpses definitely could not be stored in the city for a long time. Chongqing, if it doesn't work, I'll send troops into the city and forcibly transport those corpses out of the city for cremation. No, that will only continue to provoke conflicts. If tens of thousands of people in the city make a fuss, things will get even more out of hand. Su Chongqing immediately rejected his proposal. Unless it was a last resort, Su Chongqing was not willing to send the imperial army to do such a thing. Wang Yu, think of another way. It's best if you can persuade the people, but don't use violence directly. Li Wangyu angrily scratched his hair. How can I persuade them? This virus can't be seen or touched. Not to mention that there is no microscope. Even if there is, can those country bumpkins understand that what is under the microscope is the virus? How could Su Chongqing not know this logic? But he could only let out a long sigh. Is there no other way? Even if it's just to scare them. Didn't you pretend to be a ghost in Chang'an City and fool those ministers? Why don't you think of another way to scare the people in the city? Li Wangyu thought that this was also a way. Anyway, the people were ignorant and sometimes it was a way to scare them. But how to scare the tens of thousands of people and officials in the city was a difficult problem. It would be difficult for Li Wangyu to come up with such a big scam. He was not a magician like David Copperfield, who could play a magic trick that could fool tens of thousands of people in the city. Monk Wenzai's trick could only fool a portion of the people. It was too difficult to convince the people in the city to agree to cremate their relatives who died of the plague. For a moment, both Su Chongqing on the city wall and Li Wangyu outside the city had no idea. The two of them stared at each other speechlessly. Li Wangyu was speechless and looked up at the sky in a daze. The early summer sun was already a little glaring, and he could not help but raise his head to block the sunlight. Suddenly Li Wangyu thought of something. He turned his head and shouted to the foppish sons behind him. Brothers, what day is it today? The foppish sons looked at each other, not understanding why Li Wangyu would suddenly ask about this. 4th year of Chang'an, 27th of the 4th month. Ziyu, why are you asking about this? Have you become muddle-headed? Li Wangyu ignored the foppish sons and turned his head to Su Chongqing, who was on the city wall, and grinned. Chongqing, I have an idea, haha. What idea? Tell me. The two of them whispered for a long time on the phone, making the foppish sons very curious. When Su Chongqing returned to the city, he immediately summoned the captain of the Imperial Guard, and had him immediately order the Imperial Guard to announce something to the entire city. Due to the plague ghosts causing havoc in Yinling County, the Big Head Plague had broken out. However, the plague ghosts were rampant. After killing the families of the victims, they hid their filthy energy in the corpses of the victims. This was also why the corpses of the victims of the Big Head Plague were black. The filth of the plague ghost could only be cleansed by burning it with fire. If the filthy energy left in the corpses of the plague ghosts wasn't burned, the plague ghosts would use this filthy energy to pollute the earth and eventually devour the sun. The commoners in the city, including the yamen runners and scribes, naturally didn't believe these words. Although the corpses of the victims of the Big Head Plague had large amounts of black spots, they didn't believe that it was the filthy energy left behind by the plague ghosts. The yamen runners and scribes of the Yochi County Yamen even suspected that the Marquis was using this excuse to deceive them. Her goal was to force them to burn the corpses of the victims. However, on the second day, the Imperial Guard in the city sounded the gong again and rode fast horses around the city to announce that the plague ghosts were causing havoc in Yinling County. If the corpses were not burned and the filthy energy removed, the heavens would be furious and a great disaster would soon descend. Naturally, no one believed these words. On the third day, the Imperial Guard in the city was out on the streets again. Chapter 853. This time the Imperial Army was beating gongs and drums all over the city. Their words caused the commoners, bailiffs, and scribes to be slightly shocked. Originally, they didn't believe the words of the Imperial Army, and felt that the Marquise was just fooling them. The Yochi County Yamen scribes and bailiffs were afraid that they couldn't win against the Marquise, so they simply spread the news that the bodies of the victims of the plague were going to be burned. They wanted to incite the commoners to oppose this matter, and cause them to panic. In this day and age, no one was willing to see the bodies of their family members being burned. If someone dared to do this, they would even fight with their lives on the line. Thus, 2 days ago, when the Imperial Army was beating gongs and drums to announce that the bodies were contaminated by the plague ghosts, no one believed it. They even snorted in disdain, feeling that the marquise was playing them like fools. Although no one knew why the bodies of the victims of the Big Head Plague would turn black after death, no one believed that it was the work of the plague ghosts that contaminated the bodies with filth. However, early in the morning, the 200 Imperial Army soldiers were on the streets again. After beating the gongs to attract everyone's attention, they loudly shouted, "Everyone listen well." The Dao ancestor asked the Marquis of Wuxia County to inform him that because the plague ghosts are causing trouble in Yanling County, the corpses have been contaminated by filth and have not been dealt with quickly. Thus, the sun in the sky will be swallowed by the plague ghosts for some time because of this matter. Although the Dao ancestor's magic power is great and can quickly disperse the plague ghosts, if the contaminated corpses are not quickly burned, the world will fall into chaos. The plague ghosts will take this opportunity to wreak havoc in the world. When that time comes, even the gods and Dao ancestors in the heavens will be helpless. Over and over again, the Imperial Army announced loudly in the city, but the commoners all frowned when they heard it. Plague ghosts swallowing the sun? How was this possible? Many people subconsciously raised their heads to look at the rising sun and couldn't help but silently say, "Dao ancestor bless us, Dao ancestor bless us." Regardless of whether the commoners believed it or not, there was a large question mark in their hearts. This was because if the Marquis of Wuxia and the Marquise were still trying to trick them, it would be too easy to expose them. If the plague ghosts did not appear today, wouldn't that mean that this was all a scam? Since that was the case, what was the point of the Marquis of Wuxia ordering people to spread the news? Yanling County instantly became lively because of the Imperial Army's announcement. Although everyone was strictly forbidden from leaving the square, the people in the square still could not suppress the shock in their hearts. They all walked out of their own houses and discussed with their neighbors in low voices. "Dalong, do you think this is true? Could it be that the corpses of the people who died because of the plague ghosts were really contaminated by the filth?" "Bah, I don't believe such nonsense. In my opinion, this is definitely something that the Wuxian Marquis is saying to trick us. None of these officials are good." "Everyone, you still don't know, right? A few days ago, many people had died in the inner square beside the city wall that was specially used to house the sick. The Marquis had ordered his men to drag them out of the city and burn them. Because of this, many family members of the patients are crying at the county yamen." TSK, do you think that the Marquis is crazy? He actually wants us to burn the corpse. This is something that has never been heard of since ancient times. If this corpse is burned to ashes, I'm afraid it will be even more torturous down there, right? Isn't that right? We are not the eminent monks in the Buddha's gate who can be led to the Western paradise after death. If this corpse is burned, our ancestors won't even receive incense offerings in the future. In my opinion, what plague goes swallowing the sun? It's just nonsense. The yamen runners and scribes also gathered in the county yamen and whispered to each other about this matter. But no matter what, almost no one believed the Imperial Army in the city, even though their throats were about to break from shouting. What the Imperial Army had been spreading in the city for the past 2 days was naturally what Li Wangyu had taught Su Chongqing. At that time, his mind was full of how to trick the people in the city, but his eyes were blinded by the sunlight in the sky. When Li Wangyu covered the sun with his hands, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. "In the 4th month of the 4th lunar month, there will be a solar eclipse." This was recorded in the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid of Governance, about the solar eclipse that occurred in the Tang Dynasty in the 4th year of Chang'an. The 1st lunar month of the 4th lunar month was April Fool's Day in the future. After Li Wangyu asked the wastrels and found out that it was March 27th of the 4th year of Chang'an, he immediately thought of using the solar eclipse to trick the tens of thousands of people in the city. In the future, even elementary school students could clearly explain the principles behind solar eclipses. But in China, it was an ominous sign since ancient times. Under normal circumstances, people called solar eclipses the heavenly dog eclipse. The sun represented the emperor of heaven, and the emperor was the son of heaven. If there was a solar eclipse, it would be an ominous sign of a demon invading the emperor's rule. Solar eclipses were not only ominous but also extremely ominous. In fact, it was not only China that was like this. In the era when astronomy was not perfect, the attitude of the various countries towards solar eclipses was not very different. Therefore, when a solar eclipse occurred, these events would be recorded seriously in the history books. Li Wangyu recalled that there would be a solar eclipse on April 1st of the 4th year of Chang'an, so he immediately thought of using this solar eclipse to solve the problem of cremating the corpses in the city. Since the people were ignorant, blindly spreading the news might not be effective. Moreover, time waited for no man. At this time, using the solar eclipse to fabricate the story of a plague ghost swallowing the sun to scare them was the most effective method. Li Wangyu not only planned to scare the people of Yanling County, but he also immediately wrote a memorial and had it sent to Zhengzhou. He wanted to present it to Pai Lupi, who had been stationed in Zhengzhou to observe the situation in Shuzhou. In the memorial, he also attributed the solar eclipse that would happen in 3 days to the plague ghost swallowing the sun. Li Wangyu wrote this memorial to Pai Lupi to pave the way for himself in advance. In the future, in the imperial court, those bored imperial censors would use the matter of him cremating the corpses to impeach him. At the same time, Li Wangyu was also helping Pai Lupi to get out of trouble. After all, a solar eclipse in the Tang dynasty was an ominous omen. Moreover, it was usually attributed to the emperor's lack of virtue and the power of the traitors. Li Wangyu sent a memorial to Pai Lupi 3 days in advance, stating that it was a plague ghost that was causing trouble in Shuzhou. Naturally, this would prevent the officials from criticizing him in the future. After all, although Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, uncle and nephew, used the gold theft case to ruthlessly scam the aristocratic families and sweep Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others out of the imperial court, the aristocratic family's power in the imperial court could not be underestimated. This kind of trouble should be avoided if possible. Moreover, other than being very stubborn about marrying Chang'an to him, Pai Lupi was sincere to Li Wangyu. Therefore, Li Wangyu also returned the favor and did not forget to repay his uncle. However, when Li Wangyu sent this memorial to Zhengzhou, it caused a lot of trouble. Chapter 854. The distance between Shuzhou and Zhengzhou was only 200-some li, and could be reached in half a day on a fast horse. Li Wangyu's memorial was placed on Pai Lupi's temporary desk in Zhengzhou on the same day. After reading Li Wangyu's memorial, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. After some hesitation, he ordered for Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other important officials of the imperial court to discuss this matter. After everyone read through Li Wangyu's memorial, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Your Majesty, Zio's memorial says that in 3 days, a plague ghost will appear in Jiazhou. This is far too absurd. Could it be that the Tao Father really can send a message to Zio in his dreams? I do believe Zio's words to a certain extent. Although this matter seems absurd, given this old man's understanding of Zio, he would never joke around like this with Your Majesty. That's right. Although I don't know where the Marquis of Huxian learned that a plague ghost will appear, the Marquis of Huxian is not a reckless person. Since he dared to submit a memorial to Your Majesty, he must have some assurance. Although the important officials found the contents of the memorial hard to believe, out of their trust in Li Wangyu, they reluctantly believed it. Pai Lupi was even more silent. Li Wangyu had already used this excuse of the Dao Father's dream to fool Pai Lupi several times. Although he didn't believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. What left Pai Lupi somewhat speechless was that Li Wangyu had confidently stated that the plague in Shuzhou was not the work of a plague ghost, but an epidemic caused by a virus. But in just a few days this fellow had changed his tune? Not only had he declared in his memorial that it was the work of a plague ghost, he had even dared to predict that in 3 days, a plague ghost would appear and devour the sun. This was no small matter. Although Li Wangyu cleverly changed the heavenly dog eating the sun to the plague spirit swallowing the sun, it was hard to convince the masses. Your Majesty, if what Ziyu reported is true, we need to inform the officials of this matter as soon as possible, in case the heavenly dog eats the sun and causes waves in the court. This subject agrees. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, Your Majesty should still inform the world of the Marquis of Huxian's memorial to reassure the people. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and thought for a while before he said with uncertainty, Your Majesty, in my opinion, Zio's purpose may be to burn the corpse. Oh? What do you mean, Xianling? Pai Lupi was puzzled. Your Majesty, according to what Ziyu said earlier, the plague is caused by an invisible virus. If that was really the case, then among the corpses of those who died from the disease, there was probably a large amount of the virus that Ziyu mentioned. Therefore, Ziyu gave the order to burn the corpses to prevent the virus from harming the people. However, Your Majesty also knows that it is extremely difficult to get the people to burn the corpses. Therefore, in my opinion, Ziyu is using this matter to scare the people and make them agree to burn the corpses of those who died from the plague. Feng Xianling was indeed Pai Lupi's chief strategist. He quickly guessed Li Wangyou's true thoughts from his memorial. When Pai Lupi heard this, he nodded slightly, agreeing with Feng Xuanling's guess. However, the crux of the matter was whether what Li Wangyou said in his memorial was true or false. In 3 days, a plague ghost would appear in Jiazimo and devour the sun. Your Majesty, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, we can only treat it as if it is true. Otherwise, if Your Majesty does not inform the officials of this matter, if the plague spirit really appears in 3 days, it will be even more troublesome. Zhang Sun Wuji's words also received the approval of Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui. Although they did not understand why Li Wangyou was so certain that there would be a solar eclipse in 3 days, since Li Wangyou presented the memorial solemnly, they could not pretend that they did not know about this matter. Pai Lupi hesitated slightly, but if there is no plague spirit appearing in 3 days, his meaning was very clear, but he was also worried that his disobedient nephew would be attacked because of this matter. Feng Xianling and the others looked at each other, then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, it seems that Ziyu is confident. Otherwise, why would he present this memorial? If there is no plague spirit appearing in 3 days, then Ziyu can only take responsibility for this matter. Your Majesty, after all, Ziyu is the founding county marquis and the Henan circuit envoy. It is natural for him to take responsibility for his words and actions. Pai Lupi hesitated for a moment, but in the end he nodded in agreement with Feng Xianling and the others. He ordered people to gather the officials who had accompanied him to Zhengzhou, and read out Li Wangyou's memorial in front of everyone. When the officials heard that Li Wangyou dared to say that there would be a plague spirit appearing in 3 days, they were all in an uproar. Tai Chongqing Wang Ying immediately spoke out. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Huxian's words are truly bewitching. How can he be so sure that there will be a plague spirit appearing in 3 days? Even the Imperial Historian Bureau did not send any information about a solar eclipse, so how could the Marquis of Huxian know? In this old subject's opinion, this is utter nonsense. The Imperial Historian Bureau that Wang Ying spoke of was the imperial astronomer of the later generations. Its job was to observe the heavens, calculate the solar terms, and set the calendar. During the Qin and Han dynasties, it became the Imperial Historian Bureau. During the Tang Dynasty, it was renamed the Imperial Historian Bureau. Later, it was renamed the Secretarial Pavilion, the Armillary Sphere Overwatch Council, the Armillary Sphere Bureau, and the Directorate of Astronomy. Predicting solar eclipses was naturally the responsibility of the Imperial Historian Bureau. However, in an era where astronomy had not been perfected, predicting solar eclipses, especially accurately predicting solar eclipses, was extremely difficult. The Imperial Historian Bureau did not dare to carelessly predict the appearance of a solar eclipse. After all, if the prediction was wrong, they would lose their heads. This was also why Li Wangyou's memorial had made Pai Lupi very hesitant. Even if Li Wangyou's prediction was wrong, Pai Lupi would not cut off his head, but he would definitely be punished with a reduction of his title and a fine of copper. As for his position as the Henan circuit envoy, he would not be able to continue. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Yuqi Jingda jumped out and pointed at Wang Ying's nose. How do you know that there won't be a solar eclipse in 3 days? If there really is a plague spirit appearing, what will you say? Do you dare to write a contract that if there is a solar eclipse, you will apologize and resign? Wang Ying didn't know how to respond to Yuqi Jingda's words. How would he know if there would be a solar eclipse in 3 days? He wouldn't bet his future on something like that with Yuqi Jingda. Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne and stood up, looking around at the officials. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I believe that County Marquis Huxian will not joke about this. Pass down the decree, quickly inform Chang'an of this matter, announce it to the world, to pacify the hearts of the people, so as to avoid any mischief caused by the plague. Pai Lupi's actions could be considered to be supporting Li Wangyou. If this matter was made public and the solar eclipse did not appear in 3 days, then the one who would be attacked would not only be Li Wangyou. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji looked at each other. But they did not try to persuade him and bowed. 3 days later, Chang'an's 4th year, 4th month. Early in the morning, Li Er changed into a plain robe and hid in the side hall. He began to anxiously wait with the other officials. Chapter 855. In Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi, accompanied by Feng Xianling and other big shots, waited anxiously in the side hall. Zio, this bastard won't mess things up? Pai Lupi was a little irritated. After looking up at the sun countless times, he finally couldn't help but speak. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it's still early. Let's wait patiently. I still believe that Zio won't joke about this kind of thing." "I hope so." Pai Lupi sighed and continued to pace back and forth in the side hall uneasily. In Yanling County, Shuzhou, after the Imperial Army announced that there would be a plague ghost today, tens of thousands of people in the county were not in the mood to do anything. They all looked up at the sun from time to time. Many people in the city chose to believe Li Wangyou's words. Therefore, they took out incense burners from their homes early, lit incense candles, and began to kowtow to the sun in the sky, hoping that when the plague ghost swallowed the sun, they could help Dao Zhu. Outside Yanling County, the playboys all wore sunglasses and looked at the sun in the sky from time to time. "Zio, are you sure you're not mistaken? When will the plague ghost swallow the sun appear?" "Yes, Zio, this is not a joke." Li Wangyou also wore sunglasses and looked at the sun in the sky, complaining in his heart. How did he know when the solar eclipse would begin? There was a sentence in the comprehensive mirror for aid of governance. In April, the first lunar month, there will be solar eclipse. Where would he find out the specific time of the solar eclipse? If there was no solar eclipse today, needless to say, he would be in big trouble. Even if Pai Lupi had a good relationship with him, this kind of thing was not a joke. Li Wangyou couldn't help but shiver. Sima Guang, who smashed the vat, couldn't be so unreliable, right? After all, Sima Guang was from the northern Song dynasty, hundreds of years away from the Tang dynasty. If there was a mistake in the comprehensive mirror for aid of governance, and the accurate time was not today, then he would be in trouble. But now it was too late to say anything. He couldn't regret it. "Just you wait. The Dao ancestor told me in a dream. Definitely won't be wrong. It's still early, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Wangyou looked very calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking inside. Su Chongqing also climbed up the city wall and looked at Li Wangyou from afar. His eyes were also filled with worry. On this day, everyone felt that time pass very slowly. The sun in the sky was almost motionless, and there were no signs of a solar eclipse. They had been waiting since sunrise, and this wait lasted until afternoon. The sun was still firmly hanging high in the sky. With the trip to Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi was not even in the mood to have lunch. He waved his hand and asked Mitua to take away the food. Mito looked at the untouched food on the table and said carefully, "Everyone, it's still early. Let's eat first. This servant has been keeping an eye on the sun in the sky. Once there are any changes, this servant will immediately report to everyone." "All right, take it away. I have no appetite today." "Yes." Mitua didn't dare to try and persuade him again. He could only signal for the servants to take away the food. The officials in the side hall saw that Pai Lupi was not in a good mood, so no one said anything. Only the Grand Chancellor, Wang Ying, jumped out again and impatiently criticized Li Wangyou in front of Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, in this old servant's opinion, the Marquis of Huxian's words about a plague being devoured today are complete nonsense. It's already past noon, and there are still no signs of a solar eclipse. Your Majesty should not continue to wait here." Pai Lupi gave him a sidelong glance and was too lazy to talk to this guy. Wang Ying made a fuss and could only mutter a few words to himself before continuing to wait on the side. However, Wang Ying had already made up his mind. There were only a few more hours before the sun set. He had to properly impeach Li Wangyou and take revenge for the insults he had received from Li Wangyou. In Yanling County, the common people were discussing spiritedly, and the scribes and bailiffs in the county government snorted disdainfully at the plague being devoured by the sun. "Bah, this old man already said, what dog fart plague being devoured by the sun? It's just a trick to trick us." "That's right, that's the logic. In the end, they just want to trick us into giving them the corpses of our relatives and burning them." In short, if they want to burn my lord's corpse, this old man will fight it out with them. Yes, that's the logic. That Marquis of Wuxia outside the city is probably regretting it by now. Haha, to think that he would use such a childish excuse to trick us. Does he think that we are all ignorant children? Bah! If some plague being devoured by the sun appears today, this old man will go to the streets and bark like a dog and crawl in a circle. Haha, if the plague being devoured by the sun doesn't appear today, can you make that dog fart Marquis crawl in a circle on the ground? I heard that in Chang'an County, that Marquis was called the Marquis of Dirty Marquis. Now it's even worse. After coming to Yanling County, not only did he not allow us to leave the city to seek refuge, but he also forced us to burn the corpses. The way I see it, that bullshit Marquis can't wait for us to all die in this city. Damn it, if that dog fart Marquis doesn't give us a way out, why don't we fight it out with them? Anyway, staying in this city is a dead end. That's right, if that Marquis doesn't give us a way out, we'll fight it out with them. The more the scribes spoke, the more excited they became. It looked like they were ready to rebel at any moment. Of course, this group of Yamen runners and scribes also knew that they were just making empty promises. There were 1,000 government soldiers and thousands of the most elite imperial guards of the Tang dynasty outside the city. It was simply a joke for them to rebel with just a few people. Not to mention other things. Just the 200 imperial guards in charge of protecting Su Changqing in the city were enough to kill all the people in the county office. These people in the county government were just talking nonsense. Outside Yanling County, Li Wangyu was on the phone with Su Changqing on the city wall. Wangyu, are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? Are you sure there will be a solar eclipse today? Li Wangyu scratched his head in annoyance. It shouldn't be wrong, right? I just don't know if Sima Guang is reliable or not. Su Changqing pondered for a moment and said worriedly, I remember that a total solar eclipse takes a few hours from the first eclipse to the second eclipse, but a total solar eclipse only takes a few minutes. It's already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If there are no signs of the first eclipse, I'm afraid there won't be a solar eclipse today. Li Wangyu looked up at the sun in the sky again. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, his eyes were still hurt by the bright sun in the sky. He couldn't see clearly whether there were signs of the first eclipse. Immediately Li Wangyu slapped his head. He was so stupid. How could he forget the method of observing the solar eclipse with a basin of water? Li Wangyu greeted Su Changqing and immediately ordered people to find a basin of water, an inkstone, and ink to grind the ink for him. The debauches thought that he was still in the mood to write, but they didn't expect that Li Wangyu actually ordered people to pour all the ink that had been ground into the basin. The basin of clear water was now completely dyed black. Chang Chumo and the others were puzzled. Zio, what are you doing? Chapter 856. Observing the sun through the reflection of the ink was actually a relatively simple way to observe a total solar eclipse. After all, the sun's rays were too strong. Looking directly at the sun for too long would cause the ultraviolet and infrared rays in the sunlight to burn the retina. But wearing sunglasses to observe the sun was one of the most widely spread methods in the future. It was also the most dangerous method to observe the sun. Of course, Li Wangyu's method of observing the sun through the ink would still reflect a lot of sunlight into his eyes. But with the sunglasses he was wearing, it was enough to protect his eyes for a short period of time. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to answer the wastrel's questions. Instead, he ordered people to move the basin of ink to an empty space. He put on his sunglasses and looked inside. When he found the right angle and saw the sun through the reflection of the ink basin, he could not help but be happy. After carefully observing a few more times to make sure he was not mistaken, Li Wangyu hurriedly made an okay sign to his beautiful superior who was anxiously waiting on the city wall. Thank the heavens, that guy who smashed the vat was still reliable. Seeing this, Su Changqing's hanging heart finally settled down. But Chang Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others became more and more confused. Ziyu, what are you trying to figure out? Haha, brothers, I'm trying to see if the solar eclipse has started. Li Wangyu confirmed the existence of the solar eclipse, and was in a good mood. What? You can see it with this basin of ink? Hurry up and tell us how to observe it. How could the wastrels let go of such a fun thing? They all squeezed to the side of the basin and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Li Wangyu was speechless. This group of idiots was simply hopeless. He quickly pulled everyone apart, and then explained how to find the right angle to observe the solar eclipse through the basin of ink. The wastrels all followed suit and put on their sunglasses. They each looked for an angle. Wahahaha, I see it, I see it. Why is the sun in the sky missing a piece? I see it too, a piece of the sun has been bitten off. Zu, is this the plague ghost swallowing the sun? It has already started? Where? Quick, point it out to me. Didn't he see the silk pants jumping up and down anxiously? When all of the silk pants confirmed through the reflection in the water basin that a piece of the sun was missing, they were all speechless. His gaze towards Li Wangyu was even more speechless. What this guy said that there would be a plague demon swallowing the sun in 3 days was actually true. Chang Chumo stared at Li Wangyu for a long time. Zio, tell me honestly, are you an immortal from the heavens? You even know when the solar eclipse will occur. How are you going to explain that? Fang Yai and the rest also had the same expression, looking at Li Wangyu with an expression of looking at a celestial being. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was so familiar with each other, they might have even kowtowed to Li Wangyu at this moment. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes silently, too lazy to explain. In any case, there was no way he could explain it clearly. Could he really tell them that he and his beautiful boss had transmigrated from more than 1,000 years in the future? It would be better to just say that he was an immortal. It would be more acceptable. He couldn't be bothered with the silk pants and ran straight to the base of the city wall. He used the phone to inform Su Chongqing that they could begin according to plan. According to his observation of the speed of the solar eclipse, the total eclipse would arrive in about an hour. Su Chongqing nodded, turned around, and found the captain of the Imperial Army. He whispered a few words to him. Not long after, the sound of drums and gongs once again rang out in Yanling County, attracting the attention of the people in the city. Only then did he yell at the top of his voice. Citizens of the city, listen well. The plague demon has already begun to swallow the sun. In another hour it will swallow the entire sun. Everyone, do not be afraid when the time comes. The heavenly Tao ancestor will disperse the plague demon. The Marquis of Huxian has already prepared a divine item to ward off the plague demon. When the time comes, we will lend a hand to the heavenly Tao ancestor to ensure the peace of the world. The voices of the Imperial Army quickly spread throughout the small Yanling County. The citizens of the city were in an uproar. What? Could it be that the plague demon is really going to swallow the sun? How could that be? I see that the sun in the sky is still as bright and dazzling as ever. How could there be a plague demon swallowing the sun? Humph, it must be that dog's hit Marquis trying to deceive us again. None of these dog officials are speaking the truth. I think that in the end, they just want to deceive us into burning the corpses of our family members. Bah, don't even think about it. If anyone dares to do this, this daddy will fight it out with him. Who cares if he's a Marquis or not? But the Imperial Army clearly said that in an hour, the plague demon will swallow the sun. How could this be fake? Then let's wait and see. This daddy wants to see if that dog's hit Marquis is lying or not. There were also many citizens who completely believed the Imperial Army's words. They began to light incense sticks and kowtow to the sun in the sky. In the Yanling County Yamen, after hearing the Imperial Army's announcement, all the scribes and bailiffs, including the Yanling County Magistrate and the County Lieutenant, stopped mocking Li Wangyu and walked to the open space to look up at the sky. However, even though the solar eclipse had already happened, it was difficult to see it with the naked eye. Even though everyone's eyes hurt from looking at it and they were tearing up from the sunlight, they still could not see it clearly. However, since the Imperial Army had already announced that the plague demon would arrive in an hour, regardless of whether they believed it or not, they could only wait and see. Time passed by slowly. An hour was almost up, but the sky was still bright. Those who did not believe Li Wangyu in the first place began to make a ruckus again. Their words were full of mockery towards Li Wangyu. Just as everyone was talking, they suddenly felt their vision darken. They looked up at the sky in confusion, but there was no trace of the sun in the sky. In a few breaths, the originally bright land seemed to have turned into night. Many of the scribes' teeth began to chatter. It's a solar eclipse. It's really the plague demon swallowing the sun. Everyone in the county yamen, including the Yanling County Magistrate, knelt down as their legs turned to jelly. Tao Ancestor, please forgive us, Tao Ancestor. We were ignorant and did not know that the plague demon was causing trouble, causing the plague demon to swallow the sun. Tao Ancestor, please save all living beings, save us. The tens of thousands of citizens in Yanling County had the same reaction. No matter how much they had cursed Li Wangyu earlier, they all knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. Just as everyone was panicking, they heard an uproar in Yanling County. It was as if thunder had exploded in their ears. The entire city was filled with the sound of thunder. The commotion scared the citizens so much that they all buried their heads in the ground and kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic. Some people were so frightened that they let out ear-piercing screams. For a moment, there were crackling sounds of explosions, babies crying, men and women shouting, and prayers everywhere. Chapter 857. At the same time in Zhengzhou, the atmosphere in the side hall grew more and more oppressive as time passed. Not only was Pai Lupi silent, but even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. Even Yuqi Jingda, who had supported Li Wangyu, was furious. On the other hand, Grand Chancellor Wang Ying couldn't help but smile. He was clearly in a good mood. At this moment, the door to the side hall was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Pai Lupi immediately raised his head in anger. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Mitua scrambling in. Everyone, the solar eclipse, the plague ghost swallowing the sun, has begun. Only now did everyone come to their senses with astonishment, and when they raised their eyes to look over, the outside of the side hall had suddenly become pitch black like night. Because the candles in the side hall had been lit the entire time, they hadn't noticed. Li Er suddenly got up and walked to the door of the side hall in 2 or 3 steps. He lifted his foot and wanted to walk out, but he was blocked by Mitua. Everyone, don't go out, don't go out. According to Chinese tradition, a solar eclipse was very unfavorable to the emperor. Thus, when a solar eclipse appeared, the emperor had to wear plain clothes and avoid the main hall in order to avoid disaster. Under these circumstances, Mitua naturally couldn't let Pai Lupi go out, lest he meet with misfortune. Pai Lupi also didn't force his way out of the side hall. He just stood at the door and looked up at the sky that had become as dark as night, not saying a word. The plague ghost swallowing the sun. It really is the plague ghost swallowing the sun. Fortunately, the Marquis of Wuxia had already submitted a memorial, otherwise who knows how much trouble it would have caused. There's no news from the Grand Historian Bureau. Could it really be, as the Marquis of Wuxia said, that this was a dream from the Tao Ancestor? This old man doesn't know where the Marquis of Wuxia heard this, but this plague ghost swallowing the sun is absolutely true. The discussion of the officials in the side hall caused Grand Chancellor Wang Ying's old face to turn red. Every word was like a slap to his face. Yuqi Jingda even deliberately moved in front of him. Wang Gong, what else do you have to say now? Wang Ying was rendered speechless by his words. She almost covered her face and left. Pai Lupi also glanced at Wang Ying. He was too lazy to say anything more to this old thing. He only rejoiced that he believed his nephew Li Wangyu's words and announced this matter to the world 3 days in advance. Otherwise, as the officials had said, the aristocratic families might take advantage of this solar eclipse and cause some trouble. Now, Pai Lupi was not afraid, and he even started to think about what benefits he could obtain from this. He still needed to discuss this matter with Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. Not mentioning the Zhengzhou trip, all the officials had their own thoughts. Shuzhou Yanling County was bustling with noise and excitement. The thunderous sounds coming from all over the city were actually the firecrackers that Li Wangyu had made in the past 2 days. The purpose was naturally to further shock the people in the city. Now, there were not many people in Chang'an, and who had heard the sound of firecrackers, let alone Yanling County thousands of miles away. The plague ghost swallowing the sun was already shocking enough, but now there were thunderous sounds coming out of nowhere, scaring everyone out of their wits. Even the bailiffs in the county government were prostrating themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling with the sound of the firecrackers. Those who had spoken disrespectfully to Li Wangyu earlier were now left with nothing but fear in their hearts. The plague ghost swallowing the sun is actually real. These words echoed in the hearts of countless people in the city. A solar eclipse would take several hours from the beginning to the end, but a total eclipse would only take a few minutes. But these few minutes made the people in the city feel like a year. When the total eclipse ended, the sky slowly regained its light, and the crackling firecrackers in the city also disappeared. Everyone looked up blankly at the restored sun, as if a lifetime had passed. The tens of thousands of people in the city all burned incense and kowtowed, silently chanting, "Tao ancestor bless us, Marquis Wuxia bless us." Within the county government, the bailiffs and scribes who had cursed the most fiercely suddenly realized that their colleagues had suddenly distanced themselves from them. Originally, they did not believe Li Wangyou's words and cursed him, but now that it was proven that the plague ghost swallowing the sun was real, then the Tao ancestors' dream was also real. Since that was the case, it was easy to imagine what kind of abilities the founding county marquis had. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a land immortal. How could such an immortal be humiliated and cursed by people like them? Everyone was afraid of being implicated by those idiots, so they immediately distanced themselves from them. Who knew if lightning would strike from the sky later? They were so close to them. What if the lightning missed? During the solar eclipse just now, everyone had clearly heard the rumbling of thunder all over the city. Without a doubt, the Marquis Wuxia had used his magic power to help the Tao ancestor in the sky drive away the plague ghost. How could anyone who had cursed at such a powerful person be in a good situation? Not only had the other bailiffs and scribes thought of this, but the people who had cursed Li Wangyou earlier had also thought of this. Their faces immediately turned ashen and their legs trembled. But before they could say anything, one of the bailiffs had already fallen to the ground, barking as he crawled out of the county government. Only now did everyone remember that this person had said that if the plague ghost swallowed the sun, he would bark like a dog and crawl in a circle on the streets of the city. Putting aside how regretful the bailiffs and scribes were, no one in Yanling County had any doubts about the matter that Li Wangyou had ordered the imperial army to spread in the city. No one dared to question it. Even those bailiffs and scribes who dared to question Li Wangyou might be beaten to death by the people of the city. As for the corpses of those who had died from the plague, no one dared to leave them behind, although they were unwilling to cremate the corpses of their loved ones. But after the plague ghost swallowed the sun, appeared as promised, the people finally believed Li Wangyou's words. If the corpses that had been contaminated by the plague ghost's filth were not removed as soon as possible, their loved ones would not be able to rest in peace. Moreover, if the world was thrown into chaos because of this, wouldn't the plague ghost run rampant be an even greater sin? Thus, even the most stubborn family members had tacitly agreed to cremate the corpses. After the solar eclipse, cremating the corpses of the plague victims was no longer a problem that troubled Li Wangyou and Su Changqing. But even though they had solved the problem of cremating the corpses, they still had no idea how to treat the plague victims. Su Changqing could only use the strictest quarantine measures in the city. All the infected patients were quarantined in a centralized manner to reduce the chances of healthy people falling ill. But after seeing those infected with the plague die in pain every day, this strong woman was about to break down and could not hold on any longer. Just 7 days after Su Changqing entered Yanling County, Li Wangyou, who had been suffering every day, finally saw a glimmer of light. The king of medicine, Sun Simiao, had come. Chapter 858. When Sun Simiao received the news of the outbreak of the big head plague in Shuzhou, he immediately gathered his disciples, packed their things and set off for Shuzhou. However, he and Zhang Baozong were already old. Naturally, they could not travel on horses like Niu Wu and the rest. Fortunately, they had Li Wangyou's four-wheeled carriage. Although it was not as fast as riding a horse, it was not much slower. With the carriage provided by Shunfeng Carriage Company, Sun Simiao and the rest met Niu Wu and the rest who came to pick them up. After they met up, they hurried towards Shuzhou again. Along the way, Sun Simiao and the rest finally arrived at Yanling County. After receiving the news, Li Wangyou could not help but be overjoyed. Now, all his hopes were on the penicillin. When he saw Sun Simiao, he did not even bother to exchange pleasantries. He immediately asked, "Old immortal son, you must be tired. How much penicillin did you bring with you?" Sun Simiao pointed at the carriage behind him. "Don't worry, Zio. I didn't bring much, but I brought all the equipment used to refine penicillin." Sun Simiao and the rest were a few days late because they needed to move the equipment. After more than a year of research on penicillin, Sun Simiao was now quite experienced in the use and refinement of penicillin. Even the equipment used to refine penicillin was modified several times by him. He specially found a supervising craftsman to make it. Whether it was the efficiency or the purity of penicillin, there was a significant improvement. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He was afraid that Sun Simiao and the rest did not bring enough penicillin. Since they could refine it on the spot in Shuzhou, it would solve the big problem. Zio, what's the situation with the big head plague in Yinling County now? Li Wangyu shook his head. Although I immediately ordered people to seal off Yinling County when the plague broke out and implemented strict quarantine measures in the city, the number of infected people in Yinling County is now close to 1,000. There are new patients appearing every day. Because of the big head plague, the number of people dying every day is increasing day by day. It's giving me a headache. Where is Shenwei now? Li Wangyu was not a doctor after all. If Sun Simiao wanted to discuss Shenwei's condition, he would naturally look for his disciple. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Old immortal son, 7 days ago, Brother Shenwei entered Yinling County with my family's Madame Su. Now they are treating patients in Yinling County. As you know, the big head plague is highly contagious, so they can't leave the county for the time being. Li Wangyu still felt very guilty about the fact that Lu Shanwei, the Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau, stayed behind to help him but followed Su Chongqing into Yinling County. Especially when Sun Simiao asked about Lu Shanwei, it was hard for him to speak. However, Sun Simiao didn't mind at all. Instead, he nodded approvingly. Not bad. This child Shenwei still puts her family first. This makes me feel very gratified. Since that's the case, make some preparations. I'll go to Yinling County to take a look. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Su Chongqing and Lu Shenwei had already entered Yinling County. It was still unknown when they would be able to come out safely. Sun Simiao was also going to enter? How could that be? Old immortal son, it's better if you don't enter Yinling County. How about you stay outside the county and guide Brother Shenwei? I already feel very guilty that Brother Shenwei entered Yinling County. I don't dare to let you enter Yinling County as well. Haha. Zio, what are you saying? As a medical practitioner, if I don't enter Yinling County, how can I treat patients? Can't you send the penicillin to Brother Shenwei? Brother Shenwei's medical skills aren't bad. As long as there's penicillin, the big head plague will be suppressed. Li Wangyu earnestly persuaded. However, Sun Simiao was abnormally stubborn. No matter how Li Wangyu persuaded him, he wasn't willing to listen. He was determined to personally oversee Yinling County. Baozong and Zio will be outside the county to refine the penicillin. This Taoist will go inside the county to assist Madame Su. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, the epidemic is more important. Zio, let's not talk about it anymore. Li Wangyu's persuasion was to no avail. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. For Sun Simiao to be revered as the medicine king in the future, he was indeed extraordinary. Actually, Li Wangyu also wanted to enter Yinling County. However, he was being watched by the rich playboys. They didn't even give him a chance. When he thought about how his beautiful boss was suffering in Yinling County, Li Wangyu wanted to slap himself twice. Shameful, it was too shameful. However, since things had already reached this point, he couldn't learn from those male leads in Chongyao's dramas. Other than crying and doing nothing, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful? He would be letting down his beautiful superior's sacrifice. These days, Li Wangyu couldn't eat or sleep in peace. He was busy supervising the Shuzhou officials to transport food, herbs, lime, and other materials. He was also responsible for his beautiful superior's logistics. Now that Sun Simiao and penicillin had finally arrived, Li Wangyu saw a glimmer of hope. As for whether or not penicillin was effective against the plague, he could only wait and see. Under Li Wangyu's melancholy gaze, Sun Simiao led his disciples and granddisciples into Yinling County. They wore masks and white cotton-padded coats that Li Wangyu had specially made. Li Wangyu and the other rich playboys could only bow to the old Taoist's back. After Sun Simiao entered the city, Li Wangyu could only urge Zhang Baozong and the other disciples of Sun Simiao to hurry up and extract the penicillin. The number of sick people in the city was close to 1,000, and it was still increasing every day. If Sun Simiao confirmed that the penicillin was effective, Then they couldn't drop the ball outside the city. They had to be able to supply enough penicillin for the sick families. When Sun Simiao entered the city, Su Changqing naturally went to the city gate to welcome him. In the past few days, she had been mentally and physically exhausted. Even though she was wearing a mask, Sun Simiao could clearly see that Madame Su's eyes, which were usually bright, were now bloodshot. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Su. I'll be fine here, you can go and rest." Su Changqing didn't reject him. In this era, she was the same as Li Wangyu. The only doctor she could trust was Sun Simiao. Since the medicine king, Sun Simiao, had come, it meant that there was hope for the people of Yanling County to be saved. Her tense nerves also relaxed a lot, followed by a strong sense of tiredness. Su Changqing silently bowed to Sun Simiao and arranged for the imperial guards to bring Sun Simiao to find Lu Shunwei. Under the protection of the imperial guards, she returned to the courtyard that the Yanling County Yamen had arranged for her to rest. When Su Changqing took the risk to enter Yanling County, she didn't bring any maidservants with her. Naturally, the imperial guards couldn't take care of her. Thus, when she returned to her room to rest, apart from the imperial guards outside and in the courtyard, there was no one to accompany her in the room. The next day, late in the morning, Lu Shunwei came to find Su Changqing. When he had something to discuss, the reply he received was that Lady Su hadn't gotten up. He couldn't help but find it strange. He could only lightly knock on the door in an attempt to wake Su Changqing up. However, there was no movement in the room. Chapter 859. Lu Shunwei's heart skipped a beat as he felt that something was wrong. He pounded harder on the door, banging it loudly, but there was still no response. Lu Shunwei wasn't the only one who panicked. The imperial guard also panicked. The captain hesitated for a moment before looking at Lu Shunwei. "Lu Fingyu, is Lady Su sleeping too deeply? Or did something happen?" They wanted to break into the room, but they felt that it was inconvenient. After all, the person inside was the Marquis of Huxian's woman. It would be unreasonable for them to break in like this. The captain of the imperial army reacted quickly and immediately ordered someone to go to the county yamen and call for 2 maidservants. In truth, when Su Changqing brought a group of doctors into the city, the Yanling County magistrate didn't dare to be negligent and immediately prepared several servant girls to take care of Su Changqing. However, Su Changqing was worried that she would bring the plague germs back and infect the servant girls. Thus, she tactfully rejected the Yanling County magistrate's good intentions. Other than having someone send her food every day, she didn't have the servant girls take care of her daily life. Soon, the Yanling County magistrate and the county magistrate who had received the news rushed over with a few servant girls. This matter concerned the Marquis wife, so no one dared to be negligent. After the imperial guard broke open the door, the servant girls rushed into the room to check on the situation. Soon after, they ran out in a panic. "Lady Su is feverish. Her body is boiling hot. I can't wake her up no matter how much I call her." Her words immediately shocked everyone. There were only 3 words in everyone's mind: big head plague. Almost all of the big head plague patients had symptoms of fever at the start. The Yanling County magistrate was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. The Marquis wife had taken the risk to enter the city. If she had really contracted the plague, how would the Marquis outside the city react? When he thought about how the Marquis wife had died in Yanling County due to the plague, he felt his vision darken and even had thoughts of dying. At this time, Lu Shunwei didn't care about the difference between men and women and directly rushed into Su Changqing's room. Sure enough, on the bed in the side room, Su Changqing had already fallen into a coma. Because of the fever, her face had turned red. Lu Shunwei immediately sent someone to invite his teacher, Sun Simiao, while he himself sat beside the bed and took Su Changqing's pulse. "Shunwei, what's going on?" After receiving the news, Sun Simiao did not dare to delay and hurried over. "Teacher, please take my pulse. I don't think it's the big head plague. I think it's just a cold. Heat has accumulated in my internal organs, and the wind, heat, and dampness has invaded my body. My body is feverish from the cold." Hearing his disciple's words, Sun Simiao felt slightly relieved. With regards to Lu Shunwei's medical skills, he was still very confident. Lu Shunwei's diagnosis shouldn't be wrong. However, he immediately walked to Su Changqing's bedside and began to feel his pulse. After a long time, Sun Simiao finally let out a long breath. He nodded toward Lu Xunwei and said, "Correct, your diagnosis is correct. It's not the big head plague, but a fever caused by wind, heat and dampness poison. It's not a big problem. It's likely that Lady Su has been too tired recently, which led to the feverish wind invading her body. She needs to recuperate." With Sun Simiao's endorsement, everyone, including Yanling County Magistrate and the Commandant of the Imperial Army, could finally put down their worries. If Lady Su really contracted the big head plague, they would have to face the wrath of the Marquis of Wuxia. Just thinking about it made them tremble. The Yanling County Magistrate even silently prayed for Bodhisattva's protection. He decided that he would burn incense and pray for the protection of Buddha and Taoist ancestors when he returned. Sun Simiao ordered Lu Xunwei to bring him some golden needles and began to perform acupuncture on Su Changqing. It had to be said that Sun Simiao's medical skills were indeed brilliant. After a few needles, Su Changqing, who had been unconscious due to her fever, slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw that there were many people gathered around her bed. She couldn't help but jump in fright and struggle to get up. "What's wrong with me?" Su Changqing's voice was abnormally hoarse. "Lady Su, the wind has entered your body, causing you to feel cold and feverish. You should rest well. With this Taoist here, you don't need to worry. You'll recover after taking a few doses of medicine," Sun Simiao comforted. Hearing this, Su Changqing obediently lay down again. At this moment, she only felt that her entire body was aching and shivering. She also knew that she was sick. In fact, ever since Su Changqing entered Yanling County, she had been under a lot of psychological pressure every day. In order to carry out the epidemic prevention work, she had to travel back and forth every day. Yesterday, when Sun Simiao entered the city, the tension in her heart suddenly loosened and her body immediately felt tired. After returning to her room, she didn't even wash up and fell asleep on the bed. In the end, she had a high fever in the middle of the night, but no one was by her side to take care of her. She sweated a lot and didn't replenish her water, so she fell into a semi-conscious state. As a result, when Lu Xunwei called for her, she didn't react at all. Sun Simiao personally wrote a prescription for Su Changqing and instructed Lu Xunwei to get the herbs and boil the medicine. He also had a servant girl carefully help Su Changqing up and feed her the medicine. "Don't tell the county marquis about this for now." Sun Simiao pondered for a moment, then instructed everyone. Lu Xunwei didn't understand. "Teacher, why is that?" "Hey Xunwei, can't you see? Zio is a person who values relationships. If he knows that Lady Su is sick, do you think he won't rashly barge into Yanling County? If he also enters Yanling County, who will take care of the situation outside? Therefore, for the sake of the people of Su Province and the tens of thousands of people in Yanling County, this matter must be kept a secret for now. We can't let Zio know." Sun Simiao understood Li Wangyu quite well. Naturally, he wasn't wrong. If Li Wangyu knew that his beautiful superior was sick, no matter if it was Chang Yaojin or those hedonistic sons of rich families, they wouldn't be able to stop him from entering the city. Lu Xunwei was slightly hesitant. "Teacher, I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden from Zio. Lady Su meets with Zio every day at the top of the city wall. If Lady Su doesn't show up, how can Zio not be suspicious?" This. Sun Simiao also hesitated. He didn't think of this. After drinking the medicine prescribed by Sun Simiao, Su Changqing felt that her body had regained some strength. She said with a hoarse voice, "Old Immortal's son is right. We can't tell Wang Yu. Let me rest a bit more. I'll go to the top of the city wall later and talk to him." "How can that be? Lady Su, you need to recuperate from your illness. You can't go to the top of the city wall." "You can't. But if I don't go and meet with Wang Yu, he'll definitely be suspicious." Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Lady Su and Zio are truly deeply in love. How about this? Leave this matter to me. Lady Su, you just need to recuperate. I guarantee that Zio won't be suspicious." Although Su Changqing didn't understand what Sun Simiao wanted to do, she really didn't have any strength in her body and felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, she nodded lightly and agreed. Chapter 860. Actually, Sun Simiao's method was very simple. He only ordered someone to pass a message to Li Wangyu. saying that Su Changqing had been too tired recently. Therefore, he prescribed a few doses of medicine for Su Changqing to rest well. Therefore, he did not go to the city wall to meet Li Wangyu these few days. Li Wangyu did not doubt this at all. Instead, he agreed with Sun Simiao's method. It was not until a few days later that Su Changqing had basically recovered that she met Li Wangyu again across the city. This did not arouse Li Wangyu's suspicion at all. Li Wangyu only found out about Su Changqing's illness from others after Yanling County's ban was lifted. He could not help but feel heartache. He was naturally very angry about Su Changqing's disobedient behavior, and taught his beautiful superior a lesson in the room. However, the specific details were not known to outsiders. After Sun Simiao entered Yanling County, he immediately tried to inject penicillin into the patients infected with the big head plague. The old Taoist priest was pleasantly surprised to find that the penicillin's effect on the big head plague was surprisingly good. Actually, the plague was a highly infectious disease caused by Yersinia spp. And the most effective treatment drugs were streptomycin and gentamicin. However, there was no streptomycin in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu did not know what streptomycin was and had never even heard of it. However, as an antibiotic, penicillin was not without effect. At least for the Tang people who had never been exposed to antibiotics, the effect of penicillin was not weaker than streptomycin. After injecting penicillin, except for a few old and frail patients, the rest of the patients gradually showed signs of improvement in the originally incurable big head plague. This discovery stunned the doctors who had been forced into the city. Naturally, they did not know what penicillin was and had never seen the treatment method of injection. Therefore, they could only understand penicillin as some kind of miracle drug. Of course, they were not wrong to understand it this way. Penicillin was indeed a miracle drug. However, even Sun Simiao was not clear about its principles. After confirming that penicillin was really effective against the big head plague, Zhang Baozong, who was outside the city, immediately began to extract large amounts of penicillin. Since then, the epidemic in Su province, which was originally going to lead to a disaster, was contained. When the news spread to Zhengzhou, even Pai Lupi and the others were stunned. No one would have thought that the big head plague, which caused everyone to turn pale at the mention of it, could actually be cured. Although the plague in Yanling County had not completely disappeared and the lockdown had not been lifted, Pai Lupi was so excited that he issued an imperial edict to promote Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and the others. Whether it was Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, none of them objected to the promotion. After all, Li Wangyu's contribution this time was too great. It was not enough to reward him without a promotion. Li Wangyu was directly conferred the title of County Duke of the founding of the country, secondary class 2. His title was still Hu County. In other words, Li Wangyu, who had just been promoted for less than half a year, had not yet gotten used to being addressed as Duke. He needed to get used to being addressed as Duke again. The speed of promotion was so fast that after the establishment of the Tang dynasty, other than the generals who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world, there was no one else like him. Li Wangyu was only 18 years old now. To be a secondary class 2 county duke of the founding of the country at such a young age was like a scorpion defecating. As for Sun Simiao, he still declined Pai Lupi's conferment. The old Taoist did not want to enter the imperial court as an official. He only wanted to continue to stay in his Xianwei temple and study those new things. Ever since Li Wangyu created a microscope for him, the old Taoist was even more interested in studying all kinds of medicine. If it was not for the epidemic in Su province, Sun Simiao would not have left the Xianwei temple. When the news of the conferment reached Su province, the governor of Su province and the officials of Su province respected Li Wangyu even more. They almost worshipped him as their ancestor. Chang Chumo and the other foppish sons looked at Li Wangyu with more and more resentment. They were still a bunch of foppish people who were just waiting to die. But Li Wangyu, their youngest brother, was already in the second rank of the secondary class and became a county magistrate. How could they not be sad? Even Chang Yaojin, after learning that Li Wangyu had been promoted again, after congratulating Li Wangyu, he called out his 3 legitimate sons. He said that he wanted to test their martial arts, but in fact he was ruthless and beat Chang Chumo and his 2 brothers until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. When Chang Yaojin beat up his sons, Li Wangyu and the other foppish sons gathered around to watch the fun. They even cheered Chang Yaojin on from time to time. telling him not to show mercy. Chang Chumo and his two brothers were so angry that after being taught a lesson by Chang Yaojin, they screamed and rushed towards the foppish sons, wanting to vent their anger. Li Wangyu and the others would not give them the chance. They immediately laughed and ran away, not giving Chang Chumo and his two brothers a chance to take revenge. Outside Yinling City, the atmosphere that had been oppressive for a long time finally became relaxed. And inside Yinling City, the atmosphere was also getting better day by day. There were fewer and fewer people falling ill in the city, and the number of people who died from the bighead epidemic in the quarantine square was also decreasing. The originally solemn and frozen Yinling County finally had a trace of life. When Yinling County was sealed for more than 40 days by Li Wangyu, the ban was finally lifted. Li Wangyu led a group of foppish sons and finally entered the city that they had sealed for more than a month. The people in the city walked out of the square one after another, crying tears of joy. After surviving a disaster, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. Li Wangyu did not care about shocking the world. In front of everyone, he tightly hugged his beautiful superior who had lost a lot of weight and did not let go for a long time. "Chongqing, it's been hard on you." Su Chongqing replied softly, leaning her head on Li Wangyu's shoulder and wrapping her arms around his waist. This month had also been torturous for her. After more than 40 days of the plague, more than 1,400 people had died in Yinling County. Even the doctors who were forced to enter the city had more than 10 people who had died from the plague. But if it were not for the efforts of Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, only a few of the 10,000 people in Yinling County would have survived. In other words, they had saved more than 10,000 lives from the hands of the Grim Reaper. If saving a life was more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda, then their pagoda would be of an unknown level. When Su Chongqing was about to leave the city, the county magistrate of Yinling County led all the people out and knelt neatly on both sides of the street, kowtowing to Su Chongqing. "This commoner thanks Madam Su for saving our lives. Female Bodhisattva, please protect us." The people's prayers and gratitude went straight to the 9 heavens. After Li Wangyu and the rest left, a new Taoist temple was built in Yinling County. It was filled with incense, but only 3 statues were enshrined. There were no memorial tablets in front of the statues, but the facial features of the clay statues were extremely similar to Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing, and Sun Simiao. Chapter 861. After the epidemic in Shuzhou was eradicated, Pai Lupi, who had remained in Zhengzhou all this time, immediately issued an edict, revoking Li Wangyu's position as prefect of the Hunan province and summoning Li Wangyu to return to Zhengzhou for an audience. As Li Wangyu led Su Chongqing, Chang Yaojin, and a group of silk pants to Zhengzhou, his mind was occupied with one matter. That was how to obtain a noble title from Pai Lupi for his beautiful superior. Speaking of which, Li Wangyu felt that his beautiful superior had contributed the most to the epidemic in Shuzhou. She had even nearly lost her life because of the epidemic. Everyone's expressions changed at the mention of the bighead epidemic. She had been duty-bound to lead hundreds of doctors into the city to treat the patients. It was not excessive at all for this merit to be exchanged for a noble title. In the history of Europe, there were many countesses and marquises. They had the same authority as men. Since Europe could confer noble titles to women, why couldn't the Tang dynasty do the same? Moreover, Su Chongqing had made such great contributions. Why shouldn't he be conferred a noble title? Of course, Li Wangyu also understood that it would be very difficult for him to obtain a noble title for Su Chongqing. If he were to confer the title of Lady of the State, Lady of a County, Lord of a County, Pai Lupi would definitely not bat an eyelid. Even if it were the highest rank of Lady of the State, Pai Lupi would definitely be willing to confer the title. However, it was extremely difficult to confer a noble title. In the Tang dynasty, noble titles were almost exclusively for men. It was impossible for a woman to be conferred a noble title. However, no matter how difficult it was, Li Wangyu still wanted to try. After all, he did not believe that his beautiful superior would be his vassal. Conferring titles like Lady of the State or Lady of a County might seem honorable, but when put bluntly, it was nothing more than a man's vassal. If Pai Lupi was unwilling to confer a noble title to his beautiful superior, Li Wangyu would probably go on strike. In reality, long before the flood in Shuzhou, Li Wangyu had already entertained the idea of eloping, because of Pai Lupi's desire to betroth Princess Chang'an to him. However, before he could carry out his plan, he encountered a flood in Shuzhou. Following that, a plague broke out in Yinling County. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, Li Wangyu could not help but have this thought. After the trip to Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi gathered all the officials and praised Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao to their faces. Pai Lupi was very regretful that Sun Simiao was unwilling to accept the title, but he could not persuade the old Taoist, so he could only reward him with a lot of gold. When Li Wangyu heard this, he said with a smile, "Your Majesty, if old immortal Sun accepted the title, what title would you give him?" Ziyu, what is the meaning of this? If beloved official Sun is willing to accept, we will at least confer him the title of Marquis of the founding county. Pai Lupi did not understand Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Since old immortal Sun wholeheartedly pursues the Tao and has no desire to be attached to the mortal world, Your Majesty should not force old immortal Sunday. However, this subject feels that there is one more person involved in the plague in Shuzhou. Your Majesty should confer a title to him." "Oh, could it be that you are talking about Lu Fengyu?" Li Wangyu shook his head. Lu Fengyu naturally deserves a reward. However, as the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, treating illnesses and saving lives is also his duty. This subject is talking about someone else. His words caused Pai Lupi and the officials accompanying him to be somewhat confused. Regarding the plague in Shuzhou, although they were in Zhengzhou, news from Shuzhou and Yinling County had been brought to them almost every day. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials, they were all quite clear about what had happened in Shuzhou. Everyone looked at each other, but they did not understand who Li Wangyu was talking about. Apart from Sun Simiao and Lu Shanwei, who else was worthy of a reward from His Majesty? Ziyu, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us who else should be conferred a title. Pai Lupi also did not understand and asked straightforwardly. Li Wangyu solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi and reported, "Reporting to Your Majesty, this subject believes that the greatest contributor to the plague in Shuzhou is not this subject, nor is it old immortal Sun or Lu Fengyu. It is Chang'an of the Su clan." After he finished speaking, the hall immediately became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Pai Lupi opened his mouth and wanted to say that Li Wangyu was fooling around. However, after careful consideration, he felt that what he said was not false. According to the memorial sent by Li Wangyu, Chang Yaojin, and the Shuzhou provincial governor, Pai Lupi was quite clear about the role Su Changqing played in the plague in Shuzhou. Regarding this woman, even Pai Lupi could only silently give her a thumbs up in his heart and praise her as a heroine. Pai Lupi even faintly felt that this Lady Su was somewhat similar to his legendary sister, Princess Pingyang. After all, to be able to order people to knock out Li Wangyu and lead hundreds of doctors into Yinling County, where the plague was wreaking havoc, such courage was admirable and admirable. And in the following 40 days, she persisted in Yinling County, leading a group of doctors and the officials of Yinling County to fight against the plague. Who could disagree with this kind of thing? Yinling County had more than 10,000 people, but in the end only 1,000 people died of the disease. This was simply a miracle. It was not an exaggeration to say that Su Changqing's contribution was the greatest. He should be well rewarded. However, regarding his nephew Li Wangyu's request to give Su Changqing a title of nobility, Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Not to mention whether he was willing or not, even if he was willing it would not be so easy. As expected, without waiting for Pai Lupi to react, the hall was silent for a moment. Suddenly it was as if a pot was boiling, and all kinds of buzzing sounds came out in an instant. Almost all of the ministers were whispering to each other, discussing what Li Wangyu had said. There were those who agreed, and naturally there were also those who disagreed. Grand Changqing Wangying directly stepped out, angrily pointing at Li Wangyu and scolding, "Preposterous, this is preposterous. How can a girl be given a title? Isn't this like a hen taking over the throne?" He then reported to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done, absolutely not. A girl being given a title is the biggest joke in the world. Preposterous. Your Majesty must not agree to the words of the county magistrate." Li Wangyu had already expected the attitude of people like Wang Ying, and he had thought that such a thing would happen. He glanced at Wang Ying and asked, "Then may I ask Lord Wang, What is the Marquis of Mingshan, Marquis of Yin, and Marquis of Linguang? The three that Li Wangyu mentioned were the three female marquises of the Western Han. The female fortune-teller Su Fu of the first year of the Western Han was given the title of Mingshan Marquis by Han Gaozu. The brother and sister-in-law of Han Gaozu was given the title of Marquis of Yinan. In the Han dynasty, after Empress Lu took over, she was given the title of Marquis of Linguang, and she had power over the court. In the history of China, the number of women who were given titles could be counted on one hand. Apart from the three marquises of Western Han in Li Wangyu's memory, there was only one other person in the history of China who was conferred the title of Marquis. Qin Liangyu of the Southern Ming dynasty was conferred the title of Crown Prince Taibao and Marquis Zhongzhen. Qin Liangyu's title was something that happened 1,000 years later, so Li Wangyu naturally could not use it as evidence. However, the three female marquises of the Western Han were enough to prove that there was a precedent for women being given titles. You are being unreasonable. Wang Ying was unwilling to let go. That was something that happened a few hundred years ago. How can you mix it up? Chapter 862. Grand Minister Wang Ying's words naturally received the support of many officials in the hall. That's right. Marquis Mingnu, Marquis and Marquis Linguang were all matters of the former Han dynasty. How can we use the present to prove it? Since the Han dynasty, have we ever heard of a woman being conferred a title in the hundreds of years? Wouldn't it be a mess for a woman to be conferred a title? Your Majesty, this must not happen. The officials who accompanied Pai Lupi to Zhengzhou were divided into three opinions because of Li Wangyu's words. There were those who agreed, but they were in the minority, such as Yu Shinan and Chang Yaojin. Those who remained neutral included Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and even Yu Qijingda. They didn't agree, but they didn't object either. They simply remained silent and watched the changes. Li Wangyu's proposal to confer a title to Su Chongqing was not essential to them. Therefore, their attitude was that Pai Lupi's decree was enough. No matter what decision Pai Lupi made, they did not care. The group of aristocratic family officials, led by Grand Minister Wang Ying, were the strongest opponents. For the aristocratic families, apart from being very displeased with Li Wangyu, it was also because they attached great importance to ethics. In their opinion, conferring a title to a woman was absolutely unacceptable. Because Cheng Yaojin personally witnessed Su Chongqing entering the city to help with the disaster, he admired this extraordinary woman. Therefore, he absolutely supported Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, he directly rolled up his sleeves and started cursing at Wang Ying and the others in the hall. You be asterisk cheese. You shameless be asterisk stards. Lady Su, a woman, dared to enter Yanling County to fight against the plague for the people of Shuzhou. Why shouldn't she be rewarded for such a great service? But you bunch of cowardly old men, what right do you have to object? You ran faster than rabbits when facing the big head plague. What's the point of saying such nonsense now? Lu Guogong, please be careful with your words. We do not object to His Majesty rewarding Lady Su. Lady Su has done a great service and naturally should be rewarded. But conferring a title is too much. Cheng Yaojin's spittle was all over Wang Ying's face. Bah! I can't bear to see you, you old bastard. Indeed, old men who don't die are thieves. His mother. Lu Haiduke Lu, you, how can you use such vulgar language? In front of His Majesty, you are humiliating him. Refined my ass. Cheng Yaojin scolded as if he was scolding the streets. He went all out in the hall, scolding Wang Ying and the others until their blood pressure rose. When it came to cursing, how could these people be a match for Cheng Yaojin, the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty? If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people was so weak that Cheng Yaojin was worried that he would beat them to death, the old hooligan would have rolled up his sleeves and started beating them up. Even if he didn't make a move, with the old hooligan's ability to scold people, Wang Ying and the others were naturally defeated. However, Wang Ying and the other ministers knew that they couldn't outtalk Cheng Yaojin, so they couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. They all uniformly bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, you mustn't confer titles to women. If Your Majesty insists on conferring titles to women, we would rather beg for skeletons. Your Majesty, you have to be on guard, otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Your Majesty, I second that. There were only about 100 officials accompanying Pai Lupi, but they were all important officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Their attitudes could basically represent the attitudes of the officials in the court. Pai Lupi also frowned at this. He glared at Li Wangyu angrily, thinking that this guy was causing trouble for him. In fact, Pai Lupi's attitude was to give Su Changqing a generous reward, but there was no need to confer titles. However, he wouldn't say this. After all, his nephew Li Wangyu had made a great contribution this time. Even if he wanted to refuse to confer titles to Su Changqing, it wasn't up to him to say this. Yes, all of your words are reasonable. This matter will be put aside for the time being. We will discuss it again after the court returns to Chang'an. Pai Lupi simply used the tactic of delaying and put this matter aside. He estimated that after returning to Chang'an, the voices of opposition to this matter would be even louder. In the end, it would naturally be left unsettled. Li Wangyu couldn't blame his uncle for being biased. How could Li Wangyu not see through Pai Lupi's thoughts? However, he didn't say anything. Anyway, he didn't expect that he would be able to get a title for Su Changqing just by entering the court once. That was simply unrealistic. Although the Tang dynasty was a dynasty that was extremely kind to women, compared to the Ming and Qing dynasties, the status of women in the Tang dynasty was very high. However, when he wanted to build a female toilet, it caused a lot of trouble, let alone confer titles to Su Changqing. Therefore, Li Wangyu naturally had other plans. He didn't think that this matter could be done just by moving his mouth. However, Li Wangyu truly despised Wang Ying and this group of old fogies. Damn, they were saying nice things now. When Empress Wu Zetian ascended the throne in the future, why didn't these stubborn old men sacrifice themselves and oppose her? Didn't they all cower in the face of a sword and obediently kneel down and kowtow to a woman? Even the Empress could appear, so why couldn't a Marquis? After Pai Lupi indicated for the officials to disperse, only Li Wangyu remained. Zio, don't blame me for conferring titles to Lady Su. The officials are fiercely opposed to this matter, so I can't be stubborn. Otherwise, if I forcefully issue an edict, it will lead to a backlash from the people in the court. The one who will be harmed is Lady Su. Pai Lupi decided to appease his nephew. Li Wang, you could only silently ridicule Pai Lupi's words in his heart. How could he not see Pai Lupi's attitude? Just now, Pai Lupi didn't express his support. Otherwise, if he had nodded in agreement, Wang Ying and the group of old men would have to consider Pai Lupi's attitude even if they opposed it. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He only smiled and shook his head. Uncle, I naturally understand this matter. Uncle has good intentions. Since Zio can understand my painstaking efforts, that's good. You don't need to return to Huayin County anymore. Return to Chang'an with me. I have other uses for Zio. After experiencing the Suzhou incident, Li Wangyu, who originally had no intention of pursuing an official career, could be considered to have taken one step into it. Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't allow him to hide in Dingzhou village and live freely. Li Wangyu didn't seem to be opposed. He only smiled and nodded in agreement. The uncle and nephew chatted for a while more before Li Wangyu took his leave and left the hall. After the Suzhou incident was concluded, Pai Lupi finally prepared to return to court. Noda's entourage was respectfully sent off by the officials of the Hunan circuit. They were escorted by tens of thousands of imperial guards as they majestically set out to return to Chang'an via the official road. When the imperial entourage set out, Li Wangyu claimed that he was tired. He didn't ride a horse and instead hid in a carriage. He didn't show his face for several days. The entourage majestically headed west. After passing through Tongguan, they would arrive at Chang'an in one day. Pai Lupi prepared to find Li Wangyu and have a good talk with him about Chang'an. He ordered Mitu to summon Li Wangyu. However, not long after, Mitu ran back in a panic. When he opened his mouth, Pai Lupi jumped in fright. Reporting to everyone, County Magistrate who is missing. Chapter 863. When Pai Lupi heard this, he was slightly taken aback. What do you mean he disappeared? What's going on? Speak clearly for me. What do you mean Zio disappeared? Reporting to everyone, this servant went to County Magistrate whose carriage to look for him. The Lai Hat's troop said that County Magistrate who was resting, and did not allow this servant to disturb him. It was only when this servant said that everyone wanted to summon County Magistrate who that they moved aside. However, no matter how much this servant knocked on the carriage door, no one responded. This servant could only barge in. But there was no sign of County Magistrate Hu. Not only was County Magistrate Hu not there, but Madame Su was also not there. This servant asked the Li family's troops, but they all said that they did not know where their Langjun went. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. Did Zio run to another carriage? The entourage stretched for several kilometers. Many of the old officials were riding four-wheeled carriages because of their health problems. Ever since Li Wangyu created the four-wheeled carriages, they were very popular among the court's officials. This was especially true for the old officials like Yu Shernan. Because of their legs, it was already very inconvenient for them to ride horses. This carriage solved a big problem. As a result, Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu might have gone to another official's carriage to chat with them. This was very normal. Reporting to everyone, this servant originally thought this as well. However, this servant has already searched the carriages of the officials who are familiar with County Magistrate Hu. There was no trace of him. How is that possible? You must have not searched carefully enough. Go search again. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe that Li Wangyu would disappear. One had to know that this entourage was guarded by over 10,000 Imperial Army soldiers. Let alone a living person, even a fly would not be able to enter and exit the entourage without a trace. Without Pai Lupi's orders, even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others would not be able to leave the entourage. This was naturally not to make the officials into prisoners, but to ensure their safety. If everyone could enter and leave the entourage as they pleased, there would definitely be hidden dangers. Therefore, this was common knowledge for emperors when they traveled. Naturally, Mitu also knew, so he did not argue. After hurriedly saying yes, he ran out again to look for Li Wangyu. However, as if they had seen a ghost, Mito and his men searched the royal carriages from the beginning to the end. They even checked the carriages of the dukes and bigwigs, but there was still no trace of Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. Mitua led his men to search for Li Wangyu all over the camp. Naturally, their movements were not small and could not be hidden from others. It didn't take long for everyone in the camp to know that County Magistrate Li Wangyu had gone missing. Mitua almost dug 3 feet into the ground of the camp, but he still could not find any trace of Li Wangyu. He could only return to Pai Lupi to report. What? Why couldn't he find it? Could he fly away? Go and summon Duke of Lu and Duke of Yi. We want to ask how this person could disappear right under their noses. Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were responsible for the Imperial Army Guards of the royal entourage. After receiving Mituo's report, the two of them were also confused. How could Li Wangyu, that brat, suddenly disappear? How was this possible? The two of them did not dare to tarry and hurried over to Pai Lupi to seek confirmation. This news could not be hidden from the others. Not long after, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other bigwigs all rushed over. Your Majesty, Zio is not in the royal entourage? How is this possible? This old man saw him get into the carriage with my own eyes. How could a living person disappear into thin air? Tai Chongqing Wangying had regained his spirit and yelled. What kind of joke is this? This royal entourage is completely guarded by the Imperial Army. Even if it is County Duke Hu, without a military order or a letter from His Majesty, the Imperial Army would not let him leave. Duke of Lu, Duke of Yi, what is going on? Could it be that there is someone in the Imperial Army who is playing favoritism? The meaning behind his words was that he was questioning Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda for secretly letting Li Wangyu go. The accompanying officials all turned their gazes to Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda. Even Pai Lupi was very suspicious. When the caravan had set off from Zhengzhou, everyone had seen Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing enter the carriage with their own eyes. But to say that Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were able to disappear into thin air from the royal entourage, no matter how one looked at it, was simply unfathomable. Could it be that they could fly into the sky and burrow into the ground? Thus, everyone suspected that Chang Yaojin or Yuqi Jingda had secretly let Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing go. Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda immediately stomped their feet and cried out their grievances. Bastard, your mother's fart. This old man would be crazy to secretly let that bastard Zio go. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to the Imperial Army to investigate and see if such a thing really happened. This one has a good relationship with Hu County, but there is no reason for me to let someone go without your Majesty's permission. Yuqi Jingda also cried out his grievances. He and Chang Yaojin clearly didn't do such a thing, but everyone was suspicious of them. How could they not be angry? Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's attitude made everyone half believe and half doubt. If one were to say that the two of them were extremely daring to secretly let Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing out of the royal entourage without Pai Lupi's permission, not only would the officials not believe it, even Pai Lupi himself didn't believe it. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and decided to summon all of the Lai hot troops and servant girls to get to the bottom of this. When Mi Tuo brought the troops and servant girls over, Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others noticed that even Niu Wu, the commander of the Li family troops, and Avro's concubine were absent. Where exactly did your Lang Jun go? Tell us the truth. The troops looked at each other before one of them replied. Reporting to your majesty, we truly don't know where Lang Jun went. That day, before we boarded the carriage in Zhengzhou, Lang Jun instructed us not to disturb him and Madame Su. We also didn't need to send any food, and said that there were dry rations and clean water in the carriage. It wasn't until today when Mi Tuo forcefully opened the carriage door that we found out that Lang Jun wasn't in the carriage. We were also very surprised. These past few days we have been guarding outside the carriage and haven't left it at all. Why isn't he here? One of the troops suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the sky. We always thought that Lang Jun was a celestial being in heaven. Presumably, Lang Jun has returned to heaven. His words immediately made Pai Lupi laugh in anger. What sort of nonsense was he talking about? He was certain that his scoundrel nephew must have used some sort of camouflage technique to avoid the eyes and ears of the crowd. This wasn't the first time Li Wangyu had done this kind of thing. Wasn't it the same when he cheated the aristocratic families of their gold? Those soldiers from the aristocratic families probably didn't understand why the gold that everyone had been eyeing had suddenly disappeared. Needless to say, this time Li Wangyu had used the same trick again and even fooled his own troops. Chapter 864. Pai Lupi saw that he could not get an answer, so he asked Mito to lead the way to Li Wangyu's carriage. He wanted to see for himself. As Mito had reported, there was no one in Li Wangyu's carriage. Pai Lupi went into the carriage and searched around but found nothing. There were many people who had seen Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing enter the carriage, including the Li family's troops. Pai Lupi believed that these people were not lying. Could it be that this kid could really fly into the sky? Pai Lupi was suspicious, but he did not believe that there was such a thing. He carefully looked at the furnishings in the carriage, and his eyes suddenly fell on the carpet on the floor of the carriage. Come, lift the carpet for me. Mito did not know what was going on, but he still followed Pai Lupi's orders. He led two servants forward and lifted the carpet in the carriage. When the carpet was lifted, everyone was shocked to find that there was a small door under the carpet. After it was lifted, the road under the carriage was exposed. Obviously, this small door was the reason why Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had disappeared after entering the carriage in front of everyone. Pai Lupi looked at the small door and was so angry that he almost cursed. However, he still couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu, this bastard, was trying to do by doing this. Not only did Pai Lupi not understand, but the officials were also confused. What was the purpose of a county duke, who had founded the country, to deliberately disappear? Was it hide and seek? However, Chang Yaojin noticed that there was a piece of white paper pasted on the carriage. It was very conspicuous. He suddenly remembered that in Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu had written several secret letters in order to wash away the slander of the aristocratic families. Your Majesty, look at Zio. Why did he paste a piece of white paper on the carriage? Could it be another trick? Does Your Majesty still remember that day in the main hall? He used a piece of white paper to send a letter to Mito? Pai Lupi was reminded by Chang Yaojin and reacted. He immediately ordered Mi Tuo to take down the white paper and find some turmeric water to smear on it. Sure enough, words immediately appeared on the paper. This was actually a letter left behind by Li Wangyu. However, when Pai Lupi finished reading the letter, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Request for leave. I, Wangyu, the founding county magistrate of this county, am in a bad mood and hereby request for leave. The time is still to be determined. I hope Your Majesty will approve. Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost tore the paper apart. What nonsense is this? This bastard, what is he trying to do? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others came over. After reading the contents of the paper, they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What the hell was this? Request for leave? What did it mean? Naturally, officials of the Tang dynasty could also ask for leave. For example, asking for sick leave was called asking for illness. If they couldn't go back to work because of urgent matters, they could also ask for urgent leave. But no matter what kind of leave it was, there was always a reason and it had to be approved. With Li Wangyu's status, if he wanted to ask for leave, he had to personally submit a letter to Pai Lupi, explain the reason for the leave, and wait for Pai Lupi's approval to decide. Moreover, there was a time limit for the leave. He couldn't exceed the time limit, or he would be punished. It was possible to lose his salary or be removed from office. But what the hell was this request for leave that Li Wangyu left behind? He even asked for leave because he was in a bad mood. This was simply playing with His Majesty. Although there was no such thing as a request for leave in the Tang dynasty, with the context, everyone roughly understood Li Wangyu's meaning. When they thought about how Li Wangyu made a fuss about Pai Lupi giving Lady Su a title, everyone clearly understood the reason for his bad mood. It was clearly because Pai Lupi didn't give Su Changqing a title, so this guy felt unhappy and ran away. What request for leave? It was just an excuse. Pai Lupi was angered by the request for leave that Li Wangyu left behind. If Li Wangyu was in front of him, he would definitely order people to drag him away, lock him up in the Imperial Censorate's prison, starve him for 3 days, and teach him a good lesson. Let's see if he still dared to tease his uncle in the future. Pai Lupi looked at the small door on the carriage and understood why Li Wangyu and Su Changqing disappeared. This guy must have played another trick. He entered the carriage in front of everyone, closed the door, and immediately left through the bottom of the carriage. In other words, Li Wangyu didn't leave Zhengzhou with the imperial carriage, but stayed behind. After understanding this point, Pai Lupi's face turned ashen. He immediately turned to Mitua and ordered, Mitua, immediately lead the 100 Horsemen department and return to Zhengzhou. Capture that bastard for me. Yes, Mitua bitterly agreed. He knew that this was a difficult task even if he thought with his butt. County Magistrate Li Wangyu was an extremely intelligent person. If he wanted to hide, how could Mitua find him? Moreover, the imperial carriage had left Zhengzhou for several days. When he returned to Zhengzhou, where would he find Li Wangyu? If Li Wangyu wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court, there were many ways to do so. Zhengzhou was backed by the Yellow River and the Tongji Canal. There were also official roads that extended in all directions. Where could he find Li Wangyu? Was he going to ask the government to issue an arrest warrant? Wasn't that crazy? Arrest the founding county duke of the dynasty? This joke was too big. Not to mention Mituo's headache. Li Wangyu's disappearance naturally caused a lot of discussion in the camp. When Chang Chumo and the other playboys heard about this, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open and they couldn't close them for a long time. Oh my god, Zio is such a playful brat. What is this? He actually tricked His Majesty and ran away? Bastard, such a fun thing, and he didn't call us along. Brothers, let's go, we'll return to Zhengzhou. We must capture that bastard. Haha, Brother Chumo is right. Such a fun thing and he didn't bring us along. He really deserves a beating. Let's go, let's go. We must catch that bastard and teach him a lesson. Let's go, we must join in the fun. Let's see who can catch Li Wangyu first. The playboys immediately asked Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots for instructions. They said that they were familiar with Li Wangyu, and that it would be safer for them to go find Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi naturally didn't have any objection to this. He waved his hand and agreed to this matter. Right now he only wanted to quickly capture that bastard brat, and give him a good spanking to vent the anger in his heart. He actually dared to quit his job and secretly run away from home because of a woman's matter. How hateful. Let's not talk about how Pai Lupi was sulking and how Mituo and the other playboys planned to find Li Wangyu. At this time, in a small post station a few miles away from Pai Lupi's team, a young couple was chatting. Wangyu, won't we be discovered if we follow Li Shiming and the others like this? Haha, Chongqing. Have you forgotten that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we are following behind the royal team. Moreover, we want to go to Sichuan, so we have to pass through the middle road. It's safer to follow the royal team. Haha, that's true. They will definitely go back to Zhengzhou to find us. Ha ha ha, no matter how cunning you are, you will still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with. Chapter 865. Pai Lupi could not have imagined that the missing Li Wangyu was just a few li behind him. Naturally, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Chang Yaojin could not have imagined this. In their minds, Li Wangyu had probably already sailed south or east. At this moment, it would be extremely difficult to find him. There was a reason why Li Wangyu had chosen to flee. Ever since Li Wangyu had proposed to confer a title to Su Chongqing and had been tactfully declined by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu had begun to ponder the matter of going on strike. Since Pai Lupi and the other old fogies of the court were unwilling to confer a title to Su Chongqing, then Li Wangyu would no longer serve them. In any case, the matter of Pai Lupi bestowing a marriage to Chang'an had already caused Li Wangyu to have thoughts of fleeing. This time, he might as well use this opportunity to break away from Pai Lupi's line of sight and be free and unfettered for a period of time. This would also increase the pressure on Pai Lupi, allowing him to see his determination to confer a title to Su Chongqing. Li Wangyu felt that he had done nothing wrong to Pai Lupi. Although he had not yet entered the ranks of the court for this cheap uncle, he could be considered to have done his utmost. Regardless of whether it was helping Pai Lupi resist the condemnation of the aristocratic families in speech and writing, or coming up with so many inventions that benefited both the country and the people, Li Wangyu felt that he had contributed greatly to Pai Lupi. However, Pai Lupi was constantly giving him trouble. This naturally caused Li Wangyu to feel dissatisfied. Li Wangyu clearly knew that he and Su Chongqing were mutually in love, yet he insisted on giving him Princess Chang'an as his wife. This was simply causing trouble for Li Wangyu. In addition, Su Chongqing had taken such a great risk in dealing with the epidemic in Shuzhou, yet Pai Lupi was not even willing to confer a title to him. This caused Li Wangyu to feel even more sullen and depressed. Therefore, after a mental struggle, Li Wangyu resolutely came up with a plan to run away from home. Regarding this, Su Chongqing did not have any objections. In fact, he was very much in agreement. Although she was magnanimous enough to accept Li Wangyu taking concubines and Aphrodite and Perrin as his concubines, she couldn't accept Li Wangyu marrying Chang'an. Although she didn't say it, she also felt it was rather awkward. She had no small complaints about Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Thus, the two of them hit it off and quickly discussed how to run away from home. Li Wangyu wasn't just planning to run away. He had also prepared a series of package plans to be implemented. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a title for his beautiful boss. Anyway, he had made up his mind that as long as Pai Lupi did not confer a title to Su Chongqing, he would not return to Chang'an. It was precisely because of this mental preparation that Li Wangyu began to plan his escape. If they wanted to escape, they naturally couldn't all run together. That would make them too big of a target and too obvious. Therefore, Li Wangyu arranged in advance for Niu Wu to lead 2 trusted troops to escort Aphrodite and Perrin. Li Wangyu agreed with them that they would meet in Chunsong County when the time came. Chunsong County, also known as Baoji in the future, would pass through the Lianyun Road and reach Hanzhong. Then through the Taurus Road they would enter Shu Commandery. Niu Wu and the others were not conspicuous, so naturally, no one would notice that a few people were missing from Li Wangyu's side. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had ordered people to secretly dig out a hiding place under the carriage. On the day of departure, he and Su Chongqing boarded the carriage in front of everyone and sneaked out through the small door at the bottom of the carriage. After the carriage set off and everyone dispersed, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing finally slipped out of their hiding place. After putting on some makeup, they got on the horses that they had prepared beforehand and pretended to be scholars on a study trip to Chang'an. They quietly followed the imperial carriages and fell a few miles behind them. On the official road, there were many passers-by who were in a similar situation. Because it was the imperial carriages in front, no one dared to overtake them. Instead, they all followed a few miles behind them slowly. Since it wasn't easy for Li Wangyu to sneak out of his plan, he naturally had to play to his heart's content. He planned to first make a trip to Sichuan with his beautiful boss and return to his hometown to take a look. Then, he would sail down south from Chengdu County in Yizhou and make a trip to the most prosperous Yangzhou. Yangzhou and Yizhou were the most prosperous places in the Tang dynasty besides Chang'an. He and his beautiful boss were naturally interested in having a good trip. Seeing that there was only one day left before they reached Chang'an, Li Wangyu planned to bypass Chang'an and go straight to Chang'an County. When Li Wangyu noticed that the imperial carriages in front of them had suddenly stopped, he guessed that his and Su Changqing's disappearance had probably been discovered. In this regard, Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. He was confident that they wouldn't be discovered. For this home abandoning plan, he had done a lot of preparation work in advance. Including the public tests between him and Su Changqing and the others, he had secretly prepared several backups with different identities. These public tests were genuine and were stamped with the seals of Changji County and Shuzhou Provincial Governor's Mansion. To a certain extent, except for the fact that no corresponding files could be found in Changji County and Shuzhou's Ministry of Civil Affairs, it could be said that these were the real public tests. Anyway, in this era, it was impossible for anyone to check whether these public tests were archived through the internet. Therefore, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all that he would be exposed. At this time, he and Su Changqing were also fully disguised. With the help of Su Changqing's makeup technique, Li Wangyu stuck a fake beard under his chin and his skin was much darker. Even if the playboys saw him, they wouldn't be able to recognize him if they didn't look carefully. Su Changqing's disguise was even simpler. He just needed to tie a hedge and no one would be able to see his appearance under the hedge. Li Wangyu was chatting with Su Changqing in a low voice when he saw that hundreds of people separated from the imperial carriages and galloped in the direction they came from. He saw that the leader was Mi Tuo and a group of playboys. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty and quickly pulled Su Changqing to the side. Fortunately, on both sides of the official road, there were many passers-by like Li Wangyu and Su Changqing. Therefore, their actions were not conspicuous at all. As for Mi Tuo, Changchumo and the other playboys, they naturally didn't notice Li Wangyu on the side of the road. They directly led hundreds of people and galloped towards Zhengzhou. After Mi Tuo and the playboys were far away, Li Wangyu smiled and pulled Su Changqing back to the relay station to get the horses. Li Wangyu could only silently apologize in his heart for fooling the playboys. He had also thought about whether or not he should pull the playboys together and run away. But thinking about it carefully, with so many people going together, they would be too big of a target. The probability of being discovered was very high. Therefore, in the end, Li Wangyu decided to hide the playboys together. However, Li Wangyu also knew that in the future, the playboys would inevitably be ruthlessly avenged by them. But he was too lazy to think about what would happen in the future. After Mi Tuo and the others galloped towards Zhengzhou, the imperial carriages that had stopped before slowly set off again towards Chang'an City. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing also mounted their horses again. They blended in with the crowd on the official road and followed to the west. One day later, the imperial carriages returned to Chang'an. Hundreds of officials and Baqiao came to meet them. On the other hand, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing stealthily bypassed Chang'an City and continued to head west towards Chang'an County. Chapter 866. When Li Wangyu and Su Changqing circled around Chang'an City, they were actually not far from Dingzhou village in Hu County. However, the two of them did not plan to return home first. If Pai Lupi ordered someone to wait for them at Dingzhou village, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? In any case, Li Wangyu had already written a letter and ordered someone to deliver it to Dingzhou village. He instructed the old steward, Li Heng, and Niu Yong to guard the door and wait for them to return. Niu Yong was steady while Li Heng was mature. With the two of them guarding the mansion, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had nothing to worry about. Presumably, Pai Lupi wouldn't fly into a rage and confiscate his assets just because he ran away. Right? If that was the case, Li Wangyu would have no choice but to flee overseas. Chang'an County, also known as Baoji in the future, was less than 300 kilometers away from Chang'an City. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing arrived at Chang'an County in less than a day on horseback. After showing the public inspection to the city guards, they entered the city without a hitch. Wangyu, have you agreed on where to meet Niu Wu and the rest? Su Changqing asked curiously. There were no mobile phones or WeChat in this era. If they did not agree on a time and place in advance, it would be difficult to find them. Not only had they not been to Chang'an County before, but it was also the first time for Niu Wu and the rest. It would be difficult to agree on a place in advance. Li Wangyu nodded with a smile and looked around. Soon he pointed at a wall beside the city wall and said with a smile, "Isn't that the hostel they're staying in?" Su Changqing looked over in shock, only to see that on the wall of the workshop, there seemed to be some random scribbles, using lime to smear some curved lines. Liaowang Lang Lang Jun, we were at Konglai Hostel. Su Changqing held his forehead speechlessly. Did you teach Perrin or Avro this pinyin? The scribbled lines on the wall were the Hanyu pinyin of the later generations. There was no doubt that apart from Aphrodite and Perrin, no one else could write pinyin here, which was why Su Changqing asked. Li Wangyu smiled. Avro, of course. That little fool Perrin can't even grasp it after teaching her for half a day. How infuriating. Su Changqing covered his mouth and chuckled. Then he teased. Perrin, this lass never mind learning pinyin. She doesn't even care about reading and reading. In my opinion, you should take her in as your concubine when she passes the Year 3 Academy exam. Otherwise, wouldn't you be ruining the reputation of the County Duke's manor if you take in an illiterate girl? Li Wangyu was speechless and hurriedly changed the topic. What are you talking about? Who wants to take that lass as a concubine? Let's go find that hostel. It's been so long I'm exhausted. Su Changqing looked at the insincere Li Wangyu but was too lazy to expose him. He merely glanced at him with his beautiful eyes and smiled without saying anything else. After asking a few passers-by, the two of them successfully found Konglai Hostel and met up with Niu Wu, Avro, and Perrin who were already waiting for them. After resting in Chunsong County for 2 days, the group set off for Shu County once more. There were many roads to choose from Chang and to Shu County, but most of them were rugged and difficult to traverse. The reason why Li Wangyu had agreed to meet Niu Wu and the rest at Chunsong County was to pass through the Lianyun Road, and then the Taurus Road to enter Shu County. The Lianyun Road had been the official road of Sichuan and Shaanxi, all the way until the Republic of China. Travelers, merchants, groups of camel caravans, and hundreds of horse caravans traveled through it every day. It was very lively. There were still many merchants and passers-by on the Lianyun Road during the Tang Dynasty. Along the way there were mountains and lush ancient trees. Although it was steep, the scenery was still beautiful. Li Wangyu's group toured the mountains and rivers as they traveled, leaving behind their figures at Great Dongguan and Lianyun Temple. This made Avro and Perrin, who had never experienced such a tour, very excited. Even though Niu Wu and the other 2 officials from the prefecture were experienced and knowledgeable, but the 3 of them had never experienced such a relaxed state of mind and sightseeing. As for Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, they were much calmer. After all, the 2 of them had visited many tourist attractions in the future, and Su Changqing had even toured the entire world. These places were not that attractive to the 2 of them. The 2 of them even secretly took out their phones and took a few selfies as souvenirs when no one was looking. The Lianyun Road was more than 500 miles long and connected Chunsong County to Hanzhong County. Li Wangyu's group traveled and stopped every now and then. It took them more than 10 days to reach Hanzhong County. From here they passed through the Taurus Road in Lizhou, which was also known as Guangyuan in the future, and entered the Chengdu Plains. They passed through Mianzhou and reached Yizhou in Shu County. The Taurus Road was also known as Shuzhan, and it was the main road between Sichuan and Shaanxi in ancient times. When Li Bai praised that the Shu Road was difficult, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, he was referring to the Taurus Road. The Sichuan-Shaanxi Highway and the Baoshan-Chengdu Railway in the future were also built along the Taurus Road. And Li Wangyu's hometown in the future was Jiangyu County in Mianzhou. He was from the same hometown as the immortal Li Bai, who was born more than 100 years later. From Hanzhong County to Yizhou, the whole journey was more than 1,200 miles. In the Tang Dynasty it was a very long journey. Even if they were to hurry on horseback, it would take at least half a month to reach their destination. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's group did not lack money or time, so it did not matter whether the journey was long or not. This time, Li Wangyu did not plan to return to Chang'an City without at least a year and a half. Li Wangyu pretended to be a scholar on a study trip, leading his family and guards to walk outside. He did not attract any attention at all. There was a tradition of scholars traveling with swords in the Tang Dynasty. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles was very popular in the Tang Dynasty. Half a month later, they finally passed the Gate of Swords, where one man could hold back 10,000 men, and entered the Li Prefecture. Li Wangyu looked at the city wall of Lizhou. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said to Su Changqing beside him with a smile, "Changqing, you know that there is a great person in Lizhou. Do you know who it is?" Su Changqing's beautiful eyes flashed. She thought for a moment and shook her head, indicating that she did not know. She did not know much about history. Li Wangyu reminded her, "Hey, think about it again. Who is the only empress in the history of Wuxia?" Su Changqing suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said excitedly, "You mean Wu Zetian?" "Yes, if I'm not wrong, Wu Zetian. Oh, now it should be Wu Meinyang is in Lizhou." Su Changqing was excited and gossipy. "I've seen the legend of Wu Meinyang. How can she be Li Shimon's woman and then marry Li Ji?" Speaking of this, Su Changqing suddenly frowned. "Why do I feel that it's rather strange when I think of that little guy Li Ji actually marrying Wu Zetian in the future?" Hearing Su Changqing say this, Li Wangyu also felt a headache. Back then it was he who saved Li Ji, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty. Now it was the 4th year of Chang'an, but Li Ji was not even 2 years old. He could not even speak clearly. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun both said that when Li Ji was a little older, when it was time for him to be enlightened, they would let Li Ji become Li Wangyu's disciple. Therefore, when Li Wangyu thought about Su Changqing's words, he also felt that this matter was quite strange. Chapter 867. Regarding Wu Zetian, Li Wangyu's heart was also quite conflicted. On one hand, he did not want to change the direction of history too much. Who knew what would have happened if the Tang dynasty did not have Wu Zetian, the empress? But on the other hand, Li Wangyu felt that Wu Zetian was actually quite pitiful. This #1 empress in the world had lived a tragic life when she was a young girl. She had been humiliated by her brothers. According to the historical records, Wu Meinyang's 5 brothers, Wu Yuanqing, Wu Yuanshuang, Wu Huiliang, Wu Weiliang, and Wu Huayun, had disrespected Wu Meinyang's birth mother, the Yang clan. However, the truth should not be so simple. At least, if that was the case, Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang would not have been scared to death after Wu Meinyang gained power. In history, Li Wangyu did not know what Wu Meinyang's 5 brothers had done to her to make her hate them so much. Perhaps no one would know either. However, after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she appointed ruthless officials, which had nothing to do with her childhood. Li Wangyu wondered, if he saved Wu Meinyang from that situation, would it change the direction of the Tang dynasty's history? Would there still be an empress in the future? For a moment, Li Wangyu looked at the Minggu county not far away and hesitated. However, he quickly laughed at himself. This matter was too far away. The current Li Ji was only 2 years old, and Wu Meinyang was only a 6-year-old lowly. Her father, Wu Shiqin, was currently the governor of Li province until he was transferred to Jingzhou in the 6th year of Zhengguan's reign. He died in office in the 9th year of Zhengguan's reign. That year, Wu Meinyang was 12 years old, and the shadow of her youth began after Wu Shiqin's death. At least for 5 years, Wu Meinyang, this little lowly, should live a happy life under her father's wings. After Wu Shiqin's death, whether or not he would protect Wu Meinyang would be left to the future. Understanding this point, Li Wangyu felt that his worries were completely groundless. He laughed self-deprecatingly and called for everyone to enter the city to rest. As the administrative area of Lizhou, Minggu County was relatively prosperous. After leaving the Qinling Mountains, most of the traveling merchants would choose to rest in the Minggu County for a few days. Li Wangyu and the others were no exception. Although they were riding horses instead of walking, the 10-day journey made everyone, especially Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin, feel exhausted. Li Wangyu planned to rest for a few days in Lizhou before setting off for Mianzhou. After everyone entered the city, they found an elegant hostel to stay in. After washing up, they prepared to walk around the Mian Valley County and find a restaurant to eat. The Swords Gate tofu of Lizhou was a delicacy passed down from the era of the 3 kingdoms. Even in the later generations, the Swords Gate tofu of Guangyuan was still a delicacy. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and the others came to Lizhou, they naturally wanted to taste these delicacies. As someone who did not lack money, even if Li Wangyu had to leave home, he would not let himself suffer. For this trip, he tried his best to choose the best food, clothing, and lodging. After finding a lavishly decorated restaurant, everyone was politely invited by the doctor to a private room on the 2nd floor to take a seat. "Doctor, give me 2 servings of Swords Gate tofu." As for the other dishes and wine, just serve them. Oh yes, no ducks. Li Wangyu instructed the doctor of the restaurant. His words immediately made Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin burst into laughter. Ducks were simply Li Wangyu's nightmare. Back then, in order to resist the locust plague, Li Wangyu spent money to buy 2,000 ducks and reared them in the fields of Dingzhou village. These ducks were indeed experts at killing locusts. Even when the locust plague came, the 2 years of harvest of Dingzhou village's Zhan monastery was not greatly affected. Moreover, because of the nourishment of the duck feces, the harvest of many wheat fields was even slightly better than in previous years. However, after the locust plague, how to deal with these ducks gave Li Wangyu a headache for a while. More than 2,000 ducks under the meticulous care of the maidservants of Dingzhou village. Not only did they become fat from eating locusts, but within a few months, the ducks also laid many duck eggs and hatched ducklings. The 2,000 ducks became more than 10,000 in the autumn. Therefore, during that period of time in Dingzhou village, including Li Wangyu's residence, they ate duck meat for almost every meal. The pitiful ducks, after helping Dingzhou village resist the locust plague, still could not escape the pitiful fate of being eaten. However, with so many ducks, even if the entire village ate together, everyone still felt a little nauseous at the smell of duck meat. In the end, Li Wangyu simply ordered people to capture all the ducks and transport them to Chang'an city. Together with the live fish in the rice fields, they were given as local specialties to the various dukes' residences. Many of them were even sent to Pai Lupi's Taiji palace. After eating ducks and getting injured, Li Wangyu was no longer willing to eat ducks. In his words, ducks were so cute, how could he eat ducks? The food was quickly served. Everyone tasted the delicacies of Liz Ho. They had to admit that the Jiang'a tofu was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was snow-white in color, tender and delicious, and had a light fragrance. Everyone ate the delicacies and listened to the beautiful music in the restaurant lobby. The mental exhaustion caused by the tiring journey of more than 10 days was slowly alleviated. While everyone was happily eating and drinking, they heard the music in the lobby abruptly stop. Then, there was a commotion. Li Wangyu could not help but frown. Damn it was just a meal. Why was there a disturbance? However, this time he was running away from home and did not want to expose his identity. Therefore, he did not intend to interfere with these trivial matters. However, the noise downstairs was getting worse. It seemed that there were people smashing things. All kinds of smashing sounds of tables, chairs, and porcelain were constantly heard. Niuwu stood up and said, "Lang Jun, I'll go take a look." Li Wangyu nodded silently and added, "If there's nothing important, don't poke your nose into other people's business." Niuwu nodded and instructed 2 troops to guard the door of the room, so that no one would disturb Li Wangyu and the others. He then pushed the door open and strode out. Li Wangyu was not worried about Niuwu's skills at all. Therefore, he did not take it too seriously and continued to chat with Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and the others. But not long after, Li Wangyu heard Niuwu's voice coming from downstairs. There were also sounds of punches and kicks. It seemed that Niuwu was fighting with someone. Li Wangyu could not help but be surprised. He was afraid that Niuwu would be at a disadvantage, so he hurriedly instructed the 2 troops, "Quickly go and see what's going on. Don't let anyone hurt Niuwu." Yes, the 2 troops did not dare to delay after receiving the order. They got up, opened the door of the room and quickly rushed out. Hearing the clamor coming from downstairs, Li Wangyu could not help but instruct Su Changqing and the others not to show their faces. He also got up and prepared to see what was going on. Chapter 868. When Li Wangyu went down to the first floor of the restaurant, the conflict was more or less over. Niuwu's skills were naturally beyond doubt. Even the troops that Li Wangyu had ordered to help didn't have to do anything. He alone relied on his fists and legs to beat up the people on the ground. Li Wangyu roughly looked. There were at least 7 or 8 people on the ground moaning incessantly. Looking at the clothes of these people, they seemed to be the servants of some mansion. Niuwu was naturally unharmed. At this moment, he was supporting a one-legged middle-aged man from the ground. The middle-aged man's hair was white and his forehead was full of wrinkles. His clothes seemed to have been torn from the previous tearing. His face was also mottled with blood and bruises. It was obvious that he had been beaten up before Niuwu came. Beside the middle-aged man, There was a 13 or 14-year-old delicate and pretty girl. She was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, as she hurriedly wiped the bloodstains on the middle-aged man's face. On the other side of the restaurant's lobby, there were two well-dressed youths. They looked to be 14 or 15 years old. The servants that had been beaten to the ground by Niu Wu seemed to be the attendants of these two people. At this moment, the two youths were also scared pale by Niu Wu's bravery. However, they still had an expression of not wanting to give up. Niu Wu, what happened? Li Wangyu swept his gaze around. He already had a rough idea of what had happened. He secretly cursed that such a melodramatic plot could actually be encountered while eating. He had really seen a ghost. If his guess was correct, the one-legged middle-aged man and the delicate and pretty girl should be the father and daughter pair. As for the two well-dressed youths, it could be said that they were the hedonistic sons of some influential family in Lizhou. It was very obvious that the father and daughter pair were both commoners. Naturally, they wouldn't provoke these hedonistic sons for no reason. Then it was very clear who was causing trouble just now. Niu Wu supported the one-legged middle-aged man and fiercely glared at the two youths. Then he turned his head and said, "Husband, these two people are very overbearing. They actually wanted to kidnap people without saying anything." That pretty girl was also very smart. Seeing Niu Wu talking to Li Wangyu in such a manner, she knew that Li Wangyu's identity was definitely not ordinary. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, please help this servant and my father. This servant and my father do not know these two nobles. Who would have thought that this servant would play the zither and perform in this restaurant today? These two nobles said that they would buy this servant back to their residence. My father refused, so he was beaten up by the servants in their mansion." The two well-dressed youths laughed and said, "It's your fortune that I think highly of you." Li Wangyu frowned when he heard that. It was just as he had expected. This kind of melodramatic plot actually happened right under his nose. It really made him feel helpless. Li Wangyu had run away from home. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would find out about his whereabouts, so he didn't want to cause too much trouble. He looked at the two well-dressed youths and said, "Xiao Lang, are there any misunderstandings? If there's a misunderstanding, apologize to this young lady. For my sake, let's forget about this matter." Li Wangyu intended to smooth things over and keep the peace, but the two youths didn't buy it. "Bah, who are you, Tian Xiaolang? How dare you meddle in my business? You even dared to order your servant to commit crimes and injure my residents' servants. You think you're worthy of my respect? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this Mian Valley County." Li Wangyu was amused when he heard that. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than when he was threatened by the Li clan of Hu County, no one had been so presumptuous in front of him for a long time. Even the current governor of Li province, Wu Shixiang, was only a secondary grade 3 official. In front of him, a secondary grade 2 official who founded the county, he had to call himself a subordinate official. These two youths really hadn't experienced the cruel beating of society. Their tone was so arrogant he didn't know which family they were from. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu looked at the two youths again. Suddenly his heart moved and he asked, "Are you two Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang?" His words made the two youths slightly stunned. They looked at each other and nodded. "Yes, it's your grandfather. You Tian Shaoling actually know us two brothers? But today, even if we break the sky, you won't be able to solve this matter so easily. Let me tell you, if you don't satisfy me today..." Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to finish speaking. He directly ordered Niu Wu and two of the mansion's troops, "Go, capture those two little bastards. Whip each of their buttocks 20 times. We'll talk later." Although Niu Wu and the two officials were slightly surprised, they did not hesitate at all. They went up and grabbed the two well-dressed youths like grabbing little chicks. They pressed them on the floor and pulled down their pants, revealing their snow-white buttocks. "Stop! Are you rebelling? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of the governor of Li State. You're crazy. You dare to hit us." Wu Yuanqing and Wu Yuanshuang struggled with all their might. But their small bodies in the hands of the two troops were no different from little chicks. Niu Wu didn't hesitate and didn't care about what they were shouting. He raised the whip in his hand and lashed out. "Ah! You Tian Shaoling, you dare to hit your grandfather. Grandfather, Stop! Quickly stop. My father is Wu Anshuang. He is the governor of Li State, the governor of Li State. How dare you? Save me, save me. Murder. Someone wants to rebel. Quickly report to the officials. Li Wangyu looked at the two brothers who were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. He laughed coldly in his heart. When he entered the city, he was still lamenting that the Empress Wu Ziqian was bullied by her 5 brothers when she was young. Who would have thought that he would meet the 2 brothers Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing as soon as he entered the Mian Valley County? A few years later, the 5 brothers who had caused Wu Meinyang's young heart to become violent and twisted. Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing were Wu Meinyang's half-brothers. The other 3, Wu Weiliang, Wu Huayan and Wu Huiliang, were her cousins. Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing were only 14 or 15 years old. They actually dared to kidnap women on the street. This kind of scourge, it was not wrong to beat them to death. Moreover, Li Wangyu had a very good reason to beat them. One must know that Li Wangyu was a relative of the imperial family. Although he had not been re-recorded in the imperial family's genealogy of the imperial family, Pai Lupi was his uncle. That was something that everyone knew. Just now, these 2 little bastards actually dared to call themselves Laozi and Grandpa. If they were serious, that would be the crime of deceiving the emperor. Even if Wu Shiqing was here, he would not be able to say a word. Perhaps he would have to personally beat these 2 bastards up again. When Niu Wu beat Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, one of the Wu clan servants who had been beaten by Niu Wu finally struggled to get up. That person did not dare to go forward to save Wu Shishuang and Wu Shiqing. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to sneak out of the restaurant and ran away. Li Wangyu saw the servant's movements and knew that this person must have gone to call for reinforcements. However, he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He only watched coldly as Niu Wu continued to whip the 2 little bastards of the Wu clan. Chapter 869. Without any hesitation, Niu Wu followed Li Wangyu's instructions and gave Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang 20 lashes each. Fortunately, Niu Wu had heard the identity of the 2 brothers and knew that Li Wangyu only wanted to teach these 2 little bastards a lesson. Therefore, he did not use too much strength and did not use too much force. Even so, after 20 lashes, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks were covered in green and purple streaks, crisscrossing and very beautiful. As for the 2 brothers, their previous threats turned into pleading, then to wailing, and finally to weeping bitterly. Because of this incident in the big restaurant, whether it was the doctor, the manager, or the customers, they all shrank to the side, not daring to say anything to stop them. Everyone could see that the person who dared to disregard the identity of the governor of Li Province and beat the Wu brothers was either a fool or an extraordinary person. This was a fight between immortals. As mortals, they naturally had to hide far away and did not dare to make a sound. The wailing busker and her father, who had lost a leg, were also shocked speechless. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, who were used to being tyrannical in Li Province, would never have thought that they would meet with such a disaster today. Wu Shiqian was originally a businessman. Later, he gave up business and joined the army, following Li Yuan, and made a lot of contributions. His first wife, Xiang Li, died of illness not long after giving birth to Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang. Wu Shishuang's wife, Yang, gave birth to 3 daughters in a row. As a result, Wu Shiqian doted on his 2 sons very much and did not restrain them much on normal days. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, the 2 brothers originally in Chang'an City, did not have any bad habits. After all, Wu Shiqian was only a 5th-grade officer of the Treasury Department. In Chang'an City, he was only a small official. Compared to Chang Chumo and the others, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang naturally did not have any qualifications to be called foppish. In the first year of Zhengguan, the original governor of Lizhou rebelled and was killed. Wu Shixiang was placed in an important position by Pai Lupi and became the governor of Lizhou. A governor was in charge of the military and political power of a province. It was equivalent to a provincial governor in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty. Naturally, they had a lot of power. After the Wu brothers followed their father to the Li prefecture, they were shocked to find that the 2 of them had actually become the biggest silk pants in the Li prefecture. As a result, the 2 brothers went from being cautious to being unscrupulous. In a short span of 2 to 3 years, they had completely let go of themselves. Normally, in the mansion in front of Wu Shishuan, these two brothers would still act a little. Once they left the mansion, they would become the overlords of the Li province, and no one dared to provoke them. The two little bastards, who were only 13 or 14 years old, had already learned about the matters between men and women. Moreover, they never got tired of it. In these 2 years in Lizhou, who knew how many young ladies and young wives he had ruined? Today, the two of them led a large group of servants to this restaurant to have a meal. Coincidentally, they saw the new performer in the restaurant. Seeing that the performer was delicate and pretty, the two brothers had a bad idea. They insisted on buying the performer back to the mansion to serve them. This performer was only performing in the restaurant. How could an innocent person agree to such a thing? Naturally, they made a scene. Li Wangyu asked about this matter and felt even more annoyed. He ordered Niu Wu, "Whip these two little bastards 10 times each." After he finished speaking, he asked the servants in the mansion to bring him a stool. He sat in the main hall of the restaurant and waited for the Wu family's servants to bring reinforcements. Originally, Li Wangyu did not want to reveal his identity. However, since he had already interfered in this matter, and the two little bastards of the Wu family had already fought, he naturally could not sneak away. As a result, revealing his identity was unavoidable. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was not too worried. After all, even if the news was sent from Lizhou to Chang'an City at top speed, it would take 7 to 8 days for the news to arrive. If Wu Shiyang sent the news of his appearance in Lizhou to Chang'an, Pai Lupi would then send people to Lizhou. Half a month would have passed. At that time, he would have already led Su Chongqing and the others away. As long as he deliberately concealed his whereabouts, Li Wangyu did not believe that anyone would be able to catch him. In addition, there was another reason why Li Wangyu took the initiative to reveal his identity. It was because of Wu Meinyang. These two Wu brothers were such bastards. Li Wangyu also had some other thoughts. When Niu Wu beat Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang until their cries became much softer, the sound of hurried horse hooves finally came from the street outside the restaurant. "Stop! Who are you? How dare you humiliate my son?" An old man in his 50s jumped off his horse with a face full of anger. He roared at Niu Wu, who was still waving his horse whip. However, Niu Wu did not even bat an eyelid. He continued to wave the horse whip in his hand. According to Li Wangyu's orders, he firmly lashed out the last 2 whips. Niu Wu was no longer the destitute old soldier of the Sui dynasty in Dingzhou village. He followed beside Li Wangyu. As the commander of Lai Hat's troops, he was used to seeing Pai Lupi and a group of dukes. Wu Shiyang, this kind of governor of a province, really did not enter his eyes. Not to mention that Li Wangyu was a county duke who founded the country. Even if he was a county marquis or county earl, could these governors still cause trouble? Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang dared to call themselves lousy and grandpa in front of Li Wangyu. Even if Li Wangyu was only a small county duke who founded the country, if he really wanted to pursue this matter, these two brothers would be skinned alive even if they did not die. Currently, they were only given 30 whips each, which was already letting them off easy. Wu Shiyang did not know this. However, after seeing that the person beating his sons did not react at all after he spoke, he knew that the other party's background was definitely not small. He was not an impulsive person. He turned his head to look at his 2 sons, whose buttocks were swollen and bruised, and took a deep breath. He cupped his hands toward Li Wang and asked, "May I ask for your name?" Wu Shiyang had come to Li province at the beginning of the 2nd year of Zhengguan's reign. He had not returned to Chang'an in the past 2 years. At that time, Li Wangyu was still squatting in Dingzhou village and playing with mud. Naturally, the two of them had never crossed paths and had never met. Li Wangyu was somewhat interested in the father of the famous Wu Zetian in history. He looked Wu Shiyang up and down before smiling and speaking. "Greetings, Duke Wu. My surname is Wangyu, and my courtesy name is Zio." Li Wangyu? Li Zio? Wu Shiyang felt that this name was very familiar. The two brothers, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, were overjoyed to see their father come. When they struggled to get up and were about to complain, they were stunned to see their father bow to the damn young man. "This humble official is Wu Shiyang. Greetings, Duke Wu." This humble official did not know that Duke Wu was in Li province. The matter of Li Wangyu being conferred the title of County Duke of the founding of the Great Tang had already spread through the various provinces of the Great Tang through the reports of the imperial court and the palace. Although Wu Shiyang had never seen Li Wangyu, he also knew that the young man in front of him was one of the most untouchable figures in the Tang dynasty. Not to mention his identity as Duke Wu. Just the two identities of Li Wangyu's crown prince and the nephew of the current emperor were enough to scare many people to death. The two brothers, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, saw their father coming and thought that their savior had come. But Wu Shiyang's words made the two brothers confused. Duke Wu? Duke Wu? Did he mean this young man who was not much older than them? Chapter 870. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang would never have dreamed that they would kick such a hard iron plate today. Li Wangyu's reputation as the imperial tutor was something they had heard of even when they were young masters in Li province. The two brothers looked at each other and saw a trace of despair in each other's eyes. After Wu Shiqing and Li Wangyu had exchanged greetings, Wu Shiqing asked, "County Duke Hu, I wonder what my two unfilial sons have done today? I will definitely teach them a lesson. They offended you, County Lord Hu, so please forgive them." Li Wangyu immediately told Wu Shiqian about what happened in the restaurant today, adding some embellishments. In the end, he said with a smile, "Actually, it is a small matter for your son to be disrespectful to me, but it is wrong for him to be disrespectful to a saint. Moreover, I ordered people to beat them for your son's sake. At such a young age, he is already indulging in female charms and harming his body. It is not good. I hope County Lord Wu doesn't blame me for being meddlesome." He was quite black-bellied. On the surface, he was exonerating Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang, but in reality he was giving them a hard time. As expected, Wu Shiqian was furious when he heard this. He raised the horsewhip in his hand and lashed at Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks. "I will beat you two useless unfilial sons to death." The two brothers, who had cried until their voices were hoarse, were beaten until they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Wu Shiqian was even more ruthless than Yo Wu. After a few lashes, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang's buttocks were split open, making them look very miserable. Li Wangyu smiled as he watched Wu Shiqian whip the two little bastards a few more times before pretending to stop him. "County Lord Wu, please don't be angry. I have already ordered people to teach them a lesson. I think they will learn their lesson in the future." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Wu Shiqian put down the horsewhip in his hand and bowed to Li Wangyu again. "Many thanks, County Magistrate of Huxian, for disciplining these two bastards for this lowly official. This lowly official was negligent in disciplining them. I ask County Magistrate of Huxian's forgiveness." Wu Shiyu was really a little scared. Just now, she had also ruthlessly whipped her son. She was afraid that Li Wangyu would not vent his anger. If Li Wangyu held a grudge and told Pai Lupi about this, it would be bad. Therefore, even though Wu Shiqian was actually quite worried about his son, he could only grit his teeth and personally teach Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang a lesson. Li Wangyu helped Wu Shiyu up and smiled. "Lord Wu, you're too serious. It's just a small matter. Children are immature. Please don't be angry, Lord Wu." "Thank you for your magnanimity, Duke Hu." After Wu Shiqian finished speaking, he cupped his hands toward the father and daughter. "I have not taught my son well and have frightened the two of you." He took out an ingot of gold from his bosom and handed it to the middle-aged man. "This gold is my apology to the two of you. Please accept it." The father and daughter were only ordinary citizens of Li province. Because her father was disabled and couldn't do farm work, she had no choice but to come to this restaurant and play the zither to earn some money. After encountering such a situation today, the father and daughter were already quite frightened. How could they dare accept the gold that Wu Shiqian handed over? "This lowly one doesn't dare. I only ask for your forgiveness. No matter what, it's this lowly one's fault. It has nothing to do with my daughter." When Li Wangyu saw this, he reached out and took the ingot of gold and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's hand. "I told you to take it, so take it. What's the point of talking so much? All right, there's nothing for the two of you to do here. You can leave first." This lowly one will never forget County Magistrate of Huxian's great kindness. When the father and daughter saw this, they didn't dare to stay any longer. With the support of his daughter, the middle-aged man knelt down with difficulty and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Then, with the support of his daughter, he left. The father and daughter knew that they had offended the governor of Li province. They were afraid that if they continued to stay in Li province, Wu Shixian, Wu Shiqing, or Wu Shishuang would take revenge. In addition to the gold that Wu Shixian had given them, there were more than 10 taels of gold. It was enough for the father and daughter to live on. Thus, the father and daughter packed up their belongings and rented an ox cart. They left Li province and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. Later on, the father and daughter accidentally helped Li Wangyu a great deal. This is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. After the father and daughter left, Wu Shixian angrily glared at his 2 sons. Why aren't you coming over to see County Magistrate of Huxian? After Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang were released by Lai Hat's troops, they had long faces. They limped over and endured the pain in their buttocks. They walked over to Li Wangyu and bowed deeply. I was too rash. Please forgive me, County Magistrate of Huxian. Haha, that's enough. Those who don't know are not guilty. My 2 nephews, please don't cause trouble like this in the future. Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang looked at Gong Bao, who didn't look much older than 18 or 19. They were already cursing him in their hearts for calling them nephews. However, the 2 of them weren't too stupid. On the surface, they looked like they were being taught a lesson. Li Wangyu was well aware that a dandy like Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang would not be able to restrain their dandy aura, just because they were beaten up. However, Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang weren't his sons. Li Wang, you couldn't be bothered to worry about Wu Shixian. This kind of playboy would only know what it meant to be beaten up by society after Wu Shixian died. However, after meeting Wu Shixian today and seeing Wu Meinyang's 2 disappointing older brothers, Li Wangyu was now a little more curious about the 6-year-old Wu Meinyang. Originally, he didn't want to meet this future empress so early. However, after seeing Wu Meinyang's 2 disappointing older brothers, Li Wangyu had other ideas. If possible, it seemed like a good thing to get Wu Meinyang away from these 2 little bastards a few years in advance. Li Wangyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He turned to Wu Shixian and said, County Magistrate of Huxian, do you know about the Academy of the Tang Dynasty? Wu Shishuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. County Magistrate of Huxian, are you talking about the academy that you and the sage opened together? Of course I know. This Academy of the Tang Dynasty was founded less than a year ago. However, I do know that it's hard to get a place to enter this academy. He pointed to Wu Shiqing and Wu Shishuang and said, I originally wanted to send these 2 unfilial sons to the academy to study. Unfortunately, they are too old and don't meet the academy's enrollment requirements. That's a pity. Li Wangyu shook his head regretfully. However, if County Magistrate of Huxian has other children, you can also give it a try. Wu Shixian was very regretful. Sigh, I only have these 2 unfilial sons and 3 daughters. Li Wangyu smiled very happily. County Magistrate of Huxian, what are you saying? Women can also study. As long as the age is suitable, why can't women study in the academy? I don't like to hear County Magistrate of Huxian's words. Aha, how about this? If County Magistrate of Huxian has children of suitable age, I'll make the decision to let them study in the academy directly without the test. In September of this year, the new batch of students can enter the academy to study. Li Wangyu's words immediately made Wu Shishuan's eyes light up. County Magistrate of Huxian, are you serious? I do have a daughter. Her name is Huxian and she is 6 years old this year. She is of the age to study in the academy. Chapter 871. Wu Shishuan's words surprised Li Wangyu. Wu Zhao was a name that Wu Zetian had given herself after she ascended the throne. She had also created the character herself. It meant that the sun and moon were high in the sky, and their light was reflected by the heavens and earth. Why did Wu Shixian say that Wu Meinyang's maiden name was Zhao? Lord Wu, may I ask what character your daughter's maiden name is? Li Wangyu asked curiously. He had seen historians studying Wu Zetian's real name. Some said it was Wu Zhao, while others said it was Wu Hua. In short, because there were no official records in history, there were many different theories. Li Wangyu could ask Wu Meinyang's father for confirmation. What was Wu Meinyang's real name? This would satisfy his curiosity. County Lord Hu, my daughter's maiden name is Zhao from Zhao. When Li Wangyu heard this, he understood. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, although she had created the character Zhao, and wanted the sun and moon to be high in the sky, the pronunciation had not changed. She still used her maiden name Wu Zhao. This gave him a fright. He thought that Wu Meinyang had also transmigrated and given herself a name 60 years in advance. Wu Zhao was Wu Meinyang's maiden name. Meinyang was only given the title Wu Mei after Wu Zhao entered the palace and became the Pai Lupi's talent. The Pai Lupi called her Meinyang. After Li Wangyu understood Wu Meinyang's real name and satisfied his curiosity, he purposely put on a shocked expression. It was as if he had not expected Wu Shixian to have a daughter of the right age. Lord Wu Yu, fine. Since I have already spoken, there is no reason to go back on my words. I will write a note to Lord Wu. Your daughter can go directly to the academy to study. When Wu Shixian heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He no longer remembered his two disappointing sons and once again bowed to Li Wangyu. Thank you, County Lord Hu. Thank you, thank you. Although Wu Shixian felt that it was a pity that not a son of the first wife could study at the academy, it was also a good thing that Wu Zhao could enter the academy. After all, the crown prince Li Chang'an and the others were studying in the academy. If his daughter Wu Zhao was fancied by the crown prince or a prince, then their Wu clan would ascend to the heavens in a single bound. No matter how big the hole in Wu Shixiang's imagination was, even when that old Taoist Yuan Tiangang read Wu Meinyang's face and said that she was unspeakably noble, Wu Shixiang didn't dare to think that his daughter would be able to ascend the throne in the future. Speaking of Yuan Tiangang giving Wu Zetian a face, Li Wangyu once asked Yuan Tiangang for confirmation. Dragon eyes and phoenix neck. Extremely precious. The old Taoist did say this sentence, but Yuan Tiangang never said something like, if you are a woman, you should be the master of the world. It was purely a far-fetched story made up by later generations. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were so sharp. He had seen countless faces in his life. How could he not see whether the swaddled Wu Meinyang was a boy or a girl? Not to mention that the old faker might not be able to see through Wu Meinyang's life experience. Even if he could, it was impossible for him to say such disgraceful words to Wu Shixiang. When Wu Shixiang heard that Li Wangyu and the others were still living in the hostel, he immediately warmly invited Li Wangyu to stay in his mansion. Li Wangyu couldn't resist Wu Shixiang's enthusiasm, so he could only nod and agree. Then he asked the troops to invite Su Chongqing and the others to come down and greet Wu Shixiang. May I ask if the sage has any arrangements for you to come to Lizhou this time? Wu Shixiang couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw that Li Wangyu had brought women with him, and there were only 3 guards beside him. After all, in the previous report of the imperial court, Li Wangyu was still the commissioner of Hunan Taoism. Now that he suddenly appeared in Lizhou, Wu Shixiang couldn't help but think more. Haha, Mr. Wu, you worry too much. I just have nothing to do and want to travel to relieve my boredom. Although Wu Shixiang was suspicious of Li Wangyu's explanation, it wasn't appropriate for him to continue asking. He could only suppress this matter and not mention it. Of course, he didn't expect that the dignified county duke who had founded the country would be so mischievous and run away with his woman. Wu Shixiang respectfully invited Li Wangyu and the others back to his mansion and ordered someone to summon his wife, Madame Yang, and 2 daughters to come out and greet Li Wangyu. Wu Shixiang's eldest daughter, Wu Shun, was already 11 years old this year. She was betrothed to Helan Yuesher, the legitimate son of Helan Shuren, and would soon be married off. Li Wangyu naturally had no interest in Madame Yang and Wu Shun. He and Su Chongqing both cast curious gazes at the 6-year-old Wu Meinyang. Li Wangyu thought to himself, as expected of a beauty. No wonder that brat Li Ji would be so charmed in the future that he didn't even care that she was the woman of his father, Pai Lupi, and insisted on making her his empress. As a woman, Su Chongqing looked at Wu Meinyang differently. There was some admiration, some sympathy, and some indescribable emotions. After all, after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, in order to consolidate her position, she did many vicious and merciless things. She didn't even let off her own son and daughter. She personally strangled her daughter, Princess Ding Ningxi, poisoned her eldest son, Li Hong, forced her second son, Li Xian, to commit suicide. She whipped her grandson, Li Zhongru, and her granddaughter, Li Xianhui, and her nephew Wu Yanji to death. She caused the deaths of her sister, Madame of Han, and her niece Madame of Wei. Just thinking about these glorious achievements of Wu Zetian made Su Chongqing shudder. Of course, Wu Zetian also had her contributions. Perfecting the imperial examination system was one of them. Even Li Wangyou's method of teaching Pai Lupi was copying Wu Zetian's method. Wu Zetian had been on the throne for 15 years, and her policies were stable. The people were rich, and she had the reputation of Zhang Guan's legacy. She had laid down the foundation for the Tang dynasty's long-lasting rule. From this point, Wu Zetian could be considered quite outstanding. As a result, Su Chongqing's feelings towards the future Wu Zetian, the current Wu Zhao, were complicated. It was understandable. However, in Li Wangyou's eyes, the 6-year-old Wu Meinyang's words and actions were no different from that of a normal child. It was true that she was smart, but she was definitely not some kind of monster. When she heard that she could receive Li Wangyou's recommendation and directly go to the Tang dynasty's academy in Chang'an to study, Wu Zhao was naturally overjoyed. She then obediently knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyou. "This slave kowtows and thanks County Lord Hu," the little lowly said crisply. Li Wangyou casually accepted Wu Meinyang's 3 kowtows, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He, the future empress, was now kneeling in front of him and kowtowing respectfully. No matter how he thought about it, he was a little excited, of course. Li Wangyou didn't know how Wu Meinyang's life would change after he interfered. It was even hard to say if there would be another Empress Wu Zetian in history in the future. However, Li Wangyou was too lazy to care about these things. He didn't even know if Li Ji could ascend the throne, let alone Wu Meinyang. After all, Li Changqian was now calling him teacher, and he was becoming more and more educated. His original arrogant habits had long disappeared after studying in the academy for almost a year. Now, Pai Lupi was quite satisfied with his 2 sons. Whenever he was free, he would bring Li Changqian and Li Tai around to play, looking like a filial father. Under these circumstances, it was hard to say what the future of the little brat Li Ji, who was still learning how to speak, drooling, and running around naked, would be. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou couldn't help but think of another idea. "Duke Wu, this duke sees that your daughter is very smart. I have an idea that I would like to discuss with Duke Wu." Chapter 872. Wu Shixian asked curiously, "What orders does the Duke of Huxian have?" "This duke sees that your daughter is smart and very pleasant, so this duke intends to accept her as a disciple. What does Duke Wu think?" Li Wangyou's words naturally caused Wu Shixian, Madame Yang, and Wu Meinyang to be overjoyed, while Su Chongqing silently rolled his eyes. Su Chongqing still remembered the look on this guy's face when he asked him to accept Ma Zhou as a disciple. But ever since he accepted Ma Zhou and Yin Liban as his disciples, Li Wangyou seemed to be addicted to accepting disciples. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Li Lizzi, Li Ji, Shangguanyi, and Lu Rengue. Counting carefully, this guy has already accepted 8 disciples unknowingly. And now he wants to accept Wu Meinyang as a disciple. What does he want to do? Is he really going to be the first imperial teacher of the Tang dynasty? If history does not change in the future, Li Wangyou's identity is a bit scary. The teacher of Crown Prince Li Changqian, High Emperor Li Ji, and Empress Wu Shixian. This identity can be said to be unprecedented. If the historians of later generations study this period of history, they really don't know what to say about Li Wangyou. In fact, this was also the idea that Li Wangyou proposed to Wu Shixian to accept Wu Meinyang as a disciple. Anyway, he has already accepted so many disciples now. It doesn't matter if it's a sheep or a flock of sheep. This kind of thing, being the teacher of several Tang emperors, is quite exciting. In addition, Li Wangyou also wants to try and see if he can slightly correct Wu Meinyang's extreme character. If she can really ascend the throne in the future, it would be good to use fewer cruel officials. Another thing is Li Wangyou's little selfishness. He and Su Chongqing will sooner or later spread their branches and leaves in the Tang dynasty. Even if it was for the sake of his descendants, he had to give himself a status that no one else could match. At the very least, he would be a solid backer for his descendants. If Li Ji or Wu Meinyang ascended the throne, they would not become enemies with his descendants. That was enough. As for things that were even further away, Li Wangyou couldn't think of them, nor could he care about them for such a long time. Wu Meinyang didn't wait for her father to speak. She had just stood up when she knelt down before Li Wangyou and kowtowed 3 times. Disciple Wu Zhao is willing to be apprenticed to the master and learn from him. Disciple will follow master's instructions and will not dare to disobey master's teachings. Wu Shiqiang and his wife, Madame Yang, also bowed to Li Wangyou. It is Zhao Nyang's fortune that County Duke who has taken a liking to her. County Duke Hu, please do not hesitate to discipline him. This humble official will be eternally grateful. Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. Good, since that's the case, I'll accept you as my disciple. You haven't given your name yet, right? Master will bestow upon you a courtesy name, Mei. She was charming, beautiful, and good. Mei, I will call you Mei Nyang from now on. His words caused Su Chongqing to roll his eyes to the side, almost to the point of rolling his eyes to the sky. This guy really walked the path of Pai Lupi, leaving Pai Lupi with no way out. In fact, Li Wangyu really wasn't prepared to give Pai Lupi a chance to bestow a name. No matter what happened between Wu Meinyang and Li Wangyu in the future, or whether they would become husband and wife at the very least, Li Wangyu wouldn't let Wu Meinyang be summoned into the palace by that old lecher Pai Lupi to become some sort of talented person. Li Wangyu was still confident in this point. Of all the people present, only Su Chongqing could guess a thing or two about Li Wangyu's thoughts. Naturally, no one else knew about it. Naturally, no one objected to him giving Wu Zhao a courtesy name. Wu Meinyang happily accepted Li Wangyu's gift. Wu Shiqiang twirled his beard and said with a smile, Meinyang, from now on learn from your teacher. Don't mess around, or else father won't let you off easily. Wu Meinyang stuck out her tongue at Wu Shiqiang and said, I won't. Meinyang will definitely listen to teacher from now on. She then looked at Su Chongqing and obediently bowed to Su Chongqing. Meinyang greets teacher's wife. Su Chongqing felt somewhat embarrassed by Wu Meinyang's words. However, it was not appropriate for him to refute her in front of everyone. Thus, he pulled Wu Meinyang into his embrace and began to whisper to her. Su Chongqing, who was originally conflicted about this little lowly Wu Meinyang, also understood. The future Empress Wu Zetian was a matter for the future. At the very least, the Wu Meinyang in front of him now was an obedient and cute little lowly. It would be too much to worry about something that might happen in a few decades. Instead of worrying that Wu Meinyang would become too extreme in the future, it would be better for her to teach the future empress together with Li Wangyu. Might even be a good story. After thinking this through, Su Chongqing became more and more intimate with Wu Meinyang. And the little lowly Wu Meinyang also fell in love with this gentle and lovely teacher's wife. Li Wangyu smiled and looked at Su Chongqing and Wu Meinyang, who were whispering to each other. He turned to Wu Shiqiang and said, Master Wu, I still have to travel for a period of time and have no time to teach Meinyang for the time being. Master Wu, please arrange for someone reliable to send Meinyang to the Chang'an and Tang Dynasty Academy before September of this year. When I return to Chang'an, I will personally teach Meinyang. Wu Shiqiang naturally had no objections and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wu Meinyang heard their conversation and hurriedly said, Teacher, Meinyang also wants to accompany you on your trip. Teacher, please bring Meinyang along. How could Li Wangyu be willing to take a 6 or 7-year-old little lowly and run away from home? He naturally rejected Wu Meinyang's words. Meinyang, listen to me. When I travel, I have to eat and sleep in the open. How can it be convenient to bring a little girl like you along? Go to Chang'an and obediently and wait for me to return. No, teacher, please bring Meinyang along. Meinyang is not afraid of hardships. Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on and simply put on a straight face. Meinyang, are you not going to listen to your teacher's words? What did you say just now? Is this what you mean by listening to your teacher? His words immediately made the little lowly Wu Meinyang's expression darken. She looked as if she had been wronged and was about to cry. Su Chongqing was speechless. He glared at Li Wangyu and hurriedly persuaded the little lowly in his arms. Finally, Wu Meinyang did not cry on the spot. Seeing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but reflect. Was it right or wrong for him to accept such a young Wu Meinyang as his disciple? Even if she would be a vicious and merciless empress in the future, she was only a 6-year-old little lowly at this moment. It was really troublesome for him to take care of a child of this age. Li Wangyu looked at Su Chongqing, who had made Wu Meinyang laugh through her tears. He secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would leave the matter of teaching the empress to his beautiful superior. One was the modern white-boned spirit, and the other was the #1 empress in the world. Yes, to a certain extent, the two of them had something in common. At the very least, they could manage a large group of men. If Su Chongqing knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, he would probably have the heart to kick him to death. Li Wangyu and the others lingered in Miangu County of Lizhou for a few days before finally setting off again. Under the reluctant farewell of the little lowly Wu Mainyang, Wu Shixuan personally escorted them towards Yichang County. Chapter 873. Yichang County was more than 50 miles away from Lizhou County. This was the ancient city of Zhaohua in the future. Li Wangyu could not reject Wu Shixuan's enthusiasm, and could only let him lead a group of Lizhou officials to escort them all the way to Yichang County's Orange Ferry. Outside the east gate of Yichang County was the intersection of Jialing River and Bailong River, Orange Ferry. This was the tourist attraction of the future, the Orange Ferry. The reason Li Wangyu wanted to come to this ferry was to hide his tracks. He purposely told Wu Shixuan that they were going to take a boat to the south and head directly to Jiangnan and Yangzhou. Wu Shixuan naturally did not suspect this. If they took a boat from here, they could go down the Jialing River to the Chang'an River and then go down the river to Jiangnan. Compared to traveling by land, traveling by water was obviously more comfortable and convenient. At Orange Ferry in Yichang County, Li Wangyu and his group boarded a riverboat that Wu Shixuan had found for him. After waving goodbye, they went down the river. However, Li Wangyu's goal was naturally not to go to Jiangnan. So when the boat reached a wild ferry, he ordered the boatman to stop there, and the group of people took their horses and abandoned the boat to go ashore. To prevent the boatman from leaking the news, Li Wangyu even took out the goldfish talisman from the county that founded his country, and ordered the boatman to continue to sail the empty boat downstream. He did not allow them to turn back to Yichang County. Li Wangyu and his group hid their tracks and slowly headed toward Mianzhou. In Chang'an City's Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was spitting at me to trash. It's been more than a month and you're telling me that you can't find any trace of that bastard. Do you think he can go to heaven? Mitua knelt in front of Pai Lupi. His head was tightly pressed against the floor as he silently endured Pai Lupi's saliva washing his face. Everyone, I am useless. I deserve to die 10,000 times. You really deserve to die, you killing genius. Is my 100 cavalry department just for show? So many people are searching for the whereabouts of a single person, yet there is no trace of him at all. Could it be that that bastard kid can hide to the ends of the earth? Beads of sweat started to form on Mituo's forehead. His resentment towards Li Wangyu deepened. That day, Mitua led more than 100 men and horses from the 100 Horsemen Department, together with Chang Chumo and his group of debauches, to Zhengzhou, and found out the mystery of Li Wangyu's disappearance. The secret chamber that Li Wangyu had ordered people to secretly dig under the carriage was also discovered by the spies of the 100 Horsemen Department, but it was useless. Naturally, there was no trace of Li Wangyu. Everyone guessed that most likely, Li Wangyu had waited for the imperial entourage to leave, and then went in the opposite direction. He boarded a ship that had already been prepared, and went down the Yellow River or the Tongji Canal. Mito also ordered people to inquire around the Zhengzhou docks, but to no avail. He simply sent out a few groups of people to follow the river. He, Chang Chumo, and the others naturally did not know that while they were searching for Li Wangyu's traces in Zhengzhou, Li Wangyu had quietly followed Pai Lupi's imperial entourage, bypassed Chang'an, and went to the land of Shu. Mitua could not wantonly issue arrest warrants as if he were chasing a criminal. Even when the officials of Zhengzhou asked him who the 100 Horsemen Department was looking for, Mitua could only be vague and did not dare to say clearly. He really could not say this out loud. The dignified county duke who had founded the country had run away. If this matter was spread out, what would happen? Would the imperial court still have any face? Secretly searching for Li Wangyu's traces was naturally the idea of Pai Lupi. That day, in the imperial entourage, all the officials who knew about Li Wangyu's escape were warned by Pai Lupi to keep their mouths shut and not spread this matter out. But how could such a large imperial entourage keep a secret? Not long after the imperial entourage returned to Chang'an, the people in the streets of Chang, and began to secretly discuss this matter. When they said that the county duke had run away with his woman, everyone was very excited, and their desire for gossip was obvious. In Chang'an, as long as the people gathered together, they would inevitably talk about this matter. There were even gambling houses that secretly opened bets, betting on how long it would take for the county duke to be caught by the sage. Mitua and the playboys searched for almost a month in Zhengzhou, but they did not find anything. They had no choice but to return to Chang'an to report to Pai Lupi. When Li Changqian and Li Tai heard about this matter, they immediately jumped up and shouted that their teacher did not take care of his disciple. How could he not bring them along for such a fun thing? These two did not think that if Li Wangyu really ran away with the two of them, not only would Pai Lupi send out arrest warrants, but he would also send out the cavalry of the Tang dynasty to chase Li Wangyu to the ends of the earth. When Ma Zhou, Yan Libin, Shang Guanyi, and Lu Rengue learned that their teacher had run away, they also felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were shocked by their unreliable teacher. The dignified secondary class 2 county magistrate who founded the country actually disappeared without a word, leaving behind a nondescript leave request. This kind of thing had never been heard of before. When Ma Zhou and the others learned about this matter, they immediately rushed to Dingzhou village to ask Li Heng and Niu Yong if they knew anything about this matter, and whether they knew where their teacher had gone. Regarding this, the old butler Li Heng and Niu Yong could only smile bitterly. They did not hide it from Ma Zhou and the others and directly took out the letter Li Wangyu had sent. Everyone, old me really does not know where Lang Jun went. Sigh, this matter is really. Li Heng paused, not knowing how to complain. Lang Jun's handwritten letter is here. Everyone will know once you read it. Old me guessed that Lang Jun's leave request was most likely because of Lady Su. Old me actually thinks that Lang Jun did nothing wrong. This time, Lady Su risked her life to enter Yanling County because of the epidemic in Shuzhou. Why can't she change her title? Li Heng had long been convinced by Su Chongqing. He was full of complaints that Su Chongqing could not be conferred a title because of his merits. Ma Zhou and the others were now court officials. Naturally, they could not join Li Heng in complaining about the saint's decision. However, after the 4 of them read the letter, they looked at each other in dismay. Old Li, have you arranged the things that Master asked you to do? Li Heng nodded affirmatively. Of course. Old me dare not neglect Lang Jun's orders. Of course I have ordered it. This. Ma Zhou looked at Yan Libin and the others and did not know what to say. His teacher really knew how to make things difficult, however. Since things had come to this, Ma Zhou and the others could only accept it and prepare to act according to their teacher's plan. A few days later, Ma Zhou and the others stepped forward at the same time. Holding the ceremonial tablet, they bowed to Li Er and said, "This subject supervises Censor Ma Zhou. This subject is Junior Supervisor Yan Libin. This subject is Secretary Shang Guanyi. And this subject is Lu Rengue." Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Li Wangyu's 4 great Vajras stepped out together today. "Come. We heard that during the epidemic in Shuzhou, my daughter Su Chongqing performed meritorious deeds for the country. She risked her life alone and saved thousands of people." Ma Zhou praised Su Chongqing in front of Pai Lupi and the court officials. "Therefore, we request your majesty to reward those who have performed meritorious deeds. We request your majesty to confer Su Chongqing a title as a reward for her meritorious deeds." "I second the motion." Yan Libin and the others chimed in as well. Ma Zhou and the others' words were like throwing a bomb into Taiji Palace. Chapter 874. Ma Zhou's speech naturally caused an uproar in the Taiji Palace. Needless to say, the reaction of the officials was the same as in Zhengzhou. There were supporters, but there were also many opponents. There were also a lot of people who didn't care and just watched the show. The only difference was that today was the Lunar Palace Assembly. There were more officials participating in the assembly, and the dispute was even more intense. Pai Lupi sat on the throne. When he heard Ma Zhou and the others mention this matter again, he also felt that his head was about to explode. Ever since Li Wangyu asked for leave, Pai Lupi also regretted it. In fact, to Pai Lupi, whether or not Su Chongqing was conferred the title of nobility was not important. Since Emperor Gaozu of Han could confer the title of nobility to women, he could also do the same. The reason why Pai Lupi didn't say anything in Zhengzhou was actually because of his own selfishness. It was all because of his eldest daughter Chang'an's marriage. The Shuzhou epidemic caused Pai Lupi to admire Su Chongqing, this amazing woman, in his heart. However, Li Wangyu actually dared to refuse his proposed marriage. After that, he even dared to boast shamelessly about a Huang and vying. He was simply wicked beyond redemption. Pai Lupi felt that he was already very magnanimous to only send this stinking shameless guy to Huayin County to be a county magistrate. Therefore, Pai Lupi, this narrow-minded emperor, was unwilling to follow Li Wangyu's wishes and confer the title of nobility to Su Changqing. However, he never expected that Li Wangyu, that bastard, actually took Su Changqing and ran away without saying a word. This made Pai Lupi so angry that he almost took out a knife to chop people to vent his anger. Pai Lupi sent the cavalry department to secretly search for Li Wangyu for more than a month, but they couldn't find any trace of him. This made this eternal emperor secretly regret. Only after losing something would one know how to cherish it. This saying was absolutely true. After Li Wangyu ran away, Pai Lupi realized that his nephew was irreplaceable. Not to mention the new gadgets he had created. Just the number of troubles Li Wangyu had solved for him on a daily basis made Li Er sigh with emotion. This nephew of his was truly a genius. Out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, there was really no one who could compare to his nephew. Even Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, whom he valued the most, were only good at government affairs. But when it came to finding a new way to solve some of the intractable diseases that Pai Lupi had a headache, they were not as good as Li Wangyu. Because of this matter, Empress Zhongsun was quite critical of Pai Lupi. After all, in Empress Zhongsun's view, Li Wangyu was her nephew. Chang'an's future husband had to be Li Wangyu. But now, Pai Lupi forced Li Wangyu to run away from home, because of a small matter like conferring a title to Madame Su. How could Empress Zhongsun not complain? Moreover, Empress Zhongsun was also a woman. Because of Chang'an's marriage, she had some inexplicable subtle feelings for Su Changqing. But when she heard that Su Changqing dared to resolutely lead a group of doctors to Yanling County to treat the people in the face of the bighead plague that made people pale at the mention of it, it was enough to make Empress Zhongsun's grudge in her heart disappear. It was not a disgrace to the dignity of the imperial family for such an extraordinary woman to marry the same husband as her daughter. It was because of this psychological change that Empress Zhongsun didn't give Pai Lupi a good look, even though she didn't say it out loud when Pai Lupi forced Li Wangyu to run away. And Princess Royal Chang'an was even more depressed every day. She almost washed her face with tears. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, returned to the harem. He didn't dare to see his wife and daughter. He was very embarrassed. Today in the main hall, Ma Zhou and the others formed a group to go to the court and once again raise the matter of conferring a title to Su Changqing. Pai Lupi almost directly agreed to it to completely solve this troublesome matter. But before Pai Lupi could speak, a large group of aristocratic family officials, led by Grand Minister Wang Ying, and many stubborn old ministers, stood out and resolutely opposed the words of Ma Zhou and the others. Your Majesty, you can't do this. It's a big taboo for a hen to take the throne. This woman can't be conferred a title. Your Majesty, if you confer a title to a woman, I'd rather kill myself in the Taiji Palace and learn from Wu Zixu. Your Majesty, if you insist on conferring a title to that woman, I don't dare to agree. I'm willing to beg for bones. Pai Lupi was also caught off guard by the reaction of the ministers. Today was the first day of the court assembly. In Chang'an, all officials above the 9th level had to attend the assembly. When there were more people, the opposition became more and more intense. The Imperial College, the Hongwen-Guan, the Taichung Temple, the Imperial Historian Bureau, and the Imperial Historian Bureau, these 7th, 8th, and 9th ranked officials, their voices of opposition were even more intense. It seemed that if one word of disagreement was heard, there would be someone who would hit his head against a pillar and die, his blood splashing 3 feet away. They put on a stance of remonstrating with death. Pai Lupi wanted to nod and agree with Ma Zhou and confer a title to Su Changqing, but how could he say it? Although the status of these officials was very low, there were many of them. Even someone as strong as Pai Lupi had to consider the pressure of public opinion from the hundreds of officials. What was strange was that the group of dukes and bigwigs who were originally firm supporters of Li Wang, you all kept their mouths shut in the hall today. Even Chang Yaojin, the old hooligan, was laughing as he watched the performance of Wang Ying and the others. He had no intention of jumping out to challenge them. Wang Ying and the others didn't notice this point, but Pai Lupi saw it clearly from his throne. Originally, Li Er still wanted to speak up and try to use the majesty of the emperor to suppress the chaotic situation in the Great Hall, but the behavior of Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others made his heart involuntarily thump. He secretly pondered, could it be that Li Wangyu, that scoundrel, was playing some kind of trick again? If Li Wangyu didn't greet the dukes in advance, Pai Lupi didn't believe it at all. Based on the relationship between Li Wangyu and Chang Yaojin and the others, it was strange that they didn't say anything. Thinking to this point, although Pai Lupi was still silently cursing Li Wangyu in his heart for finding trouble for him, his originally irritated heart from the noise of the officials calmed down. He also didn't say anything. He sat on the throne with a smile and watched the performance of Wang Ying and the others. As the minister of Taichung Temple, Wang Ying's literary talent and eloquence were naturally very good. The old man saw that Pai Lupi was smiling and didn't say anything. It seemed that Pai Lupi was very encouraging, and he became even more energetic. He stood in the main hall and talked non-stop. He talked about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, King Zhou of Shang, and the gains and losses of the former Han dynasty. He talked about how absurd Empress Lu and Marquis of Lingguang Lu Mang were, how their relatives monopolized power, and concluded why women couldn't be conferred nobility. Fortunately, Wang Ying's body was quite good. After such a long speech, he didn't even have a lack of oxygen, which was rare. Ma Zhou and the others seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Wang Ying's words. They didn't have the slightest intention of defending themselves. Pai Lupi smiled faintly. He nodded and stood up. We'll discuss this matter later. Court is dismissed. After he finished speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to the officials. He directly boarded the carriage and returned to the harem. As for Ma Zhou and the other 3, they seemed to have completely forgotten what they had talked about in the main hall. They laughed and greeted each other, and went to Peace Square to drink. This scene fell into the eyes of Wang Ying and the others, and only then did they realize that something was wrong. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Although they were suspicious, they couldn't figure it out. However, this group of old officials who vehemently opposed the conferment of nobility soon discovered where the problem was. Chapter 875. It was not easy to live in Chang'an. In the huge city of Chang'an, although the 7th, 8th and 9th rank officials had official positions and various subsidies from the imperial court, most of them lived a tight life. After all, although their income was not low, their expenses were also higher than ordinary people. Going to Peace Square with their colleagues every few days to drink and socialize with friends was a necessary social activity. In addition to the expenses of their family members, servants, and renting houses and buying houses, the lives of these low-ranking officials were mostly similar to those of the middle class in the future. Although they appeared to be well off, they could not be extravagant and had to live frugally. In terms of transportation, before Li Wangyu made public horse carriages, it was not a small expense for these officials to raise a horse in their mansions. Even if they had horses, when their relatives traveled, they could only borrow mules or donkeys from their neighbors. At the very least, they could spend some money to rent a carriage or an ox cart. When the public horse carriages in Chang'an changed from a novelty to a means of transportation that everyone was used to, many low-ranking officials in Chang'an would choose to travel by public horse carriages. There were many officials who wore light green and light blue official robes and rode the horse carriages. The people in Chang'an were also used to this. When they saw these officials boarding the horse carriages, the most they would do was stand up and give up their seats, salute, and greet them. Today, the morning drums sounded in Chang'an, and the doors of all the houses opened. Lu Qing, the functionary of Taichung Temple, who lived in Zhaogua Square in the west of the city, tidied up his dark blue official robes and walked out of his house as usual. He smiled and nodded to the neighbors in the square, and walked toward Xiamen Street outside the square. He was ready to take a public horse carriage to the imperial city for the roll call. Lu Qing was now 40 years old and was not considered young. However, he had only passed the examination a few years ago with great difficulty. He was now an official of the Ministry of Appointments, a 9th-grade official. After a few years of hard work, he was promoted to an upper 8th-rank functionary. Lu Qing was very satisfied with this. He walked out of the square as usual and waited for the public horse carriage to arrive. He was thinking about the 4 disciples of the county magistrate in the imperial court yesterday, who proposed to bestow nobility to the Su family. At present, the details of the flood and plague in Shuzhou had already been published in detail in the imperial court. Lu Qing had also read through the matter of Shuzhou long ago. In truth, he admired Madame Su, the wife of the county magistrate. The big head plague had broken out in Shuzhou. Under such circumstances, the woman dared to lead a group of doctors into Yanling County. Even as a man, Lu Qing could only silently praise her courage. However, yesterday in Taiji Palace, Lu Qing did not hesitate to follow behind Wang Ying of Taichung Temple and oppose the matter of conferring nobility. It wasn't that he had any objection to a woman being conferred a title of nobility, but it was purely to flatter Wang Ying, the minister of Taichung Temple. Whether or not the Su clan was conferred a noble title had nothing to do with him. But since his boss's boss had spoken out against it, how could he go against it? As a result, yesterday in Taiji Palace, Lu Qing's opposition was extremely fierce. He even said that he wanted to learn from Wu Zixu and remonstrate with Pai Lupi to the death. Thinking about his performance yesterday, Lu Qing was very satisfied. When he left the imperial court, Wang Ying, a rank 3 official of Taichung Temple, actually patted him on the shoulder in a rare amiable manner. For the first time he asked for his official position and name. This made Lu Qing feel that everything was worth it. Thinking that in the future, he would be able to enter the eyes of the Taichung Temple's minister, and that he might be promoted right in front of him, Lu Qing silently praised himself and felt that yesterday was a wise decision. Just as Lu Qing was feeling proud, a carriage slowly came from afar and stopped in front of Zhaogua Square as usual. He took out 2 copper coins from his money pouch and was about to board the carriage when he was stopped by the coachman who was driving the carriage. "Please wait for a moment, Lang Jun. May I ask if you are the functionary of Taichung Temple, Field Officer Lu?" The functionary was called Field Officer in the Jin dynasty. Therefore, the functionary of the Tang dynasty was also called Field Officer. Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the driver to recognize him. "Yes, it is I. Is there a problem?" Lu Qing coughed lightly and replied. The driver nodded with a smile. However, his words almost made Lu Qing explode with anger. "It really is Field Officer Lu. Haha, that's good. I was afraid that I recognized the wrong person. If Field Officer Lu was here, you would not be able to sit in this carriage today." Hearing this, Lu Qing was naturally furious. "Why is that? Give me a clear explanation." The coachman calmly took out a piece of paper from his bosom and shook it in front of Lu Qing. "Haha, not only can Field Officer Lu not sit in this carriage today, but also in the future. Not only can Field Officer Lu not sit in this carriage, but Field Officer Lu also cannot sit in any carriage in Chang'an. Do you see this? It is written on this paper that anyone who leaves their name on this paper will not be received in any public carriage in Chang'an." Lu Qing was stunned and then flew into a rage. "How dare you? I am the functionary of Taichung Temple. How can I be offended by commoners like you? Do you believe that I won't immediately drag you to see me and punish you for your disrespect?" His words did not frighten the driver. Instead, they made the driver laugh even louder. "Haha, Field Officer Lu. How have I disrespected you? It was County Duke whose orders to not allow Field Officer Lu to enter the carriage. If Field Officer Lu is dissatisfied, you can go and find County Duke Hu for an explanation." As the coachman spoke, he shook the paper that was densely filled with names at Lu Qing. "Do you see this? None of the officials on this paper are allowed to enter the carriage. This is County Duke Hu's orders. How could I dare to disobey?" Lu Qing's face was filled with astonishment. He snatched the paper from the driver's hand and carefully looked at it. It was filled with the names, positions, and residences of many officials in the court. Even their height and appearance were written on it. Naturally, Lu Qing also saw her name on it. He raised his head in disbelief and asked, I have never met County Duke Hu before. There is no enmity between us. Why did he?" Lu Qing was halfway through her words when she suddenly couldn't continue. He suddenly realized that there was no enmity between them. Yesterday, everyone knew that Madame Su, who he and everyone else opposed to being conferred a title, was County Duke Hu's woman. When he carefully looked at the names on the paper, weren't they all the people who had spoken out the most fiercely in the court yesterday? When he thought of this, Lu Qing's forehead was almost covered in sweat. He had wholeheartedly wanted to flatter his superior, but he had completely forgotten that he would be punished by County Duke Hu. At this time, Lu Qing only felt dizzy. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that when he went with the flow and agreed with Taichung Temple's minister, county magistrate who would actually take note of it and write it down. Even the coachman had a copy of it. Who was County Duke Hu? He was the founding County Duke of the current lower second rank, the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, and the sage's nephew. He had even heard that His Majesty wanted to betroth the eldest princess to County Duke Hu. He was such an important person. Was he blinded by lard to make things difficult for his woman in order to curry favor with the Taichung temple official? Lu Qing was filled with regret, as if his parents had died. However, he suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Didn't the rumors say that County Duke Hu had asked for leave to travel? Chapter 876. Lu Qing was right. Li Wangyu didn't do these things directly. Instead, after he sent the letter to Li Heng, Ma Zhou, and the others carried out the results. Yesterday, Ma Zhou and the others went to court with the main purpose of arousing the opposition of Wang Ying and the others. After the four of them lit the fire, they didn't speak anymore. They just looked on coldly from the side and silently noted down which officials in the court were the ones who opposed. Afterwards, the four of them sent someone to deliver the list to Dingzhou village and give it to Li Heng. They didn't need to worry about anything else. After the old housekeeper Li Heng received the list of officials, he immediately found shopkeeper Son of Sun's bookstore and had it printed out. The public horse carriages in Chang'an City belonged to Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village. All the coachmen were villagers of the village. Hearing that someone wanted to oppose Lady Su, these villagers didn't say anything and immediately nodded to carry out the order. If it weren't for Li Heng and the old village suppressing them, it was possible that they would have beaten up the officials on the list. The naughty children of the villagers of Dingzhou village were all sent to the academy by Li Wangyu to study. He said that he wanted to cultivate them into talents, and that they couldn't be illiterate like their parents. It was embarrassing. These words naturally caused the group of Guanzhong men in Dingzhou village to blush to the ears. Since no family lacked copper coins, it would be embarrassing if they were illiterate and couldn't even be compared to a child in the future. Therefore, the villagers secretly spent copper coins and went to the county seat of Hu County to hire an old teacher to teach them how to read. After half a year of literacy, the villagers of Dingzhou village could at least read and write. Although they couldn't write and count, they could at least read. Even Li Wangyu's plagiarized Romance of the Three Kingdoms could now be read by the villagers with books in their hands. Back then, it was normal to not be able to recognize all the words or recognize a few wrong words. Given the current literacy rate of Great Tang, if the villagers of Dingzhou village were to claim that they were also scholars, no one would be able to say that they weren't. Therefore, early this morning, all the coachmen of public carriages in Chang'an City had a list of officials printed overnight. They followed the list and refused to take any passengers. In fact, Li Wangyu had instructed Li Heng to do this in the letter mainly to discuss those officials who opposed Su Chongqing's conferment of nobility. After all, there were no photos in this era. The only information recorded on the paper was the name of the official, his position, and where he lived. Therefore, if Lu Qing had not said that she was Lu Qing, she would have gotten into the car. However, it was naturally unrealistic for these officials to hide their heads and tails. Therefore, today in Chang'an City, all the low-level officials who had spoken out against the conferment of nobility in Taiji Palace yesterday were all refused by the coachmen of the public carriages. Lu Qing wanted to curse, but when he thought of the county magistrate behind these coachmen, he opened his mouth but could not say anything. He could only watch the carriage leave. He sighed deeply, but could only turn back to the inner lane and prepare to borrow a donkey from a familiar neighbor. After all, the imperial city was quite far from the Zhaogua square where he lived. If he walked there, it would probably be noon by the time he arrived. As for the big shots like Grand Chancellor Wang Ying, they naturally did not know about this matter. After all, they had not fallen to the point where they needed to take the public carriages. However, what Li Wangyu had instructed the old butler Li Heng to do in the letter was not as simple as refusing to take the public carriages. With Li Wangyu's current connections in Chang'an City, it was fine if he did not take action. However, if he did, it could be said to be a thunder in the sky, and the momentum was quite shocking. In Chang'an City, all the officials who were on the list were shocked to find that not only did the public carriages refuse to take them, but even the shopkeepers and waiters of the shops in the eastern and western markets held the list and refused to sell goods to them. Even many restaurants in Chang'an City, after knowing their identity, welcomed them with smiles and a very good attitude, but did not allow them to eat or drink in the restaurants. Even the painting houses and brothels in the Ping Kong Square refused to do business with them. For a time, this group of low-level officials were all stunned. In fact, Li Wangyu had learned this trick from shopkeeper Ren of the Ranji saddle shop. At that time he had wanted to build a toilet, but he was thrown into the prison of the censorate by a group of old officials. In a moment of anger, shopkeeper Ren joined a group of merchants and went on a strike. However, shopkeeper Ren's identity and status could not be compared with Li Wangyu's. They both went on a strike, but the influence was completely different. In Chang'an City, behind many merchants, restaurants, painting houses and brothels, there were a group of dukes and important officials in the imperial court. And most of these people were on good terms with Li Wangyu. When they received Li Wangyu's letter, they were naturally willing to help. And Su Chongqing's Shunfeng Carriage Company in Chang'an City was even more influential. In the eastern and western markets, tens of thousands of merchants, who did not have business with Shunfeng Carriage Company. Compared with offending those officials, these merchants were naturally more willing to listen to Li Wangyu's words. Moreover, now the largest merchant in Chang'an City, Cho family, was in contact, so no one dared to disobey. For a time, many middle-level and low-level officials in the imperial court in Chang'an City, who had spoken out against Su Chongqing's knighthood at the Taiji Palace that day, all felt extremely troubled. Recently, many officials did not even dare to wear their official robes when they went out, let alone report their official titles and names. For example, functionary Lu Qing, in order to go to the imperial city for the roll call, every day when he went out, he brought a package with his official robes in it. They secretly took public carriages and entered the imperial city before finding a place where no one was around to change their robes. After going off duty, they did this again to avoid the pain of walking home. Moreover, they did not dare to complain to the imperial court about this matter. Until now it was too late for them to regret. Why did they provoke Li Wangyu for no reason? Now Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, had not returned to Chang'an City yet, but they were already disgraced. If Li Wangyu came back in the future, they would not have a good time. At the thought of the consequences, these officials' intestines turned green with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret at this time. If they changed their words, they would offend their immediate superior and be criticized for being indecisive. Then they would really be finished. At this time they could only go to Grand Chancellor Wang Ying and the other big shots to complain, hoping that these big shots who had led the opposition would back them up. When Wang Ying and the others learned of this matter, they only sneered a few times. They felt that county duke who was just SOSO and did not take it seriously. The so-called strike had nothing to do with these big shots of the aristocratic families, so they did not bother to think about it. However, in order to earn a knighthood for Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu's means were naturally not as simple as a strike. Every 2 days, the group of old officials, including Wang Ying, could not sit still any longer. Chapter 877. Ever since Li Wangyu came up with the romance of the Three Kingdoms, many storytellers in the brothels of Chang'an City began to talk about the book. In an era where entertainment was extremely scarce, illiterate people were everywhere. Even if ordinary people could afford to buy books, they could not understand them. Therefore, listening to stories every day became the favorite entertainment of the people of Chang'an City. They did not spend much money, but they could have fun for a day. No matter how long the romance of the Three Kingdoms was, there would be a time when it was finished. After Li Wangyu copied a book, he did not have the patience to continue copying books. Therefore, many people had listened to the romance of the Three Kingdoms several times and had long memorized it. Fortunately, Li Wangyu quickly came up with the baseball league and the soccer news. Therefore, these storytellers had new things to talk about every day. Just by talking about the process of the previous day's competition, and then according to the prediction and analysis in the newspaper, it could also attract the people to come and listen to the book. Lu Qing's mother and daughter-in-law were also people who liked to listen to stories. Every day, after Lu Qing went to the yamen for the morning roll call, they would go to the brothels together to listen to stories for a few hours to pass the time. Fortunately, the stories were not expensive. Each person could spend a copper coin to listen to the stories for a whole day. Today, Lu Qing's mother and daughter-in-law went to the storytelling workshop as usual. After paying a copper coin, a waiter came to bring them hot water. Although Li Wangyu came up with the method of brewing tea, it was not popular in the workshop. Therefore, when they listened to the stories, they only had plain water. Everyone, yesterday's book was really good. Although I've heard the part where Zhao Zilong of Changshan slaughtered his way in and out of Chao's camp more than 5 or 6 times, I'm still very excited. The everyone that Lu Qing's daughter-in-law mentioned was not Pai Lupi, but her mother-in-law. In the Tang dynasty, the everyone was how the close servants of the emperor addressed the emperor. It was also how the daughter-in-law addressed her mother-in-law. Son, you're right about that. Not only you but I am also the same. I don't know if we're going to continue talking about Zhang Ida causing havoc at Chang'an Bridge today. That part of the story is my favorite. It's very lively. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking, the storyteller went up on stage and bowed to everyone below the stage. He gently patted the stop words in his hand on the table, and the hall quieted down. A storyteller's stop was actually a gavel. Different people use different names. The one on Pai Lupi's table was Zhenshan He, while the one Empress Zhangsun used was Fengxia, Feng Xinling, Du Ruhui, and the other prime minister's weapons were called Zhua Chao Gang, while Cheng Yaojin's weapons were called Frightening Tiger's Courage. Only ordinary officials could use them, and they were known as Startling Hall Wood. The ones used by monks were known as Awakening Wood, and the ones used by Taoists were known as Suppressing Altar Wood. From the emperor to the officials, to the doctors, pawnshops, and inns, this little piece of wood had different names. After the storyteller patted the stop words, he slowly said, "Today, Old Me is going to tell a new book called Exorcising Ghosts." His words immediately caused a buzz in the hall. Lu Qing's daughter-in-law had an excited expression. "Everyone, it's a new book, a new book." Yes, this old one has never heard of the exorcism stratagem. I really did come today. There were many people who were just as excited as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Because of the storyteller's words, the hall became a mess. This situation was clearly within the storyteller's expectations. He waited for everyone to discuss for a while before patting the stop words in front of him again, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Speaking of which, in the 4th year of Zhenguan's reign, there was a sudden rainstorm in Shuzhou. The storyteller began to spit out lotus flowers, talking non-stop about the book. Without a doubt, the book he was talking about was Li Wangyu Su Changqing, and the other's disaster relief in Shuzhou. And that exorcism referred to plague ghosts. The storyteller started from the flood in Shuzhou, all the way to Li Wangyu's rescue mission in Shuzhou. Everyone in the hall listened with rapt attention, not daring to breathe loudly. When they heard that the big head plague had appeared in Shuzhou's Yanling County, many people cried out in alarm. Lu Qing's daughter-in-law tightly grabbed her mother-in-law next to her, so nervous that her palms were sweating. The big head plague is the most vicious plague in the world. Everyone's face pales at the mention of it. Who isn't afraid? Who isn't afraid? Just as hundreds of Shuzhou's doctors were shrinking back, frightened out of their wits by that plague ghost, a person flashed out from behind County Magistrate who, when the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly patted the stop words in his hand. If you want to know what happened next, listen to the next part. His words immediately woke up everyone in the hall and caused an uproar. Why did you stop at the crucial part? Hurry up and continue. This lord will reward you. Don't leave people hanging. Someone dressed like a rich young master in the hall directly took out a gold ingot from his pocket and threw it on the stage. This gold ingot is for you. Don't be so wishy-washy. Continue speaking for this lord. Yes, hurry up and speak. I'll reward you. In an instant, many copper coins flew onto the stage, almost hitting the storyteller. Even Lu Qing's mother took out a few copper coins from her pocket and threw them on the stage. When the storyteller saw that everyone was so generous with their rewards, he naturally couldn't stop smiling. He hurriedly picked up the gold ingot and put it in his pocket, then picked up the stop words in his hand. I am indebted to everyone's kindness. Since that's the case, this old me will continue speaking. As I said, a person flashed out from behind County Magistrate who. It was the goddess of fortune, Madame Su, whose name is known throughout Chang'an City. His words caused another round of whispers in the hall. The storyteller was eloquent, talking endlessly about how Su Changqing led a group of doctors into Yanling County without hesitation, ignoring the danger of the big head plague. How did he join forces with County Duke Hu outside the city, and assist the Tao Lord above the heavens in dispelling the plague ghost that devoured the sun? In short, in the storyteller's mouth, Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu had become complete legends. However, no one questioned this point. Instead, they nodded repeatedly, thinking that the storyteller was right. The people of Chang'an City saw Li Wangyu in this way. Now they were just incidentally making Su Chongqing a legend. Everyone to think that Lady Su of the Su clan has accomplished such a great deed. It truly makes us great Tang men blush with shame. I heard that county magistrate who has already submitted a memorial to the saint to bestow Madame Su the title of nobility. I wonder what everyone thinks. Is Madame Su worthy of this title? Of course Madame Su should be conferred a title. The Han dynasty had a female marquis, so our Tang dynasty naturally has one too. Moreover, Madame Su is a celestial figure, and she is a celestial partner with county magistrate Hu. It is only natural for her to be conferred a title. Yes, that's the reason. The saint should confer a title to Madame Su. Even Lu Qing's mother stood up excitedly. I think that Madame Su is not inferior to men. The saint should only reward her with a title. Madame Su should be a role model for women of the Tang dynasty. After the people in the hall finished listening to the exorcism of ghosts, they were all excited and clamored for Su Chongqing to be conferred a title. This scene was also playing out in all the storytelling workshops in Chang'an City. Without a doubt, the exorcism of ghosts that these storytellers were talking about was made by Li Wangyu. Using the public's opinion to counter the imperial court was Li Wangyu's second step. Chapter 878. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had quietly arrived in Mianzhou. Wangyu, is this your hometown? Is this also Li Bai's former residence? Where is the ink washing pool? Riding a horse in the small county of Jiangyu County in Mianzhou, Su Chongqing looked around curiously, as if she wanted to find the traces left behind by the great poet Li Bai. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. What are you looking for? Li Bai is still more than 80 years away from being born. What kind of ink washing pool is there now? Su Chongqing then realized that she had messed up the time again. She couldn't help but smile and stick out her tongue. She immediately smiled and said, I don't know if the great poet Li Bai's name will still be recorded in history after someone copied so many of his poems. Don't worry, Li Bai wrote more than 1,000 poems in his life. How many have I copied? It's a small matter, haha. Speaking of this topic, Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. Su Chongqing covered her mouth and laughed. It is said that Li Bai is also a descendant of the Li Tang royal family. Speaking of which, you are also a relative. Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, it seemed to be true. According to the new Tang book, Li Bai was the 9th-generation grandson of the Xingxing Emperor, and was of the same origin as the Li Tang kings. The Xingxing Emperor was the founding monarch of Shiliang Li Gui. He claimed to be the 16th-generation grandson of the Western Han general Li Guang, and was recognized as the ancestor of the Tang dynasty royal family. Li Wangyu was fine before he thought about it. After thinking about it, he felt that this matter was too confusing. According to the historical records, Li Gui was the 7th-generation grandson of the Tang dynasty's founder, Li Yuan. Then Pai Lupi was the 8th-generation grandson of Li Gui. According to this seniority, he, Li Wangyu, Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Li Ji, and the others were actually Li Ji's 9 generations of grandchildren, the same generation as Li Bai. What kind of seniority was this? An Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, was Li Gui's 11th grandson. In other words, in terms of seniority, Li Bai was Li Longji's grandfather? However, it was clear that Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji, would not recognize Li Bai as someone of seniority. In fact, he would not even recognize him as a relative. Even Li Wangyu didn't want to admit that Li Bai, who was born more than 80 years later, was his brother. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled, throwing these messy matters to the back of his mind. What kind of seniority did Li Bai have? It was none of his business. This time he brought his beautiful boss back to Mianzhou. He really wanted to see his hometown. However, after the long journey back, Li Wangyu was extremely disappointed. This was the Tang dynasty of thousands of years ago. How could there be his hometown? This was a completely unfamiliar county. After thousands of years, there was no trace left behind at all. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly, wondering if he was also carving the boat to find the sword. In the long river of history, even if it was the same place, where could he find the lost sword? The group rested for a few days in Mianzhou. Then they planned to set off for Chengdu County in Yizhou. In Li Wangyu's plan, after touring Chengdu County, they would go down the river and tour Chang'an. At that time, the matter of Chang'an City giving Su Chongqing a title should be almost over. On this day, everyone mounted their horses and prepared to leave the city for Chengdu County. Not long after they got onto the official road, Li Wangyu and the others were shocked to find that the sound of horse hooves came from behind them. Niu Wu and the two troops immediately protected Li Wangyu and the others. Looking up, they saw a large group of soldiers galloping over from the official road. Li Wangyu was shocked. Did he give himself away and Pai Lupi sent people to catch him? If they were really here to catch him, it was too late to run now. Lang Jun, look at the flag. It's the Mianzhou soldiers. Niu Wu's eyes were sharp. After seeing the flag clearly, he reported. Li Wangyu nodded his head, feeling slightly relieved. If Pai Lupi wanted to catch him back to Chang'an, he would definitely send the imperial army. It was impossible for the Mianzhou soldiers to catch him. Seeing that the Mianzhou soldiers were rushing over, everyone quickly retreated to the side of the official road to avoid the soldiers. Sure enough, the Mianzhou soldiers did not pay attention to Li Wangyu and the others. They hurriedly passed by them and galloped away. Li Wangyu and the others were on a three-way road not far ahead of them. Left was to go to Chengdu County, right was to go to Songzhou. As for the 1,000 or so soldiers of Mianzhou, they turned right at the fork in the road and headed north in the direction of Songzhou. Li Wangyu could not help but be surprised. Did something happen in Songzhou? Was it so serious that they needed the Mianzhou soldiers to go and help? Lang Jun, I see that the soldiers from Mianzhou are heading to Songzhou to provide support. Could it be that a war has broken out in Songzhou? Niu Wu came to the same conclusion when he saw the soldiers hurriedly marching. Songzhou was the Songpan County of the future. It was more than 500 miles away from Mianzhou. Songzhou was the Jianan road of the Tang dynasty. It was the main road to Tuyuhan. In the 12th year of Zhengguan, the battle between the Tang dynasty and Tubo broke out in Songzhou. Did Tuyuhan eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts to attack Songzhou? Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it was not impossible. The current Tuyuhan could be considered to be in a prosperous period. Moreover, Tuyuhan was not stingy and was very difficult to deal with. When Emperor Yang of Sui sent troops to attack Tuyuhan, after winning in the early stages, they were beaten back by Tuyuhan in just a few years. They even attacked the Hehe region of the former Sui. The former Sui counties could not resist and fell. After the establishment of the Great Tang, the Tuyuhan had been well behaved for a period of time, but it was not impossible for the Tuyuhan to attack Song province in a fit of anger. After all, he remembered that in the 9th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi sent Wuxia General Duanjishuan to attack Tuyuhan all the way to Qinghai Lake. But after Duanjishuan won, Tuyuhan immediately attacked Liangzhou. In the 12th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi attacked here and forced Tuyuhan to surrender. They destroyed Tuyuhan and brought Qinghai into the territory of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't surprising that such a country that didn't learn its lesson would come to harass Songzhou. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu could not help but feel interested. In the future, he was a military fan who spent a lot of time on various military forums. However, he had only seen wars on television and movies. If war really broke out in Songzhou, he really wanted to go and see it for himself. Niu Wu, do you think Tuyuhan is attacking? Niu Wu nodded. If even the house army of Mianzhou was mobilized, then that should be the case. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was a little tempted. However, when he turned his head and looked at Su Chongqing, Aphrodite and Perrin, the three beauties, he felt a headache coming on. How should he tell his beautiful boss about this? Naturally, he could not take the three women to Songzhou, which was more than 500 miles away. If a war really broke out, he could not let Su Chongqing and the others take such a risk. However, Li Wangyu would not be satisfied if he did not go and see the ancient battlefield and the might of the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing understood him very well. She glanced at him. Do you want to go to Songzhou? Li Wangyu smiled. No, why would I go to Songzhou? Before he could finish, his beautiful boss continued. That's good. Don't even think about it. Li Wangyu. Chapter 879. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't agree to Li Wangyu going to Songzhou. For her, it was better to stay as far away from that kind of battle as possible. She respected those soldiers who defended their country and understood that the years were peaceful, and there were people carrying the burden. But understanding didn't mean that she was willing to let her man take risks on the battlefield. This was human nature. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with them, so she wouldn't agree to let Li Wangyu go to the battlefield where arrows were flying just because he was curious. Li Wangyu also knew what she was thinking. He smiled and didn't say anything else. The group continued on their way, riding slowly toward Izhou. Li Wangyu rode on horseback, but he was thinking about the matters of Songzhou. He didn't think about sneaking to Songzhou. After all, even if Tuyuhan had offended the border, it was probably just a small matter. They didn't even bother to record it in the history books, so it wasn't a big deal. By the time he got to Songzhou, which was 500 miles away, Tuyuhan might have already retreated. Moreover, he had Su Changqing and the other two with him. He couldn't be so irresponsible as to leave the three women behind and sneak to Songzhou just to satisfy his curiosity. He had that kind of thought just now purely on a whim. After being glared at by his beautiful boss, this guy's henpeck syndrome flared up. The idea of going to Songzhou to observe the ancient battlefield had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Li Wangyu only thought of the Songzhou battle in the 12th year of Chang'an and the Tang dynasty's strong enemy, Tubo, because of Songzhou. In the textbooks of later generations, Princess Wenqing's marriage to Songtsen Gampo was a symbol of Tang and Tubo's friendship. In reality, Li Wangyu knew that this was nonsense. Not to mention how fragile, unreliable, and even humiliating a friendship that relied on a woman to maintain it was. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the marriage was simply a stain on Pai Lupi's life. It was even less bloody than the great Ming dynasty's ancestral teachings of no political marriages, no reparations, no ceding of land, no tribute. The Son of Heaven guards the country. When Princess Wenqing married into Tubo, she brought vegetables, grain seeds, exquisite handicrafts, and the advanced production technology of the Tang dynasty. However, the Tubo people did not think that it was friendship at all. Instead, they thought it was the Tang people's reverence for Tubo. As for Princess Wenqing, she was also not liked by Songtsen Gampo. When Songtsen Gampo married Princess Wenqing, he already had a Nepalese ruler princess as his wife, and she was rather favored. The so-called Red Palace built to marry Princess Wenqing, which was the Patala Palace of the later generations, was built for Princess Zun. It was easy to tell if it was real or fake. If it was a palace built to ease Princess Wenqing's homesickness, the architectural style would not be an Ipura-style palace, but a palace of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu naturally knew what the Patala Palace looked like in the future. To say that the Patala Palace was built by Songtsen Gampo to marry Princess Wenqing was purely a lie. According to the records of the kings of Tibet, Princess Wenqing had been in Tibet for many years. She had no children and no favor, and her status was mediocre. Usually she served Songtsen Gampo like a maid. 9 years later, Songtsen Gampo died, and Princess Wenqing was a widow for 31 years. This was the real experience of Princess Wenqing. Li Wangyu secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he would not let this happen under his nose. If the Tubo Grand Minister Ludong Zangin went to the Tang dynasty to ask for a marriage, Li Wangyu even began to think about whether to directly kill this guy. Destroy Tubo. This idea was like a wildfire, suddenly burning in Li Wangyu's heart, and it did not go out for a long time. He even had the impulse to directly turn back to Chang'an City, find Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, and the others and have a good plan. Li Wangyu felt that 10 years of preparation should be enough for the Tang dynasty to accumulate strength, destroy Tubo in one fell swoop, and bring it into the territory of the Tang dynasty. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu, who had been living a carefree life and waiting for death, had a clear goal for the first time. The Tang dynasty and Tubo had been fighting each other for 100 years, and there were more than 190 battles recorded in the history books. However, the powerful Tang dynasty could not do anything to Tubo, let alone bring Tubo into the territory of the Tang dynasty. The reason, besides the strong army of Tubo, was the problem of geography. As everyone knew, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was due to altitude sickness. In the era of cold weapons, even the cavalry of the Tang dynasty could not do anything about altitude sickness. In particular, the Tang dynasty did not understand the cause of altitude sickness. They only knew that it was a disease called miasma disease, and they lacked effective prevention and treatment methods. In addition, in the Tang dynasty, cotton was not planted and used on a large scale. The soldiers lacked good methods to resist the cold, and the low temperature and logistical difficulties in the plateau area limited the cavalry of the Tang dynasty from attacking Tubo. In Li Wangyu's opinion, altitude sickness was not difficult to overcome. When one entered the plateau above 3,000 meters, 50% to 75% of people would experience altitude sickness. However, after 3 to 10 days of adaptation, altitude sickness symptoms would gradually disappear. In addition, Chinese medicine like roseroot could effectively overcome altitude sickness, so it should not be a big problem to overcome altitude sickness. The difficulty of attacking Tubo was to resist the cold and logistical difficulties. To resist the cold, they would need to plant cotton on a large scale. Li Wangyu silently remembered this in his heart, and he planned to discuss this with Pai Lupi after returning to Chang'an. The logistical problem was actually not difficult. Li Wangyu immediately thought of luncheon meat, pork floss, fried noodles, and other military rations that could be easily produced in the Tang dynasty to feed the army. With that, the Tang army could go into battle with light equipment. Now that he and Yan Liben had created the hydraulic forging hammer, the equipment of the Tang army would be even better. With that, Li Wangyu did not believe that they could not destroy Tubo. Li Wangyu thought about it. If they wanted to destroy Tubo within 10 years, there was one more thing that they had to plan and prepare in advance. That was to send out various spies deep into the plateau to understand the climate, roads, and geography of Tubo. Only then would the army have a clear target to attack. Otherwise, if hundreds of thousands of troops were sent out, even if they reached the plateau, they would not be able to see anything. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu suddenly slapped his head. To think that he called himself a military fanatic, and he actually forgot such an important thing. When he was building his castle, he made a sand table, and Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others treated it like a treasure. However, he actually forgot to make a map and give it to Pai Lupi. There was no need to mention how rough and simple the maps of the Tang dynasty were. If Li Wangyu drew a map from his imagination, it would also be unreliable. However, how could he forget that Su Chongqing's phone had a navigation software? Even if there was no internet or GPS, there was an offline map that could be downloaded. Those maps of the cities in the future were naturally useless. However, even if it was a simple map of the entire country, if he copied it down, the scale and accuracy of it would be better than all the maps of the Tang dynasty. Why would he still need to do so many things in Chang'an City? If this map was presented, it would immediately blindly err, as well as the Duke's 24K corium gold dog eyes. If he changed Su Chongqing's title, would that still be a problem? Chapter 880. Of course, even if Li Wangyu had thought of the map, he might not have used it to exchange for the title of nobility with Pai Lupi. In his opinion, Su Chongqing's contribution this time was enough for him to be given a title. Why couldn't he exchange it for a title? Therefore, when it was time to stir up trouble, Li Wangyu would not be soft-hearted. In Chang'an, the situation was getting more and more chaotic. The Exorcism Chronicles, which promoted disaster relief in Shuzhou, had become a household name in Chang, and through storytellers. After Lu Qing, the functionary of Taichung Temple, returned home, he heard his mother and daughter-in-law discussing the new book at the dinner table. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mother, the storyteller is talking about a new book today? What book is it? I'll go listen when I have a break." "Husband, that book is very good. It's called Exorcism Chronicles. It's about County Magistrate Hu and Lady Su fighting against the plague ghosts in Shuzhou and curing the big head plague. Lady Su is really amazing. She's really a hero among women." Without waiting for Lu Qing's mother to speak, his daughter-in-law impatiently told her husband about the new book today. Lu Qing's mother also nodded, feeling that her daughter-in-law was right. "That's right. This Exorcism Chronicles is really good. If I have a break, I'll go listen to this book." Lu Qing's face immediately darkened when he heard this. He immediately thought of Lady Su's knighthood. If there were no accidents, This exorcism chronicles must have been created by county magistrate Hu. This was a blatant conspiracy. When the people of Chang'an knew about this, those who opposed Lady Su's knighthood would be drowned in the saliva of the people of Chang'an. This was worse than refusing to take public carriages or sell goods to them. Thinking of this, Lu Qing's back was almost covered in sweat. As expected, his mother continued, "Today, I heard from the storyteller that there were 3 female marquises in the former Han dynasty. Since they were given the title of Marquis and Lady Su made such a great contribution, why didn't the sage reward her? If my son has the chance, he'll open Madame Su's eyes. If our dynasty can also produce a female Marquis mother as a woman, we'll also be honored." "That's right. Mother is right." Lu Qing's daughter-in-law agreed. Functionary Lu Qing did not dare to say anything else. He could only nod his head in agreement, but his heart was filled with grievances. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell his mother and daughter-in-law that he had been one of the most vehement opponents of Su Chongqing's knighthood that day at Taiji Palace. Furthermore, he had been recorded in a small notebook by the magistrate of Wuxia. Only now did Lu Qing know what it meant to suffer a double loss. She was so regretful that she wished she could slap herself a few times. But as an official of Taichung Temple, if he changed his tune at this time, he was worried that Taichung Temple's Qing Wangying would hold a grudge against him. Then his future would be completely ruined. For a moment, Lu Qing was also afraid of beating a wolf with a hemp stick and did not know what to do. The exorcism chronicles became popular in Chang'an. But Wang Ying and the others also felt uncomfortable. How could they have known that there was a method like Li Wangyou's to create hype for someone? In fact, Li Wangyou's method of using storytellers to spread Su Chongqing's glorious deeds and glorious image was not even worth mentioning in the future. In the future, when one wanted to create hype for the debut of a little fresh meat on the internet, those methods were brilliant and varied. Creating something out of nothing, using a topic to make a fuss, imagining things out of thin air, performing a double act, riding on popularity, and so on, all 360-degree hyping without any blind spots was called creating hype. But even Li Wangyou's childish hyping methods were enough in the Tang dynasty. Now in Chang'an, everyone was full of praise for Su Chongqing. Even the title of Goddess of Wealth was not called Su Chongqing anymore. In private, they all called Su Chongqing Bodhisattva Su. Li Wangyou was thousands of miles away in Shu County, but with a few letters he stirred up Chang'an into a pot of porridge. Every day in the imperial court, the topic of whether to confer a title on Su Chongqing always made the officials clamor in front of Pai Lupi for a while, which gave Pai Lupi a headache. Wang Ying and the others were getting weaker and weaker. The low-level officials who had previously cheered for them were not of high ranks, but they had the advantage in numbers. With so many officials clamoring, even Pai Lupi had to consider the consequences. But ever since Li Wangyou secretly plotted and played many tricks, officials like Lu Qing, the functionary of Taichung Temple, did not dare to stand out to express their support because of the pressure from Wang Ying and the others, but they also kept silent. No matter how Wang Ying and the others hinted at them, they just pretended not to see and kept silent about Su Chongqing's conferment. After all, they were not fools. They did not want to offend Wang Ying and the others, or offend Li Wangyou, the county magistrate. Staying neutral was what smart people should do. Wang Ying and the others did not have the strong support of these low-level officials, so naturally, their voices of opposition were much smaller. After half a month of such chaos, Pai Lupi finally could not stand it anymore. On this day in the imperial court, Pai Lupi ignored the objections of Wang Ying and the others and directly issued a decree, announcing to the world that Su Chongqing would be conferred the title of Marquis of Founding County. The first and probably only female Marquis of the Tang dynasty was born. Su Chongqing's title was Marquis Yanling. The purpose was naturally to commend Su Chongqing for fighting the epidemic in Yanling County of Shuzhou. After this matter was made public, the world was in an uproar. A female conferment of nobility was something that had not happened for hundreds of years since the Han dynasty. Moreover, Pai Lupi also conferred Su Chongqing the title of Marquis of Founding County. Who knows how many people's jaws dropped. But other than Wang Ying and the group of stubborn old men, no one said anything. For example, the functionary of Taichung Temple, Lu Qing, and the others secretly rejoiced in their hearts. This unlucky matter was finally over. After Pai Lupi conferred the title of Marquis on Su Chongqing, he immediately ordered people to announce it to the world. When the messenger heard it, He even ordered people to deliver the imperial edict of conferring Su Changqing the title of Marquis to the 360 provinces of the Tang dynasty. His objective was self-evident. It was to notify Li Wangyu, who was free and unfettered somewhere, to quickly scram back to me. However, at this time, Li Wangyu and the others were still leisurely touring various parts of Izhou. The distance from Mianzhou to Chengdu County was only a little over 300 li. If they hurried on horseback, it would take them 2 days. However, they were not in a rush and did not feel any sense of urgency. Therefore, they did not directly go from Mianzhou to Chengdu County. Instead, they leisurely traveled to the vicinity of Mengyang County in Pengzhou, preparing to go to Danjing Mountain to admire the peonies. The Tianpeng peonies of Danjing Mountain were especially blooming, and were equally famous as the peonies of Luoyang and Hezi. The Tang people had always loved the peonies. Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very interested in them. Li Wangyu was naturally willing to accompany the 3 girls. When Li Wangyu and the others arrived in Pengzhou, although the peonies' best flowering period had already passed, there was still an endless stream of scholars and ladies coming from Chengdu County to admire the flowers. In Zheolong County at the foot of Danjing Mountain, Li Wangyu and the others spent a lot of effort before finding a satisfactory inn and staying there. After dinner, Li Wangyu was chatting with the 3 girls in the room when he suddenly heard screams and cries from outside the inn. Chapter 881. Li Wangyu tilted his head and listened, but he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why were the sounds from outside the hostel so frightened? A woman's screams, a child's cries, a man's shouts, and the sound of breaking things were mixed together. Everything was fine and dandy, so what had happened? Li Wangyu stood up and wanted to see what was going on. However, he heard a light knock on the door and Niu Wu's voice came from outside. Lang Jun, something is wrong. You and Miss Su stay in the room and don't come out. I will go and see what is going on. I have asked Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian to guard the door. Lang Jun, you can call them if you need anything. Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian were the 2 soldiers who followed Niu Wu to protect Li Wangyu. They were brothers from the same mother. Since Li Wangyu kidnapped a group of palace maids from the central part of the mansion to be their aunts, the soldiers of Lai Hot were absolutely loyal to Li Wangyu. Whether it was Niu Wu or Li Wangyu, they were very confident in them. Speaking of which, the Zhang brothers were also quite capable. Not long after their wives married them, they were already pregnant. Both of their wives were pregnant. Originally, Li Wangyu didn't want to take the 2 brothers with him because their wives were pregnant. However, he couldn't endure the 2 brothers' strong request and finally took them with him. Okay, I know. Go and come back quickly. Take care of yourself. Lang Jun, don't worry. I know. After Niu Wu finished speaking, he instructed the Zhang brothers and quickly walked out of the hostel to see what was going on. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing also looked at each other. They didn't understand why Zheolong County was in such a mess. Listening to the noise outside, it seemed that the whole city was in a mess. After waiting in the room for a while, Li Wang, you couldn't help but feel anxious when Niu Wu didn't come back. Zhang Xian, go and see why Niu Erlang hasn't come back yet. Without waiting for the Zhang brothers to speak, they saw Niu Wu hurriedly running back. He didn't even care about etiquette and directly knocked open the door. Lang Jun, leave quickly. Something's wrong. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Li Wangyu quickly got up and asked. Niu Wu swallowed his saliva and said, the assistant minister is causing trouble again. The Ming House of Zheolong County has already ordered people to close the city gates. Let's go now and use your goldfish talisman to open the city gate and go to Chengdu County. Our horses are fast. The guards won't be able to catch up with us. What? When Li Wangyu heard this, his mind buzzed and he felt a little dizzy. He had never thought that instead of going to Songzhou to join in the fun, he would lead Su Changqing and the other 2 into a dangerous place. It was not a small matter for a subordinate to rebel. The Liao people were a minority in the southwest of China during the Han and Tang dynasties. In Shu Prefecture, there were more than 100,000 households in Brazil, Guanghan and Zhejiang. The living conditions of these Liao people were very primitive, and they were still in the slash-and-burn stage. The Liao people refused to accept the royal authority of the Central Plains, so they often clashed with the Han people. The Jianan assistant minister mostly lived in Bazhou, Meizhou, Izhou, and other areas where there were many Han people. The Tang dynasty gave them a lot of preferential treatment. According to the Tang Dynasty historical records, households that have been deserted will pay half the tax. If there are floods, droughts, and pests, there will be no rent. If there are 6, there will be no transfer. If there are 7, there will be no classes. This meant that the Liao people only paid half of the taxes that the Han people paid. If there were disasters, there would be no rent. But even so, due to the difference in culture and customs, as well as the Tang people's disdain for the Liao people, there were many conflicts between the Liao people and the Tang people. This was especially true in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. When the Jiannan assistant ministers were established in Bazhou, Meizhou, Hangzhou, Yizhou, and other provinces, there were often Liao people who rebelled. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he and Su Chongqing would encounter Liao people just because they came to look at the peony flowers. Even the Ming House of Zhejiang County ordered the city gates to be sealed. From this, it could be seen that the Liao people weren't to be underestimated. If he was alone, Li Wangyu wouldn't be too worried. After all, he had Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers protecting him. Furthermore, Zhejiang County wasn't too far away from Chengdu County. Even if the Liao people surrounded the city, he didn't believe that the Liao people would be able to break through the city walls quickly. However, with Su Chongqing and the other two by his side, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to take such a risk. It was better to be safe than sorry. If an accident really happened, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers might be brave, but they might not be able to protect everyone. Thus, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. Following Niu Wu's suggestion, the best choice was to leave the city and escape to Chengdu County. Niu Wu, what's the situation like? Did the Liao people attack outside the city? I don't know, but I don't think they've surrounded Zhejiang County. I haven't heard any movements outside the city. Okay, since that's the case, we'll immediately leave the city and go to Chengdu County. Li Wangyu hurriedly called for Su Chongqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin to leave. They were protected by Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers. They didn't even have time to pack their bags before they hurriedly rushed to the stables of the hostel. After taking out the horses, they rode towards the south gate of Zhejiang County. Zhejiang County wasn't big. They quickly arrived near the south gate, but they were blocked by the surging tide of people on the main street. The news of the Liao people's rebellion had already spread throughout the city. Not only did the people of Zhejiang County want to escape the city, but the scholars and ladies who came to look at the peony flowers also wanted to escape. Thus, the narrow street was filled with people who wanted to escape the city. However, the city gate of Zhejiang County was already closed. No matter how the people cried, the soldiers guarding the city didn't have the slightest intention of opening the gate and letting them leave. In fact, Li Wangyu was well aware that the city gate wouldn't open under such circumstances. Who knew if there were Liao people lying in ambush outside the city? If the city gate was opened and the Liao people took the opportunity to kill their way in, it would be a bloody disaster. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to show his goldfish talisman and force the soldiers to open the city gate. However, seeing the situation, he slowly shook his head and dispelled the idea. Now that the sky was dark, if he forced the soldiers to open the city gate, not to mention whether there would be danger, the people who were anxious to escape the city would swarm out like bees. Li Wang, you didn't dare to imagine what would happen with so many people crazily crowding around. He was about to call Su Chongqing and the others to return to the hostel first before making any plans, when he heard a man in luxurious clothes shouting at the city gate. Look carefully, this is my goldfish talisman. I'm the major of the viceroy's residence in Yi province. Now open the city gate for me. I have something important to attend to, so I need to return to the viceroy's residence immediately. The soldiers guarding the city confirmed that the goldfish talisman in the man's hand was real, but they did not dare to obey him. Reporting to Sima, without the Ming residence's orders, we do not dare to open the city gates. Quickly summon the county magistrate of Zhejiang County. Go now. The soldiers looked at each other awkwardly. In the end, the squad leader dared not delay because of the man's identity, so he could only summon a soldier to summon the county magistrate of Zhejiang County. Chapter 882. Li Wangyu could not help but snort when he saw Sima of the Yi province's governor-general's office being so rude and unreasonable. Sima of the Yi province's governor-general's office was in charge of military affairs and military taxes. Although the soldiers stationed in Zhejiang County were not under his control, they did not dare to offend him. As for the Ming House of Zhejiang County, He was only a county magistrate of secondary grade 7. If he forced the county magistrate to open the city gates, Li Wangyu did not believe that the Ming house could withstand such pressure. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu, who was about to turn his horse around and return to the hostel, pulled on the reins and decided to observe the situation. If Sima of the Yi province's governor-general did not care about the lives of the people and insisted on forcing the county magistrate to open the city gates, Li Wangyu would have to reveal his identity and teach this Sima a lesson. Not long after, the county magistrate of Julong County, who had been notified, hurried to the city gates. "Greetings, Sima. You are the county magistrate of Julong County? That's good. Quickly order people to open the city gates. I have important matters to attend to and need to return to Chengdu County. Do not waste my time." Sima impatiently signaled the county magistrate to open the city gates. I'm afraid this is not appropriate." The county magistrate hesitated for a moment and bowed to Sima. He continued, "Sima, it is already late and there are officials causing trouble outside. If we open the city gates rashly and the officials launch a sneak attack, it will be a disaster. As the county magistrate of Julong County, I cannot bear this responsibility. Please forgive me, Sima." The county magistrate's words did not move Sima at all. Instead, he was impatient. "Don't speak nonsense. I have already ordered people to go up the city walls to observe. There are no officials outside at all. Furthermore, I have received news that those officials are still tens of miles away and have not yet arrived at Julong County. Why can't you open the city gates?" "Sima, the current military situation is unclear. Ever since I received news of the rebellion, I've ordered people to immediately leave the city and rush to the Yi province governor's office to warn them." Although Julong County was a lower county, there were still more than 200 government soldiers in the city. In addition, there were 3 groups of Yamen runners and Minzhuang from the county Yamen. Presumably, there would be no problem in defending the city. "Sima, you should stay in the city for a few days and wait for Yi province's governor-general's office to send reinforcements. Wouldn't that be safer?" In Li Wangyu's opinion, the county magistrate's words were reasonable. At this point he had also calmed down. He felt that the equipment of his subordinates was very outdated, and they definitely lacked siege weapons. In that case, it would be safer to stay in Julong County. It was already late and night had fallen. If they rashly left the city and encountered something along the way, it would be even worse. Needless to say, if the city gates were opened rashly, the panicked commoners would rush out of the gates, which could easily lead to a stampede. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the right thing to do was to close the city gates and wait for reinforcements. However, the words of Julong County's county magistrate did not calm Sima down. Instead, he raised his voice. "Don't speak so much nonsense. I ordered you to open the city gates. Are you deaf?" The county magistrate of Julong County was also a tough nut to crack. He stretched out his hand and straightened his light green official robes. With a serious expression he said, "Sima, forgive me for not being able to comply with your orders." The more the two sides spoke, the more tense the situation became. The county magistrate of Julong County did not intend to continue talking nonsense with Sima. Even if Sima was a lower class, rank 4 official, he could not control the county magistrate. There was no subordinate relationship between the two. You are just a rank 7 county magistrate. Are you trying to overturn the heavens? Do you still have any respect for your superiors? Do you believe that I won't chop you into pieces right now?" Sima was enraged by the words of Julong County's county magistrate. He suddenly pulled out his barrier blade from his waist and placed it against the county magistrate's neck. "Stop!" Li Wangyu originally intended to continue hiding his identity. However, when he saw the situation, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Niu Wu, go and take his weapon." Yes, Niu Wu had long disliked Sima. After receiving Li Wangyu's order, he immediately jumped off his horse and rushed in front of Sima. Before Sima could react, Niu Wu had already reached out and grabbed his wrist. Sima naturally did not dare to kill the county magistrate of Julong County. He only pulled out his barrier blade to scare the county magistrate. However, he did not expect that a one-eyed brawny man would suddenly appear beside him and directly bind his wrist that was holding the barrier blade. Sima subconsciously wanted to pull out his barrier blade. However, he could not move at all. He could not help but roar. "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" At this time, Li Wangyu also jumped off his horse. Under the protection of the Zhang brothers, he separated the crowd and walked in front of Sima and the county magistrate of Jilong County. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly took out the goldfish talisman that represented his identity and showed it to the two of them. When Sima and the county magistrate of Jilong County clearly saw the goldfish talisman in Li Wangyu's hand, both of them turned pale with fright. On the goldfish talisman were written the words "County Duke who founded the country," conferred the title of County Duke. The young man in front of them was the County Duke who founded the country? County Duke who founded the country? Sima and the county magistrate of Jilong County immediately reacted. The young man in casual clothes was actually the famous County Duke who founded the country, the Crown Prince's imperial tutor and the saint's nephew. The county magistrate of Jilong County immediately bowed and said, "Humble county magistrate of Jilong County, Du Gufeng, pays his respects to County Duke who founded the country. I did not know that the Duke was here. Please forgive me." Sima's face turned even redder. He did not care that one of his wrists was still held by Niu Wu. His posture was very awkward as he bowed down. Humble County Magistrate Wang Zhengyichuan of Yi Province pays his respects to. Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu directly interrupted him. "Wang Sima, let me ask you, what is the meaning of you placing your barrier blade on Du Guming House's neck? Are you plotting to murder an official of the imperial court?" Li Wangyu's words immediately caused Sima's back to be soaked in cold sweat. These words were heart-wrenching. Although Zheng Yichuan was a county magistrate of Yi Province's governor's office and a secondary class rank 4 executive of Yi Province, he did not have the authority to casually raise his blade or spear against the county magistrate of Jilong County, let alone threaten to kill him. This matter could be big or small. It all depended on how one interpreted it. "Please forgive me, Duke. This humble official was only joking with Du Guming House in a moment of excitement. You can't take it seriously, you can't take it seriously. How would this humble official dare to plot against Du Guming House? It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Li Wangyu glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Is Sima Wang from Taiyuan Wang clan?" When Wang Yichuan heard this, he hurriedly nodded. "That's right. This humble official is indeed from Taiyuan Wang clan. Does the Duke have a relationship with Taiyuan Wang clan?" From Wang Yichuan's point of view, being born from the 7 noble clans was something he should be most proud of. However, Li Wangyu's next words made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley. There is no relationship, but there is a grudge. Wang Yichuan had lived for half his life, but this was the first time he had seen someone who did not put the 7 noble clans in their eyes. It was also the first time he had heard someone who dared to say that he had a grudge with Taiyuan Wang clan. "Haha, the Duke is joking." "Who is joking with you?" "Haha, your Taiyuan Wang clan has repeatedly opposed this Duke. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know about this?" Li Wangyu's words immediately shut Wang Yichuan's mouth. He did not dare to say anything more. Chapter 883. Li Wangyu's words silenced Wang Yichuan, and he turned to look at the Jilong County magistrate. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu realized that his memory was getting better and better. There were many books that his grandfather had forced him to read, but now he could slowly recall them. Although Li Wangyu did not know the Jilong County magistrate Du Gufeng, he felt that he had heard of him before. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that there was an essay by Chanziang on the Jilong County magistrate Du Gucheng's Monument of Love. Pengzhou's Jilong County's deputy minister Du Gujun is a courteous and resolute person. He is dignified, respectful, and trustworthy. He is clean and honest, diligent and honest. This essay was about a Pengzhou's Jilong County magistrate with the surname Dugu. He was conscientious in his duties, loved the people, and was honest. Could it be that the essay was about Jilong County Ming House Du Gufeng? Although the place names and surnames were the same, their positions were different. In the Jilong County magistrate Du Gucheng's Monument of Love, Du Gujun was a county magistrate. Li Wangyu could not help but ask curiously, "Du Guming House? Was he also a junior magistrate in Jilong County?" Du Gufeng was slightly surprised, but he immediately replied, "Duke is correct. I was originally a county magistrate in Zheolong County. I was promoted to county magistrate this year. Li Wangyu looked at Du Gufeng from head to toe. Although this person was not famous in history, he was able to make Chan Ziong write an essay for him. This meant that he was a good official. Just by looking at how he was able to resist Wang Yichuan from the Izhou Governor General's office and refuse to open the city gate, he was worthy of Chan Ziang's praise. Not bad. Dugu Minghouse, you did a good job. Go and pacify the people. Don't let them crowd around the city gate. If they attack the county now, there will be a lot of casualties. Du Gufeng naturally obeyed. He hurriedly led a group of county yamen runners to coax and persuade the crying commoners who wanted to leave the city to escape the disaster of war. After Niu Wu confiscated Wang Yichuan's barrier saber, this chief of staff from the Wang clan of Taiyuan also felt uneasy on the side, not knowing whether he should leave or stay. Naturally, he could tell that he had offended this county duke who. He had been in Sichuan for a long time, and did not know about the conflicts between Li Wangyu and the Wang clan of Taiyuan in Chang'an. However, as the nephew of the current sage and the imperial tutor of the crown prince, even if he did not get along with the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he was helpless. 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, Taiyuan Wang clan. This golden signboard could intimidate other people at first glance, but it could not do anything to a noble person like Li Wangyu. Wang Yichuan could only hope that Li Wangyu would not notice him. Wang Yichuan only felt that he did not look at the almanac before leaving the house today. How did he offend such a god? Originally, he was on break and had nothing to do, so he took 2 days off to come to Danjing Mountain to admire the peony flowers. He did not expect that his luck would be so bad that he would meet with people causing trouble. Wang Yichuan thought that he could ride a fast horse and escape before the people surrounded the county. However, he did not expect to meet a stubborn county magistrate. He wanted to use his authority as the chief of the governor's office to force this untactful county magistrate, but he was caught red-handed by Li Wangyu, the county duke who had founded the country. Wang Yichuan could not help but curse his own bad luck, but there was nothing he could do. While Du Gufeng led a group of yamen runners to persuade the commoners, Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Yichuan and was too lazy to bother with him. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? When Wang Yichuan heard this, he was delighted. It was best that Li Wangyu did not bother with him. He quickly bowed. Yes, I will leave now, I will leave now. Li Wangyu impatiently waved his hand at him, indicating that he could leave. Wang Yichuan did not even dare to ask Niu Wu for the barrier blade. He turned around and dived into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. After Du Gufeng finally managed to persuade the crowd to leave, he ordered the yamen runners to assist the soldiers in defending the county. After arranging the defense of the county, he returned to greet Li Wangyu. Du Gufeng was not familiar with Li Wangyu, and did not know the personality of this young county magistrate. As such, he did not dare to be disrespectful. Duke, please forgive me for making you wait for so long. Li Wangyu extended his hand to help him up. Dugu Minghouse, what are you saying? My safety is also in the hands of the Ming House. You are arranging the defense of the county. What is wrong with that? This is my responsibility. Dugu Ming House, from what you said, there are only about 200 soldiers in Zheolong County. Are you confident that you can defend the county? Du Gufeng nodded. Duke, you can rest assured. Although there are many of them, they do not have any excellent military equipment. They do not even have many bows and arrows. Although there are not many soldiers in the county, I am confident that they will not be able to break into the county in a short time. I have already sent people to the Yi Province Governor General's manor to ask for reinforcements. In less than 2 days, reinforcements will arrive. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was relieved. He continued to ask, Dugu Mingfu, this duke asks you, why did these people rebel? Do you know the details? Li Wangyu was still confused. He didn't understand why the people of Pengzhou were in such a mess out of nowhere. Li Wangyu and company had encountered the Yi province's people on their way here. Most of them were acquaintances. They were people who were willing to obey Wang Hua and pay taxes. However, these people were very different from Han people. Not only did they remove their front teeth, but they also wore tub skirts. Their lifestyle was very different from Han people. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, These people did not have a reason to rebel. Moreover, it was in a place so close to Chengdu County. Zhejiang County was only 100 li away from Chengdu County. If the army wanted to suppress it, they could arrive in a day. Under such circumstances, if these people still wanted to rebel, wouldn't they be courting death? Even if they surrounded Zhejiang County, the Province Governor-General's Manor's army would arrive before they could break into the county. Li Wangyu's question made Du Gufeng hesitate for a moment before he bowed again. In response to the Duke, "This matter is related to this official." "Oh, what do you mean?" Li Wangyu asked in confusion. Du Gufeng looked at Su Chongqing and company behind Li Wangyu and hesitated. It seemed that there were some things that he could not say in front of Su Chongqing and company. "Duke, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to the county office and I will tell you the details?" Seeing this, Li Wangyu did not force him and nodded in agreement. He ordered the Zhang brothers to escort Su Chongqing and company back to the inn to rest. He then led Niu Wu and followed Du Gufeng to Zhejiang County's county office. When they reached the main hall of the county office, Du Gufeng invited Li Wangyu to take a seat and ordered people to bring wine and food. Only then did he let out a long sigh and explain the situation to Li Wangyu. However, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu were flabbergasted when they heard this, and they were even more astonished by the fact that such a thing had occurred. This matter can't be blamed on the Duguming house. These people did not know what was good for them and dared to use this opportunity to cause trouble. They deserved to die. Chapter 884. After listening to Du Gufeng's explanation, Li Wangyu realized that there was still a very primitive marriage-snatching custom among the officials. In Du Gufeng's words, "The laws are lax, the marriages are improper, the villages are violent, they steal people's wives and daughters to escape, they move to other places and live in peace. They are called companions, and Yan Wan thinks they are companions." In other words, the marriage customs of these officials were no different from those of primitive societies. If they took a liking to someone, they would knock them out and carry them away. Not only that, the officials did not even know the etiquette of marriage and did not know the nature of father and son. Not to mention the Tang people, even Li Wangyu found it hard to accept the marriage customs of these officials. Chaotic, it was too chaotic. It was also because of this that Du Gufeng was too embarrassed to say these words in front of Su Chongqing and the others. The rebellion of the officials was related to the marriage snatching that happened a few days ago. There were also thousands of officials living in the area under the jurisdiction of Zhejiang County. Originally, the marriage snatching was only done in their own tribe. Even if Du Gufeng did not like it, he could not do anything about it. But a few days ago, when someone from the Jingren tribe went down the mountain to the city to sell mountain goods, it was unknown what was wrong with that Jingren's head, but he actually took a fancy to a young Han woman. That man actually colluded with several other men to use their weapons and directly snatched the Han girl up the mountain. When such a thing happened, the girl's family could only cry and complain to the county yamen. Du Gufeng didn't hesitate and immediately led 3 groups of bailiffs to the Farron tribe. Before the Farron tribe could react, they rescued the young lady. Although the girl was saved, she was already defiled by the officials. Fortunately, the people of the Great Tang were rather open-minded. Although the young lady was wailing miserably, she did not try to commit suicide. As for the victim's family, they knew that the officials were barbaric and did not even want Du Gufeng to punish them. They just wanted to accept their bad luck. However, when the victim's family was prepared to settle the matter peacefully, those people started to cause a ruckus. They even threatened Du Gufeng and demanded that Zhejiang County send the person back to them. Otherwise, they would come and snatch the person back. The Tang dynasty's attitude towards these officials had always been, even though they are in danger, they should be treated with kindness and trust. However, Du Gufeng did not completely agree with this. He had been an official in Zhejiang County for a long time, so he knew the nature of these officials well. He knew that to deal with these officials, it was not enough to just show them kindness. He also needed to make them fear him. As the saying goes, villains fear authority but not virtue, and don't know what virtue is. This also applies to these subordinates. As a result, Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to arrest the man who had come to threaten him. He whipped him heavily and reprimanded him before letting him go. Du Gufeng also did not expect that he would actually poke a hornet's nest this time. Du Gufeng whipped the man who abducted the woman was the son of the leader of the Duguren tribe near Zhejiang County. As a result, the leader of the Duguren tribe contacted the other officials to attack Zhejiang County to avenge his son. This was the reason why the current situation occurred. After Li Wangyu heard Du Gufeng's explanation, he could only let out a long sigh. This matter could not be blamed on Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Zhejiang County. There was nothing wrong with his actions. It was purely those officials who did not know what was good for them and did not respect the law. It is this official's fault that the officials started a rebellion. However, I have implicated the Duke. Please forgive me, Duke. When this matter is over, this official will naturally submit a memorial to the imperial court to ask for forgiveness. Du Gufeng bowed and apologized to Li Wangyu. He had never expected that Li Wangyu, the county magistrate, would be trapped in Zhejiang County. Du Gufeng didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be if something were to happen to Li Wangyu under his rule. He was afraid that when the emperor was angry, the officials of Yi province would be slaughtered by the Tang dynasty's army. Li Wangyu waved his hand. This matter cannot be blamed on the Dugu Ming house. It is all because those officials did not agree with the emperor. There is no need to worry about the Ming house. This matter will not be too big. When the Yi province army arrives, those officials will naturally scatter. Yes, this official is also thinking of this. As the two were talking, a Yamen runner rushed in from outside the county office and reporting to the Ming house, the officials outside the city have appeared. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng heard this and immediately stood up. Let's go and take a look. Although Zhejiang County was a lower county, the city walls were very sturdy. The city walls were 20 feet high and 10 feet wide. There was also a horse path connecting the city walls. Li Wangyu and his group rode up the city walls. They looked up and saw torches in the forest outside the city in the east, west, and north of Zhejiang County. However, the south gate of Chengdu County was completely dark. There seemed to be no movement at all. Du Gufeng revealed a suspicious expression in response to this. However, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu had mocking expressions on their faces. They smiled and didn't say anything. As Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng were observing the situation of the officials outside the city, they suddenly heard a voice. Duke, look at how powerful these officials are. Just by looking at the torches outside the city, there are at least a few thousand officials surrounding Zhejiang County. There are no officials at all at the south gate. If I knew this would happen, I would have opened the gate and let the people out to take refuge. Li Wangyu turned his head and saw that it was Wang Yichuan from the Yi province's governor-general's manor. He had run up the city walls and was pointing outside the city as he complained. Clearly, this fellow still held a grudge against Du Gufeng for not opening the city gates. Li Wangyu did not expect Wang Yichuan to be so thick-skinned. He had run away after being reprimanded, but he still dared to come up. Li Wangyu did not find it strange that Wang Yichuan would appear on the city walls. This guy was a major from the Yi province's governor-general's manor. He probably had eyes and ears in Zhejiang County. If he wanted to go up the city walls, the Yamen runners and soldiers would not dare to stop him. Li Wangyu could not help but mock Wang Yichuan in response to his complaint. Major Wang, don't you understand something as simple as surround 3 and guard 1? How did you become a major from the governor-general's manor? How can you understand something as simple as this? What do you mean by surround 3 and guard 1? Duke, are you saying that there are also barbarians in the south of the city? How is this possible? Do those barbarians know anything about the art of war? Li Wangyu did not want to waste time with this person. Niu Wu, explain it to him. Niu Wu also had a mocking expression. He pointed to the south of the city and said, Major Wang, did you not notice that the forest beside the official road in the south of the city is excessively quiet? There is not even the sound of insects or birds. If there is no one lying in ambush, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Major Wang actually doesn't understand such basic military knowledge. Wang Yichuan's face turned red from Li Wangyu and Niu Wu's words, but he did not dare to continue speaking. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng patrolled around the city walls on their horses. After confirming that there were no flaws in the defenses of the county, they went down the city walls and went back to rest. Tonight, those barbarians would not attack the city. They only needed to see if the reinforcements from the Yi province's governor-general's manor would arrive early and disperse those barbarians. Otherwise, if the barbarians attacked the city, It would be a tough battle to fight against the thousands of barbarians outside the city with just the 200 Yamen runners and the 200 Yamen runners. Chapter 885. The reason why Li Wangyu dared to go back to sleep and not worry about being attacked at night was also because of the way wars were fought in this era. Many people mistakenly thought that the lack of night battles in ancient times was due to the lack of vitamin intake, causing night blindness. This was actually not very accurate. Night blindness naturally existed in ancient times, and was known as sparrow blindness or sparrow blindness. However, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, doctors had long known about night blindness. Using animal liver to treat sparrow blindness was very effective. Therefore, night blindness was not the main reason for not fighting at night. Night battles were rarely fought in ancient times mainly because of the lack of lighting. The illumination of torches was limited, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe during battle, and even more difficult to command. Using cold weapons to fight, both sides were often tangled together, and it was very easy to injure one another at night. Flag signals and banners were the main methods of command during the cold weapon era. However, at night, both sides could not see the flag signals, greatly affecting the efficiency of command and coordination. Therefore, unless it was a sneak attack, there were very few large-scale battles at night. Zhejiang County was protected by tall city walls. Even if the guards wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried about this at all. The reality was exactly as he had expected. Until the dawn of the next day, the guards outside the city did not launch any attacks on Zhejiang County. When the sky gradually brightened, the guards outside the city began to beat the bronze drum, making a loud sound. Li Wangyu was awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Listening to it, he could not help but reveal a worried expression. Su Changqing was also awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Seeing that Li Wangyu's expression was not very good, he could not help but ask curiously, "Wangyu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sound of the drum?" "It's nothing. Today you, Aphrodite, and parents stay in the inn and do not go out. I've already instructed Du Guming to arrange for 2 bailiffs to stand guard in front of the inn to ensure your safety. I will bring Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to the city walls to see the situation." Su Changqing knew that he was hiding something, but did not continue to ask. He only nodded to show that he understood. "Be careful and do not try to be brave." "Okay, got it." Li Wangyu got up. With the help of Su Changqing, he changed into a set of capable Hu clothes. He kissed his beautiful superior's face before he pushed the door open and walked out. In the courtyard of the inn, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been waiting for a long time. "Husband, listen to the sound of the drum." Before Niu Wu could finish, Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. The reason why Li Wangyu's expression was somewhat unsightly was because he, Niu Wu and the others could clearly hear that there were at least 5 bronze drums being struck outside the city. The bronze drum was the symbol of the tribe to the winged ones. According to the way Shu Zhuan, often an elder is chosen as the king, but he cannot rule from afar. If the father dies, the son will succeed, just like the aristocrats of China. Each King Liao has a pair of horns, so that his disciples can boast about them. The drum among them was the bronze drum. The bronze drums were both musical instruments and war drums. Every Furun tribe had a bronze drum as the inheritance of the tribe leader. If the father died, the son would inherit the drum. These bronze drums were tall and had intricate patterns. When the drums were beaten, it often meant war. According to the Sui Shu geographical records, if you want to attack, sound the drum. Those who arrive are as numerous as the clouds. At this moment, the sound of 5 bronze drums could be heard outside of Zhejiang County. This meant that at least 5 tribes were involved in this rebellion, and these tribes usually had more than 1,000 Gong clan members. As a result, even if each household only sent out 1 subordinate, there would still be at least 5,000 armed subordinates waiting outside Zhejiang County. When Li Wangyu thought about how there were only 200 soldiers in the city, as well as 100 bailiffs and citizens, he felt a chill run down his spine. With such a huge disparity in military strength, even if those subordinates lacked weapons and equipment, and lacked siege weapons, if they were to go all out to attack Zhejiang County, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, he could only pray that the reinforcements from the Yi Province Governor-General's manor would arrive soon. Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the other two to the city wall. But Du Gufeng and Wang Yichuan had already arrived. Looking out, many people had already appeared at the foot of the Jiulong County city wall. Meanwhile, from the south of the city, which had been silent all night, close to 1,000 armed men emerged from the forest on both sides of the official road. Needless to say, these subordinates were the soldiers that had been lying in ambush at the south of the city last night. Wang Yichuan originally didn't believe Niu Wu's words, but when he saw these subordinates appear, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't think that these barbarians would be so cunning. They had really set up an ambush at the south of the city and waited for the people of Jiulong County to fall for it. When they opened the south gate to escape, they would ambush them. Even Li Wangyu and Niu Wu felt a wave of fear. If they hadn't been trapped in the city by the fleeing crowd, they might have fallen into the subordinates' trap when they rashly rode out of Jiulong County. With just Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, it would probably be difficult for them to protect Li Wangyu, Su Changqing, and the other two girls. Du Gufeng's face was also quite ugly. As the county magistrate of Jiulong County and a deputy for 4 years, he had a good understanding of the subordinates. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have the 5 bronze drums outside the city at this time. Li Wangyu lightly patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Dugu Minghouse, don't panic. Although the subordinates are strong, they can't do anything to Jiulong County in a short period of time. When the army arrives, these subordinates won't be a threat." Yes, Duke is right. This lowly official also thinks so. While the two of them were talking, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a cloth skirt walk out of the woods outside the city. Dozens of strong men with weapons in their hands were guarding him from left and right. The middle-aged man stood 100 meters away, carefully guarding against the arrows shot down from the city wall. He loudly shouted at the top of the city wall. Li Wangyu naturally didn't understand what the subordinate was saying. He could only look at Du Gufeng. Du Gufeng had been an official in Shu County for a long time, so he understood the subordinate's language. After hearing the subordinate shout, he couldn't help but show anger. "Dugu Minghouse, what did the subordinate say?" Li Wangyu curiously asked. "Duke, that person is the father of the subordinate who kidnapped the young lady. He is the leader of the tribe. This time, the siege of Jiulong County was initiated by this person. Just now, he shouted at the bottom of the city wall, asking me to offer 1,000 copper coins, 100 women, 100 cattle, and 100 horses. If they don't attack the county, they will retreat on their own." When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. These subordinates have big appetites. They aren't afraid of eating themselves to death. There is no need to pay attention to these subordinates. If they want to fight, they can come. When the reinforcements from E Province's Governor General's manor arrive, we will settle the score with them. On the side, Wang Yichuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he held back and closed his mouth. In his opinion, it was completely possible to have a good discussion with the subordinates. Other than the matter of giving away women, which was difficult to discuss, the other copper coins, cattle, and horses could all be discussed. However, he knew that Li Wangyu didn't like him. Therefore, he could only endure and not provoke him. Du Gufeng nodded. Just as he was about to shout, an unforeseen event occurred at the bottom of the city. Chapter 886. The leader of the guards at the foot of the city wall waved his hand behind him. Not long after, a few guards dragged a person dressed as a bailiff out of the forest. The bailiff's clothes were filthy and there was a lot of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had been in a fight when he was captured. When Du Gufeng saw the bailiff, his face was filled with fear. How is this possible? When Li Wangyu saw his panic, he quickly asked, "Dugu Minghouse, what happened? Is the bailiff that was captured one of your men?" Du Gufeng's face was as if he had seen a ghost and he stuttered. Yes, sir. That person is one of the bailiffs in the county office. Yesterday, I ordered him to leave the city and go to Chengdu County to ask for help." "What?" Li Wangyu and Wang Yichuan exclaimed at the same time. Everyone understood the meaning behind Du Gufeng's words. The bailiff that he sent to ask for help was captured by the guards. It was obvious that the reinforcements that everyone was looking forward to would not come. The Izhou Governor General's manor located in Chengdu County would not know about the guards' rebellion in Pengzhou's Jiulong County. The situation was getting worse. Li Wangyu could not help but turn to look at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to see if they had any suggestions. Without reinforcements, Li Wangyu was not confident that he could defend Zhejiang County. 2 or 3 days was fine, but if the guards attacked for too long, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. After all, 300 against 5,000 was too much of a disparity. Niu Wu, a soldier of the Sui dynasty's White Army, and the Zhang brothers, 2 veterans of the Golden Guards, were frowning as they looked down at the city without saying a word. They knew better than Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng, the county magistrate, how dangerous the present situation was. Niu Wu began to look around, trying to find a weak point in the guards' defense. He also did not have much hope that Zhejiang County could be defended. Although the guards lacked siege weapons, they had the advantage in numbers. The 300 soldiers and bailiffs would be able to hold the fort for a while, but without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. Even if those subordinates were to waste time, they would be able to exhaust all the soldiers in the city to death. Therefore, if something went wrong and the city really couldn't be defended, Niu Wu couldn't care less about others. He could only fight with the Zhang brothers to open a bloody path and rescue Li Wangyu and Su Changqing. Therefore, when Li Wangyu looked at him, Niu Wu's face sank. He shook his head slightly at Li Wangyu, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Just as everyone was looking at each other, they heard the people outside the city shouting for a while. Du Gufeng's face turned even paler. Du Guming House. What did that official say? He said that he wanted to sacrifice that bailiff to the owl. Li Wangyu did not understand. What is offering to the owl? Du Gufeng gritted his teeth and said, "It is a human sacrifice. After killing him, he will peel off his skin and put it in a bamboo cage to offer it to the gods." Du Gufeng's words caused an uproar and everyone started cursing. Bastard! How dare he do that? How dare he do that? Preposterous! Aren't you afraid that the heavenly army of the Tang dynasty will crush all of you into powder? Li Wangyu pointed at the leader of the subordinates and said angrily, "Niu Wu, shoot that bastard to death." Hearing this, Niu Wu didn't say anything else. He took the bow from his back and knocked an arrow. With a so sound, he shot an arrow towards the leader of the guards. However, those subordinates were already on guard against the soldiers on the city wall. Therefore, they did not get close to the city wall. Although Niu Wu's arrow was fast and fierce, the distance of more than 100 meters was enough for the subordinates to react. The subordinates beside the leader of the subordinates had been paying attention to the movements on the city wall. When Niu Wu shot the arrow, they had already raised the simple shield in their hands and protected the leader behind them. The arrow made a soft sound and hit the shield. However, it did not hurt the leader of the subordinates at all. In fact, this was within Niu Wu's expectations. At such a distance, he could only try his luck. After being shocked by Niu Wu's arrow, the subordinates immediately became rowdy again. They waved the weapons in their hands and made all kinds of strange noises towards the city wall of Zhejiang County. The bronze drum of the subordinates was beaten again. The subordinates were shouting and praying with unknown meaning. The captured bailiff was forced to kneel on the ground by several subordinates. Immediately, the subordinates stood behind the bailiff with sharp swords in their hands. On the city wall, everyone, including Li Wangyu, was enraged by the scene in front of them. They were shouting and cursing loudly. There were even some excited soldiers who did not wait for orders from Du Gufeng and the commandant. They all drew their bows and pulled back their bowstrings at the subordinates 100 meters away. However, even the strong bow in Niu Wu's hand was unable to do anything to the distant bailiff, let alone the ordinary bows in the hands of the soldiers. After the arrows flew over 100 meters, they fell weakly on the ground in front of the bailiff. They did not pose any threat at all. This made the guards even more excited. Many of them even began to surround the unfortunate bailiff and dance to the beat of the drum that was becoming more and more urgent. The bailiff, who was forced to kneel on the ground, seemed to realize what was about to happen, and immediately began to struggle with all his might. However, it was obvious that the poor bailiff's struggle was futile. After being held down by several subordinates, the subordinate holding the blade behind him slit his throat like he was killing a chicken. Blood immediately spurted out. Li Wangyu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. He was completely unaware of it. His eyes were red as he stared at the subordinates. It was as if he wanted to engrave their every move into his mind. On the city wall of Julong County, the bailiffs let out heart-wrenching cries. How could the bailiffs of Julong County not feel grief and indignation when they saw their fellow bailiff's throat slit like a chicken in front of them? The blood spurting out of the bailiff's throat seemed to have stimulated the subordinates even more. They shouted even more excitedly outside the city wall and danced faster and faster. After the subordinates killed the bailiff, they actually did as Du Gufeng said. They used a small knife to skin the bailiff's entire face. Li Wang. You never imagined that he would actually see such a bloody scene with his own eyes. He also did not expect such a primitive and barbaric human sacrifice to appear in front of him. However, he did not feel nauseous. Instead, he felt a sense of grief and indignation in his chest. He pulled out his blade from his waist and slashed it on the city wall in front of him. He roared and suddenly sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises and the horse neighs. I am so angry that I want to go crazy. Where my blade points, how many brothers and sisters are buried in their hometown? Why not sacrifice 100 lives to serve the country? Ever since Li Wangyu brought this song to the Tang dynasty, everyone in the Lai Hot knew how to sing it. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers immediately unsheathed the sabers at their waists and hacked at the bricks of the city wall, producing a dong 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 sound, just like the sound of war drums. Following Li Wangyu, they loudly sang this tragic song. Soon, the soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall of Julong County all pulled out their blades and slashed the wall to suppress the sound of drums. They followed Li Wangyu and Niu Wu and sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." Chapter 887. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Julong County's walls did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded once again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Julong County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they would tie some short sticks to the tree trunks and step on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, even with such crude wooden ladders, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate them. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Julong County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Julong County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city walls were close to 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs, and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city walls, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Du Gufeng over and said, "Du Guming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city walls. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Du Gufeng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Du Gufeng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, aside from mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Julong County, and have them immediately come to the city walls to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he was familiar with such things. After Du Gufeng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, why don't you agree to the conditions of those officials? How could they defend Julong County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why should he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu shout, "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this Duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu. But he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person. So he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Du Gufeng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Zhejiang County wasn't big. But like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes and labor of the citizens, the square also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to go to each square to inform the square, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Zhejiang County. Each square began to gather the youths in the square to prepare to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youth, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women began to move resources under the guidance of the county yamen scribes. Outside the city, the drums of the officials became more and more urgent. The war was about to begin. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the officials preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they definitely didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows in their hands. As for siege chariots, battering rams, and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the officials to attack the city walls of Zhejiang County was those crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the officials didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Furthermore, he still had a question in his heart. Why did these officials rebel and attack Zhejiang County? Although Du Gufeng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Were these officials really that united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the officials, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. It was common for conflicts to occur between different tribes. Furthermore, the officials were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. This meant that an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Furthermore, the relationship between the officials couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Zhejiang County magistrate. There must be more to this than met the eye. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Du Gufeng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Du Gufeng for less than a day, since Du Gufeng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a bugle horn sounded from below the city walls. The officials had started to attack the city. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Lang Jun, the officials have started to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Lady Su? On the city walls, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you. When Li Wangyu heard this, he hesitated. According to his temperament, a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Niu Wu, don't worry. When I left today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield. Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yan Liban to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for his experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into 2 parts, one protecting the chest and the other the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yan Liban to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the officials in the government had 1 set. Although he spent a lot of money, it was worth it. Everyone in the government, including Niu Wu and Niu Yong, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the officials were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they had sex with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had the protection of the incomparably strong inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu. Seeing that he insisted on staying on the city walls, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time outside Zhejiang County, under the sound of horns and drums, the officials formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 888. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Zhejiang County's city wall did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Zhejiang County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they tied some short sticks to the tree trunks and stepped on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate these simple wooden ladders. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Zhejiang County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Zhejiang County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city wall was still nearly 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs, and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only about 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city wall, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Du Gufeng over and said, "Du Guming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city wall. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Du Gufeng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Du Gufeng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, other than mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Zhejiang County, and have them immediately come to the city wall to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he knew this common sense. After Du Gufeng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, it would be better to agree to the conditions of those officials. How could they defend Zhejiang County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why would he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu shout, "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu, but he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person, so he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Du Gufeng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Zhejiang County wasn't big, but like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes of the citizens, the squares also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to inform the squares, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Zhejiang County. The squares started to gather the youths to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youths, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women started to move resources under the guidance of the county government clerk. The beating of the drums outside the city became more and more urgent. The war was about to start. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the people below preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows. As for siege vehicles, battering rams and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the people to attack Zhejiang County's city walls was the crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the people didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Moreover, he still had a question in his mind. Why did these people rebel and attack Zhejiang County? Although Du Gufeng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Could it be that these people were really so united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the people, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. They were naturally aggressive and liked to kill each other. It was common for different tribes to fight each other. Moreover, the people of the Gong tribe were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. In other words, an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Even when Li Wangyu was in Chang'an City, he had seen slaves with their front teeth chiseled off for sale in the human market. Moreover, the relationship between the people of the Gong tribe couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Zhejiang County magistrate. There must be something hidden in this. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Du Gufeng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Du Gufeng for less than a day, since Du Gufeng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a horn suddenly sounded from below the city wall. The people of the Gong tribe had begun to attack the city. Niu Wu directly pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Lang Jun, the people of the Gong tribe have begun to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Miss Su? On the city wall, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you. Li Wangyu was a little hesitant when he heard this. According to his personality, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel uncomfortable. Niu Wu, don't worry. When I went out today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield. Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yan Liban to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into front and back, protecting the chest and the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yan Liban to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the soldiers in the Gong tribe had one set. Although he spent a lot of copper coins, it was quite worth it. Everyone in the Gong tribe, including Niu Wu, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the soldiers were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they were with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had extremely sturdy inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu again. But when he saw that Li Wangyu insisted on staying on the city wall, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time, outside Zhejiang County, under the sound of horns and drums, the people of the Gong tribe formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 889. Zhang Dalong Erlang, quickly take Lang Jun down the wall. Niu Wu slashed a subordinate who had just poked his head out of the wall. Seeing that a close combat was unavoidable, he immediately shouted at the Zhang brothers. The Zhang brothers responded and stepped forward to support Li Wangyu, ready to run down the wall. At this moment, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a surge of courage. He shook off Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian's arms and pulled out his saber with a backhand motion. Bullshit. I've also seen blood before. Zhang Dalong Erlang, don't worry about me. Go help those bailiffs. The wounded wailing beside him and the blood flowing everywhere on the wall aroused the ferocity in Li Wangyu's bones. Just like that day in the prison, Li Wangyu now had a fierce tiger in his heart. With bloodshot eyes, he held the saber with both hands and strode to Niu Wu's side. He raised the saber above his head and aimed at the gap in the parapet wall in front of him, ready to slash down at any time. He couldn't retreat and he didn't dare to retreat. Behind him was Zhejiang County. Li Wangyu might not be so noble as to risk his life to protect thousands of people of the Tang dynasty, But behind him were Su Chongqing, Aphrodite and Perrin. When a subordinate with a steel saber in his mouth had just poked his head out of the parapet wall, Li Wangyu let out a beast-like roar from his throat. He aimed his saber at the subordinate's head and slashed down. The saber in his hand was also made of well-tempered steel. It was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. Li Wangyu used all his strength to slash down and instantly split the subordinate's head in half. Blood and white brain matter immediately burst out and splashed everywhere. Li Wangyu's face and body were also splashed with blood. Coupled with his ferocious expression, it was terrifying. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu behind him and grinned. "Lang Jun, I'm afraid you'll scare Lady Su to death like this. Haha, be careful that Miss Su won't let you enter her room." Li Wangyu's muscles had become incomparably stiff after personally chopping down a person. But after hearing Niu Wu's teasing, he couldn't help but relax a lot. He kicked Niu Wu's butt and laughed. "Get lost, get lost, get lost. How much better are you than me? When we return to Dingzhou village, I'll get your wife to deal with you." Niu Wu was one of the elite soldiers of the Sui dynasty's White Army. What he knew the most was how to kill people. In Niu Wu's eyes, these helpers who were eager to climb the city walls were no different from slaughtering chickens. He swung his saber effortlessly and chopped down another man who was about to climb up the wall. Then he turned to Li Wangyu and explained, "Lang Jun, relax. Don't use too much strength. Yin Xiaojian used well-tempered steel to forge these sabers. They are really sharp and unstoppable. Lang Jun, you don't need to use all your strength to chop them. This way you can save some energy." Li Wangyu nodded and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood on his face. Then, he rubbed his palms on his clothes and gripped the saber in his hand tightly again. At this time, there were already many sections of Jiulong County's city walls that had been broken through by the helpers. After all, it was impossible for only 200 government soldiers to guard such a long city wall without any gaps. And the fighting strength of the Yamen runners and the people couldn't be compared to the government soldiers. On the city walls, the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. The city was in a mess. There were people who were constantly hit by the saber and fell down screaming. There were helpers, Yamen runners, and government soldiers in full armor. Li Wangyu was able to hold on because Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were three people who were highly skilled in martial arts. After swinging his saber and chopping down another helper, Li Wangyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He raised his eyes to look at the chaotic battle on the city wall, and then looked at the helpers who continued to climb up the wall like ants. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. At this critical moment, a deafening sound of gongs and shouts could be heard from below the city walls. A black mass of people wielding all kinds of weapons charged up the city walls. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. This was clearly Du Gufeng. He had finally gathered the youths of the city to help defend the city. The Tang people loved martial arts, and the common people didn't lack weapons. The youths mobilized by Du Gufeng were not completely powerless against the helpers. After all, these helpers were just ordinary mountain people. In terms of physique and weapons, these youths were even stronger than the helpers. Moreover, these youths knew that if they didn't fight with all their might today, their families and children in the city would definitely be slaughtered by the helpers after the city was breached. Jiulong County was a lower county with a population of less than 1,000 households. Even so, Du Gufeng had mobilized nearly 2,000 people to help the city walls. Almost every family had their father, son, or brothers. With the aid of these fresh soldiers and the fact that the helpers weren't all that strong, the precarious situation on the city walls was instantly reversed. Under the command of the estate soldiers, the common people began to surround and attack the helpers who were lucky enough to scale the walls. Even more commoners picked up rolling logs and stones and threw them down the city walls. The heavy objects falling down like hail instantly smashed the helpers who were trying to besiege the city walls, breaking their limbs and causing them to howl as they fell off the walls. This turn of events naturally caused the helpers to panic. They jumped off the wooden ladders and fled into the forest. Even those helper archers who had dared to stand below the walls and exchange fire with the estate soldiers also turned and fled. In just a few moments, the helpers were like frightened rabbits, fleeing into the forest. As for the helpers on the walls, they had nowhere to run even if they wanted to, other than those who stubbornly resisted and were cut down to the ground. Even more helpers threw down their weapons and kneeled in surrender. The small-scale siege came to an abrupt end with the retreat of the soldiers. In the battle just now, Li Wangyu had personally cut down at least 3 helpers. He panted heavily and used the saber in his hand as a crutch. Only then did he realize that the fierce battle hadn't lasted long, but it had caused his muscles to ache all over. Looking up, he saw corpses all around the city walls. Most of the corpses were helpers, but there was no lack of bailiffs and commoners. There were even armored corpses of estate soldiers. At this time, Du Gufeng had also scaled the walls. When he saw Li Wangyu covered in blood, he was also quite frightened. This lowly official deserves to die. I actually let the Duke take such a risk. Please forgive me. Are you injured? This lowly official will immediately inform the physician. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to speak. He waved his hand at Du Gufeng and said softly, "All right, I'm fine. Quickly arrange for people to treat the injured and clean up the corpses." Du Gufeng didn't dare to delay and immediately agreed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by Li Wangyu. "Wait, look after those helper prisoners. Lock them up in the county prison. I'll interrogate them later." Yes, this lowly official obeys. Although Du Gufeng was a little surprised and didn't know why Li Wangyu wanted to interrogate these rebellious helpers, he didn't dare to disobey. After Du Gufeng left, Li Wangyu smiled bitterly at Niu Wu and said, "Niu Wu, come and help me. My leg is cramping. I can't walk." Chapter 890. After a fierce battle, the wingmen temporarily retreated to the forest outside the city and continued to besiege Jiulong County. Du Gufeng and his men busied themselves for more than half a day before they finally settled the injured prefecture soldiers, yamen runners, and youths. They also rearranged the guards on the city walls and divided the citizens according to the different houses, leaving them under the command of the prefecture soldiers' sergeants and sergeants. They would take turns to guard the city walls to prevent the wingmen from launching a sneak attack. The corpses of the wingmen were all thrown down the city walls and shouted from the top of the city walls for the wingmen to come and collect the corpses. After all, the weather was hot, and if the corpses weren't disposed of as soon as possible, the hundreds of corpses piled up outside the city walls would easily spread diseases once they started to rot. This was hard for both sides to accept. Thus, many wingmen ran out of the forest outside the city. They didn't carry any weapons and started to move the corpses of their tribesmen. This siege didn't last long, but the wingmen had left 200 to 300 corpses behind, and the number of injured was several times more. In Jiulong County, 6 soldiers, more than 20 runners and runners had died in the battle. There were about 10 citizens in the city and hundreds of injured. It could be said that the losses weren't small. The runners, and youths were all locals of Jiulong County. When their relatives learned that their loved ones had died in the battle, they all cried their hearts out in grief. Soon cries filled Jiulong County. Li Wangyu was carried back to the hostel by Niu Wu. Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin were so frightened that they almost screamed. He was covered in blood and carried back by Niu Wu. Anyone who saw him would think that he was seriously injured. Today, Su Changqing and the other 2 girls were in the hostel. They heard the sounds of killing coming from all 4 sides of the city walls, and their hearts were already stretched taut. Not to mention Aphrodite and Perrin, even Su Changqing couldn't care less about the fact that she didn't believe in gods and bodhisattvas. She just silently prayed that the gods and Buddhas would protect Li Wangyu, and that nothing would happen to him. Therefore, when he saw Li Wangyu appear in front of him like this, Su Changqing almost had the illusion that the world was falling apart. Li Wangyu hurriedly climbed down from Niu Wu's back and smiled at the 3 women, indicating that he was fine. I'm fine. I'm not injured. The blood on my body belongs to those subordinates. Just now I was just a little tired and my leg cramped. Niu Wu carried me back." Hearing Li Wangyu's explanation, Su Changqing did not care about the gazes of others. She rushed forward and hugged her man tightly. "Li Wang, you never knew that his beautiful boss had such great strength." She even hugged him so tightly that he felt like he couldn't breathe. But before he could say anything, Su Changqing had already released him. Then the ancestral craftsmanship was used on him again. With Su Changqing's slender fingers pinching the soft flesh below his ribs, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands in surrender. "Changqing, it hurts, it hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. I was wrong, I know I was wrong." "Humph, what did you do wrong?" Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by his beautiful boss's words. I was wrong, what did I do wrong? This extremely polemical dialogue was a nightmare for men in the future. She wasn't afraid that you made a mistake, but that you didn't know what you did wrong. This kind of question was simply a question of death. Supported by a strong desire to live, Li Wangyu simply ignored everything. In front of Niu Wu, the Zhang brothers, Aphrodite and Perrin, he directly reached out and hugged Su Changqing and kissed her fiercely. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers naturally widened their mouths in horror before retreating awkwardly. On the other hand, Aphrodite was chuckling while covering her mouth. As for Perrin, her face was already red with embarrassment. After a long time, the two finally separated. After rolling her eyes at Li Wangyu, Su Changqing finally stopped asking about that question of death. However, she looked at the bloodstains on him with disdain and turned to Aphrodite and Perrin. Go and boil water so that Wangyu can take a bath and change his clothes. Look at how dirty he is. Aphrodite and Perrin responded with a smile, and immediately went to prepare a bathtub for Li Wangyu. In fact, there were naturally chores in the hostel who were in charge of this. Before long, the bathtub in the wing room was filled with hot water. Li Wangyu didn't have to hide anything now. After taking off his blood-stained clothes in front of the three women, he soaked his naked body in the hot water. Stimulated by the warm water, the pores all over his body relaxed. Li Wangyu buried his head in the water and felt the strong beating of his heart in his chest. It wasn't until he couldn't hold his breath that he jerked his head up and took in deep breaths of fresh air. Li Wangyu couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief, feeling that he was finally alive. It was great to be alive. 3 pairs of smooth palms landed on his body and began to help him rub off the dried blood on his body. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the massage from his women while thinking about what to do next. Although Zhejiang County wasn't under Li Wangyu's rule, as the founding county duke of the Tang dynasty, he enjoyed a salary from the imperial court and was supported by the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he naturally had to be responsible for the people of the Tang dynasty. Although many of them had died in today's battle, there were still several thousand of them surrounding Zhejiang County, even if those who were injured were included. It was obviously unrealistic to send people through the blockade and report to Chengdu County's Yizhou Governor-General's office. However, Zhejiang County was too close to Chengdu County. Moreover, there were many scholars trapped in Zhejiang County. Even the chief of the Yizhou Governor-General's office was trapped here. As time passed, the officials might not be able to seal off the news even if they wanted to. As long as Zhejiang County could hold on for 7 to 8 days, there was no need to worry about reinforcements not arriving. However, the problem was that it was too difficult to defend Zhejiang County for so many days with the current strength of its defenses. If the officials attacked a few more times like today, Zhejiang County would probably fall. The reason was simple. After today's battle, most of the remaining soldiers were injured. If they continued to fight, their battle strength would be affected. Moreover, the bailiffs and citizens had suffered even more losses and needed to rest. As for the youths in the city, they were only normal citizens and could only assist the soldiers. They could not truly be used as soldiers. Now they had to think of a way to strengthen the defense of Zhejiang County. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up from the bathtub, giving Su Changqing and the others a fright. Wangyu, what are you panicking for? The officials have not attacked yet. I have been paying attention to the movements outside the city. Li Wangyu stepped out of the bathtub and carelessly put on his clothes. He explained, Changqing, I am such a pig. How could I forget about the gunpowder? No, I have to find Du Gufeng and have him gather saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur in the city. When Su Changqing heard him say this, she also reacted and her face lit up with joy. Gunpowder, even the most primitive gunpowder, was a godly weapon in the Tang dynasty. Yesterday there was a bug in the system and chapter 887 and 888 were duplicated. If there is a duplicate subscription, please delete this book from the bookshelf and add it again to refresh. Chapter 891. Li Wangyu created gunpowder to make firecrackers and fireworks for fun. However, he did not give the gunpowder to Pai Lupi as a weapon because Li Wangyu felt that gunpowder was too overbearing, and that it would be harmful to heaven and earth if it was turned into a weapon. However, after experiencing the battle today, he realized that his thoughts were too naive. Swords and spears could kill people, bows and arrows could kill people, and gunpowder could also kill people. Since the purpose was to kill people, it would be too stupid to say that using gunpowder to kill people was harmful to heaven and earth. From Li Wangyu's point of view, any weapon that could kill those people outside the city was a good weapon. He called Niu Wu over and told him to find Dugufeng and collect saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in the city to make gunpowder. Lang Jun, you still want to make exploding rods at this time? Many people in the city are in mourning. Isn't it inappropriate to set off exploding rods at this time? Niu Wu was puzzled. Although he was the one who created the gunpowder with Li Wangyu, Niu Wu knew that the purpose of gunpowder was to make exploding rods and fireworks. Now that Zhejiang County was facing a huge crisis, how could his Lang Jun be in the mood to make these things? When Li Wangyu heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to kick Niu Wu. Idiot, who told you that I want to make exploding rods? Then you want to make fireworks? Do you want to shoot fireworks into the night sky as a warning to the outside world? Li Wangyu was almost angered to death by this uncultured fellow, but he was too lazy to continue explaining. If I tell you to go, then go. Remember, collect as much as you can and transport it all. Yes, transport it all to the county government. I need it urgently, so do not neglect it. This is related to whether Zhejiang County can be defended or not. Li Wangyu originally wanted to transport it to the hostel, but after thinking about it, it was safer to transport something as dangerous as gunpowder to the county government. Yes, when Niu Wu saw that Li Wangyu was serious, he knew that his Lang Jun was not joking. He quickly ran to inform Dugufeng to collect the materials. After Dugufeng received Niu Wu's notice, although he was suspicious in his heart, he did not dare to be negligent. When he heard that County Duke who wanted to collect these items, which were related to the defense of the city, he immediately led the bailiffs to collect these 3 items from all over the city. Charcoal was easy. Even if they didn't have enough, they could always order people to build a kiln to burn it. Sulfur was barely acceptable. After all, sulfur had many uses. Whether it was used as medicine or repelling insects at home, it was useful. Even paper mills needed sulfur to bleach paper. There was also a paper-making workshop in Zhejiang County. Dugufeng led a group of yamen runners to collect sulfur from all over the place. They collected all the sulfur stored in the medicine shops, paper mills, and the homes of the commoners. They managed to gather quite a bit of sulfur. The only thing they couldn't find was nitrate. Saltpeter could be used to make leather, but there were no leather workshops in Zhejiang County. Saltpeter was mainly used to treat moisture and skin diseases. However, the amount used was not large. Therefore, the medicine stores in the county did not have much saltpeter in stock. Dugufeng searched the entire county, but he could only find less than half a kilogram of saltpeter. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he also frowned. To make gunpowder, the amount of saltpeter needed was much more than sulfur. Now that Zhejiang County was besieged, where could he find saltpeter? If he didn't have enough saltpeter, or in other words potassium nitrate, how could he make gunpowder? Wouldn't that mean that he had the dragon slaying skill but no dragon to kill? When Su Chongqing found out about this, he originally hoped that Li Wangyu would be able to make gunpowder and kill everyone to save the people of Zhejiang County. However, he didn't expect that he would be hit in the head by the lack of raw materials. Wangyu, what should we do now? Without enough saltpeter, it's impossible to make gunpowder. Let's make as much as we have. If we really can't, we can only use it as a trump card and use it at a crucial moment. Li Wangyu was also very depressed. With less than half a kilogram of saltpeter, he couldn't make much gunpowder. Moreover, the power of gunpowder wasn't very strong. As a result, its usefulness was even more limited. He could only make gunpowder to catch them off guard and see if he could scare those ignorant officials. After all, when gunpowder exploded, the sound and flames produced would be quite shocking. For the officials who had never seen gunpowder before, it would certainly scare them. Li Wangyu unhappily ordered Niu Wu to grind out the charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter first. They had to make gunpowder first. When it came to making gunpowder, Niu Wu was even more skilled than Li Wangyu. After all, this guy was very lazy. When he had researched how to make gunpowder, he had thrown it to the 2 brothers Niu Wu and Niu Yong to manage. After sending Niu Wu to the county yamen to make gunpowder, Li Wangyu stayed in the hostel with waning interest. He continued to ponder about what other methods he could use to win by surprise. While he was thinking hard, he felt a burst of discomfort in his stomach. He quickly got up and went to the outhouse. The outhouse of the hostel was relatively clean. However, no matter how clean the outhouse of the Tang dynasty was, it was still limited. There was no need to talk about the smell. It was unavoidable. Moreover, the floor and corners of the outhouse were often cleaned, but there were still layers of white crystals. Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse and looked at the white crystals. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, causing him to immediately stand up. Immediately, Li Wangyu squatted down again. Damn, I forgot what I was doing and almost stained my pants. Li Wangyu quickly dealt with the aftermath. Like a whirlwind, he lifted his pants and rushed out of the outhouse. Zhang Dalong, Zhang Erlang. Quickly go and find Dugu Ming house for me. The two brothers of the Zhang family saw that their master was so anxious that he didn't even have time to tie up his pants. They didn't dare to ask anymore and quickly turned to look for Du Gufeng. Not long after, Du Gufeng, who had received the news, rushed to the hostel. However, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was dumbfounded. Duke? Are you kidding? At this time you want me to mobilize the people in the city to scrape soil from the outhouse and the pigsty? Why is this so? Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse. When he saw the white crystals, he thought of scraping soil. When he was young, he heard from the elders in the village that in the old days, there was a popular business in the village called making salt. Every morning, the villagers would carry baskets and scrape soil from the outhouse, pigsty, and walls of the old houses in the village. After processing, they would boil the salt and sell it. Li Wangyu didn't know when this process of scraping soil and boiling salt appeared. It was recorded in the Ming dynasty's Tiangong Kai Wu, but the Tang dynasty definitely didn't have this method of extracting salt. The salt used in the Tang dynasty was extracted from natural saltpeter. In Jilong County there were naturally no saltpeter mines, but there were outhouses, pig feet, and old houses everywhere. The main thing was to mobilize people to scrape soil, so the problem of restricting the production of gunpowder was easily solved. However, Su Chongqing could understand this matter, but Du Gufeng found it hard to understand. The dignified county duke who founded the country actually wanted to mobilize the people in the city to scrape white crystals from the outhouse at this time. Wasn't this a waste of time? Could it be that this county duke had some special hobby? Du Gufeng cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse. He could only brace himself and agree. Chapter 892. As the county magistrate of Jilong County, Du Gufeng was clearly a capable official. Even though he did not understand why the citizens were asked to scrape the white crystals, Li Wangyu said that this matter was related to the survival of Jilong County, so he carried it out seriously. Thus, everyone in Jilong County, from the elderly to the children, carried baskets on their backs and squatted in the latrines, pigsty, and old houses to scrape the white crystals. Regarding this, the commoners in the city complained. Who would be willing to go to such a dirty and smelly place to get these useless things? What's more, the sword of Damocles was still hanging over everyone's heads. At this time they were still asked to do such ridiculous things. Naturally, it would cause the common people in the city to complain. At this time, Li Wangyu did not care about how the citizens complained about him behind his back. He ran to the Jilong County Yamen and ordered people to dig a saltpeter pond in the yard. He was going to extract the saltpeter from the saltpeter soil. This method was heard from the elders in the village. Because they were in a hurry, digging the saltpeter pond turned the perfectly fine yamen into a muddy mess. At this time Du Gufeng wanted to cry but had no tears. How could his perfectly fine yamen be ruined by this county magistrate who? The pond was half a meter deep and the four walls were built with bricks. The bottom of the pond was pounded with wheat straw to ensure that it would not leak. At one end of the pond, a hole was dug and a small urn was buried in it. At the bottom of the pond, a small hole was made and a clay pipe connected to the small urn. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu ordered people to mix the saltpeter soil with plant ash and put it into the saltpeter pond. After stepping on it, the pond was filled with water. After the water in the saltpeter pond seeped through the saltpeter soil, it would bring out the saltpeter from the soil and enter the small urn through the clay pipe. The dark red water was the saltpeter water. After that, Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a large stove in the yard of the county yamen. He directly took out several large iron pots from the county yamen kitchen and began to boil the saltpeter. This made Du Gufeng's face twitch, but he could only silently endure. The dark red nitric acid was poured directly into the iron pot and boiled over a large fire. Only when the white salt was boiled out from the bottom of the pot, and the nitric acid was boiled into a thick liquid, did the job finally come to an end. Li Wangyu ordered people to take out the boiled nitrate water and put it into the tao pong. He then placed it in a cool place to store it carefully. After the boiled nitrate water cooled down, the sides and bottom of the pot were filled with white crystals. This was the refined nitrate. When the saltpeter was extracted, Niu Wu, Du Gufeng, and the others were stunned. How could they have imagined that the soil scraped from the side of the latrine could actually produce saltpeter? This completely subverted their understanding. Lang Jun, this is really salt. Then how could the latrine produce nitrate? This is really an eye-opener. Du Gufeng even turned to Li Wangyu and bowed deeply. This lowly official only knows now that Duke knows everything from the heavens to the earth. You are truly a learned man. However, this lowly official still does not understand why Duke ordered this lowly official to collect things like saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Li Wangyu smiled at Du Gufeng and spat out 2 words. It's a secret. These words immediately made Du Gufeng, the county magistrate, speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu with a face full of hidden bitterness. Niu Wu, who was at the side, quickly pinched his thigh to prevent himself from laughing out loud and being recorded in a small black book by his narrow-minded Lang Jun. In fact, he still did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do with gunpowder. In Niu Wu's understanding, gunpowder was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. As for using gunpowder to kill people, he would never have thought of that. The method of making gunpowder naturally needed to be kept a secret. Li Wangyu did not wish for such a dangerous thing to be spread all over the streets. Originally, only the 2 brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu knew how to make gunpowder. Li Wangyu had also repeatedly warned the 2 of them not to leak any information to the outside world. Now that they were in Zhejiang County, Niu Yong was not by his side and he could not trust anyone else. Li Wangyu could only summon the 2 brothers Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian and instruct them to learn how to make gunpowder with Niu Wu. Li Wangyu was not worried about his own troops. After repeatedly warning the 3 of them to pay attention to their safety and avoid using metal tools, Li Wangyu had Du Gufeng prepare a secluded courtyard for Niu Wu and the other 2 in the county yamen and began producing gunpowder. In less than half a day, Niu Wu and the other 2 used a roller to grind sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter into powder. They carefully mixed them together according to the ratio that Li Wangyu had taught them. After making a few caddies of gunpowder, Niu Wu went to ask Li Wangyu for instructions on what to do with the gunpowder. Li Wangyu had already thought about how to make these gunpowder into killing weapons. Making guns and cannons was out of the question. If he wanted a second-rate electronic business student to know how to make guns, it would be impossible unless Lao Zi appeared. Moreover, with the current level of metal smelting and processing in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that he would have to ask a deity to help him bring over a set of machinery from the future. Only then would he be able to make firearms. This was a complete industrial system. It was impossible for it to be as easy as it was written in novels, where the Tang dynasty of over 1,000 years ago could achieve industrialization. However, although he could not make guns and cannons, Li Wangyu still had other ways to make use of the gunpowder. Making explosive packs was one of the simplest ways. In movies and TV dramas, the kind of explosive that often appeared on screen, wrapped like a quilt, was actually also called a group of explosives. Spread loose powdered explosives in the middle of a cloth or paper, wrap it up like a package, and then tie it up with a rope. A must-have explosive pack for home, traveling, murder, and arson would be complete. If one was a little crazy and buried some broken stones and tiles in the explosive pack, the effect would be even better. Li Wangyu directly asked Du Gufeng to bring silk and instructed Niu Wu and the others to tightly wrap the gunpowder in it. At the same time, he also accidentally sprinkled some broken stones inside. The several caddies of gunpowder that Niu Wu and the others ground were all wrapped in a square explosive pack. Lang Jun, what the hell is this thing? If it explodes, it will be too big. How big of a brazier do you need to light this thing? Until now, Niu Wu still thought that this thing that Li Wangyu had made was just a weird-looking explosive rod. Seeing Niu Wu throw the several caddies of gunpowder up and down like a toy, Li Wangyu's back was covered in cold sweat. F***ck. This bastard Niu Wu who could scare people to death. Did he really think that the thing in his hand was just for listening to the sound? Stop! Li Wangyu shouted loudly, scaring Niu Wu. The explosive pack in his hand almost fell to the ground, scaring Li Wangyu so much that his heart almost stopped beating. Although he knew that the gunpowder wouldn't explode even if it fell, who could say for sure about this kind of thing? If the several caddies of gunpowder in front of him exploded, there was no need to think about the consequences. He wouldn't even have to collect the corpse. He, Li Wangyu, could only pray that the heavens would let him transmigrate again. Li Wangyu could only angrily kick Niu Wu, who had almost scared him to death. With a dark face, he signaled the Zhang brothers to carry the explosive pack and follow him. He had to find a place to test the power of the explosive pack. Chapter 893. Li Wangyu was a kind person. In order to extract the nitrate, he had already turned the Jilong County Yamen upside down. If he were to test the power of the explosive in the Yamen, well, he was actually afraid that Du Gufeng would fight him to the death. If he accidentally blew up the Yamen, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he would not be able to face Du Gufeng. After asking Du Gufeng, Li Wangyu decided to go to the military camp's drill ground to test it out. Dugu Minghouse, weren't you very puzzled when I asked you to collect sulfur and other materials? Now it's time to reveal the truth. I'll let you see what a divine weapon is. Haha, with this item those subordinates are nothing to be afraid of. I can easily turn them into ashes. When Li Wangyu said this, he hated that he did not have a feather fan in his hand to show off. With a feather fan and a silk headband, he could turn them into ashes while talking and laughing. Wasn't he talking about him? Li Wangyu did not hide it from Du Gufeng. After all, the explosive was made to be used. Only by letting Du Gufeng see its power could the Jilong County magistrate be at ease. Du Gufeng looked at the explosive in the arms of the Zhang brothers, but he was still suspicious. A squarish package made of silk and linen was the so-called divine weapon? How was he going to kill the enemy? Was he going to throw it from the city wall to kill those subordinates? Wasn't that a joke? Du Gufeng racked his brains, but he still could not figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Duke, may I ask what this item is called? What is it used for? Haha, Dugu Minghouse, you may not know, but this item is called explosive. Well, thunderbolt sky-shaking thunder. Don't think it looks ordinary, but it can explode like a thunderbolt. Its power is so great that it can almost split the sky open. Using it to kill the enemy is as easy as chopping vegetables. Li Wangyu originally wanted to call it explosive bag, but he immediately felt that this name was not cool at all. Thus, he casually came up with the name Thunderbolt Rumbling Thunder. However, it was not only Du Gufeng who did not believe his words. Even Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers could not help but look at each other with smiles in their eyes. In Niu Wu's opinion, their Lang Jun was just spouting nonsense to fool the Jilong County magistrate. What bullsh *T Thunderbolt? The explosives in Zhang Xian's arms were personally made by the three of them. Niu Wu had also explained to the Zhang brothers that the mixture of sulfur, charcoal and saltpeter was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. The exploding rods and fireworks that were set off in the residence were made from these herbs. The explosion that Li Wangyu made was as loud as thunder. The Zhang brothers were naturally aware of this. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Niu Wu or the Zhang brothers, this so-called thunderbolt heaven-shaking thunder they made was actually just a big firework explosion. Thunderbolt rumbling thunder at most. This explosion only contained a little too much gunpowder. Normally, the exploding rods that Niu Wu made would contain at most 1 or 2 grams of gunpowder. However, the explosives in front of them contained at least 7 to 8 kilograms of gunpowder. Niu Wu estimated that after this big explosive rod was ignited, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Could it be that Lang Jun was planning to use this loud noise to scare those people to death? In short, in Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' opinion, their Lang Jun was just fooling the honest people. In fact, Du Gufeng was also skeptical of Li Wangyu's words. How could he really believe in the thunderbolt rumbling thunder? The group walked to the drill ground in the city. Li Wangyu looked at the drill ground, which was about the size of a soccer field in his previous life, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Such a spacious area was perfect for testing the explosives. It would also prevent them from accidentally injuring other people due to the narrow space. Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a wooden stake in the middle of the drill ground, and hung the explosives on it. He pondered for a moment, then turned his head to Dugufeng and ordered, "Dugu Minghouse, get people to find a few more pigs. This Duke wants to test the power of the thunderbolt rumbling thunder." Dugufeng was even more confused about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. However, he could only helplessly order the bailiffs to find a few more pigs. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, the bailiffs tied up the pigs that were making a mess and placed them 5 to 6 meters away from the drill ground. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu led the group to the edge of the drill ground. He took out a match and had a smirk on his face. "Which one of you wants to test the power of this Duke's thunderbolt rumbling thunder? This is an unprecedented feat. This Duke will give the glory of releasing this thunderbolt rumbling thunder to all of you. Oh right, find someone who can run fast. Don't get blown up by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. That would be too unjust. Husband, let me do it. This explosive rod. No, it's the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. I haven't released such a big one yet. I think it will be very satisfying." Niuwu rubbed his hands and smiled. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him and ignored his words. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bailiffs behind Dugufeng. To be honest, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident in the powder that he made, which was the fuse. Although it was simple to make a fuse, it was just a paper wrapped in gunpowder and twisted into a rope. Then, a layer of rice paste was brushed on the outside to prevent the paper from falling apart. However, after the fuse was made, Li Wangyu secretly tested it a few times. He discovered that the burning speed was not uniform. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. This was actually very normal. When the powder was twisted by hand, the gunpowder wouldn't be spread evenly. Even when he was setting off firecrackers in his previous life, Li Wangyu had almost burned his finger because the fuse of some firecrackers burned too fast. Therefore, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to let Niuwu and the Zhang brothers do such a dangerous experiment. Although it wasn't very kind, he still decided to give this heavy responsibility to the bailiffs of Julong County. The bailiffs of Julong County looked at each other. Then someone immediately stood out. They did not know the dangers involved, but they were naturally willing to do such a thing to show their faces in front of the founding duke. Li Wangyu handed the match to that person and explained to him how to ignite the powder. He repeatedly told the man to turn around and run as fast as he could once the flame was ignited. Otherwise, if he was killed by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder, it wouldn't be his fault. Niuwu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. In their hearts, they felt that Li Wangyu was making a fuss over nothing. Wasn't it just setting off fireworks? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? The bailiff in charge of lighting the fire was frightened by Li Wangyu's words, but he also felt some regret in his heart. However, it was too late to say anything now. He could only grit his teeth and walk towards the powder with the match. Following Li Wangyu's instructions, he found the long powder. His hands trembled as he lit the match. Then he gently moved to the side of the powder. Sizzle! A light sound was heard. Then a puff of smoke rose. The powder was ignited and quickly burned. The bailiff, who had never seen a fuse burn, was stunned. He didn't move for a long time. When Li Wangyu saw the smoke rise, he knew that the fuse had been ignited. Seeing that the bailiff was still standing there, he quickly shouted, "Run!" The bailiff was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and immediately turned around to run. After he ran 40 to 50 steps, he heard a loud bang behind him. Then there was a buzzing sound in his ears. After that, he couldn't hear anything. The bailiff, who was still running, felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. He immediately fell to the ground. At the side of the training ground, everyone, including Li Wangyu, was dumbfounded. Niuwu and the Zhang brothers only had one thought in their minds. This firework explosion was really exciting. A different kind of firework. Chapter 894. In the history of human firearms, black gunpowder was the beginning of the era of firearms. However, strictly speaking, the power of black gunpowder wasn't that great. In terms of physical data, the explosive speed of black gunpowder was only 500 meters per second. The explosive speed of TNT in the future was 6,920 meters per second. The explosive speed of nitroglycerin was 8,000 meters per second, and the explosive speed of C4 was 8,040 meters per second. All of them could instantly turn black gunpowder into dregs. Therefore, the explosive bag that Niuwu and the others made wasn't that powerful. At least, it was much less powerful than the explosive bag used by the 8th Route Army during the anti-Japanese war. Even so, when the explosive bag made of 8 to 9 kilograms of black gunpowder showed the power of firearms for the first time in this world, the huge roar and the power of the explosion still shocked everyone present. In the mansion soldiers' drill ground, there was a loud roar and a flash of fire. The shock wave of the explosion blew up the yellow soil on the drill ground, and a huge dust column rose from the ground. After the black gunpowder exploded, a huge cloud of black smoke rose up into the sky. The deafening sound of the explosion caused everyone's ears to ring and hum. Li Wangyu was smart. When the Yamen runner lit the fuse, he had already covered his ears with his hands and opened his mouth to offset the shock wave of the explosion. Therefore, when the explosive bag was detonated, he was the first to recover. In fact, the explosion of the explosive bag also shocked Li Wangyu. After all, in the future, other than seeing explosive scenes in movies and TV shows, he didn't have the chance to experience the shock of an explosion at close range. As for Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers at this time, their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of horror. In their eyes, the explosive bag was just a large explosive rod. After it was ignited, it caused such a violent explosion. Naturally, the three of them didn't expect it. The shock of the explosion, which was like a thunderbolt, made the three of them finally believe that what their Lang Jun asked them to make wasn't a toy explosive rod, but a thunderbolt shocking thunder that could be used to kill people. Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Zhejiang County, was also stunned. He stared blankly at the column of smoke rising from the explosion, unable to speak for a long time. The few bailiffs behind Du Gufeng felt their legs go weak. They all knelt down and kowtowed to the location of the explosion. From their point of view, there was no other explanation for this thunderous fury other than the legendary magic of the immortals. The bailiffs looked at Li Wangyu with fear and reverence. After Li Wangyu came back to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh. The power of the explosives was completely in line with his imagination. As such, as long as they had the explosives in their hands, would they still have to worry about being surrounded? He was afraid that when those subordinates attacked the city again, they would throw down a few packs of explosives. After killing a group of people, they would be so scared that they would piss their pants and directly run back to the mountains. Who knows, maybe that would happen. Haha. Du Geminghaus, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the power of my thunderbolt shocking thunder? Li Wangyu smiled pretentiously at Du Gufeng, waiting for the county magistrate of Zhejiang County to worship and respect him. However, his words were like a blind man throwing flirtatious glances. Du Gufeng rubbed his ears hard and shouted, "Duke, what did you say? I can't hear you." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Damn it, he forgot to tell them to cover their ears. Obviously, there was only ringing in their ears. Whatever he said would be a waste of breath. After waiting for a while, when everyone's ears had recovered, Li Wangyu signaled for Du Gufeng to come with him to see the effect of the explosion. However, Li Wangyu felt that he had forgotten something. After looking around, he slapped his forehead. It seemed that he had forgotten about the brave warrior who lit the fuse. When he turned back to look for that person, he finally saw that Yamen runner struggling to get up from the ground. However, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. His face seemed to have been cut by the flying pebbles, and there was already blood flowing down. Li Wangyu hurriedly had Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers check on the Yamen runner. When the black gunpowder exploded, the shock wave wasn't very strong. However, the pebbles that Li Wangyu mixed in were fatal. Fortunately, the Yamen runner ran quickly. At a distance of 50 to 60 steps, the flying pebbles no longer had any lethality. They only scratched his skin. Although it looked like he was bleeding, it was only a superficial wound. After confirming that the Yamen runner didn't suffer any injuries, Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng encouraged him and ordered him to see a doctor. Only then did everyone continue to check on the effect of the explosion. The pillar that originally hung the bag of gunpowder had long disappeared. On the ground of the training ground, which was very sturdy, there was a 1 meter wide and half a meter deep crater from the explosion. As for the pitiful second senior brothers who were a few meters away from the explosion, there was no need to mention them. They were all dead on the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Even the bodies of the pigs were riddled with holes from the flying pebbles. Blood flowed out from the holes. They looked very pitiful. Tis, these pigs are so pitiful. Li Wangyu said hypocritically. He turned his head to look at Dugufeng. Dugaming House, get someone to kill these pigs. After today's fierce battle with the officials, use these pigs to reward the government soldiers and yamen runners. Ah? Oh yes. I will immediately send someone to do it. Dugufeng looked at the dead pigs and was already shocked to the point of losing his soul. Only when he heard Li Wangyu talking to him did he come back to his senses. Duke, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt was made from the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal that you had me collect? This is too frightening. Could it be that the Duke used some kind of immortal magic? Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't reveal the truth to Dugufeng. Gunpowder was the top secret of this era. Even though some monks, Taoists, and alchemists knew about gunpowder, no one had truly grasped the correct formula of gunpowder. The different ratios of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal determined the explosive power of gunpowder. In history, it wasn't until the 13th century, during the Southern Song dynasty, that gunpowder was used in large quantities on the battlefield and became something that could be fatal. It was now the 4th year of Kaizhengguan, the year 630 AD. There were still 500 to 600 years before gunpowder was used on the battlefield. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and nodded at Dugufeng. He spat out 2 words in a very pretentious manner. Yes. Worried that Dugufeng would misunderstand, he added, of course, the main thing is the sulfur, charcoal, and other materials that the Duguming House painstakingly collected from the city. Otherwise, this duke would be like a clever housewife who can't cook a meal without rice. I wouldn't be able to make this heaven-shaking thunderbolt. Dugufeng was slightly stunned. He didn't even have time to greet Li Wangyu before he turned around and ran out with his official robes. Li Wangyu was stunned by his reaction and couldn't help but shout, Duguming House, what are you doing in such a hurry? This official is going to supervise the people and continue to scrape the saltpeter from the city. Dugufeng left these words and ran out of sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Chapter 895. After testing the power of the explosives, Li Wangyu was finally able to relax after the incident of his subordinates surrounding the city. As long as he had the explosives in his hands, no matter how many people there were outside the city, he was not afraid. Zhejiang County currently lacked charcoal and saltpeter. Although there was not much sulfur, the amount of sulfur used in the gunpowder formula was the least. Therefore, Li Wangyu estimated that with the sulfur that they had collected, Niu Wu and the others would be able to make almost 100 explosives. Li Wangyu did not believe that with so many explosives, those people would be able to overturn the situation. How could a body of flesh and blood be able to compete with explosives? After relaxing, Li Wangyu finally thought of the strangeness of the rebellion. Why did those people suddenly attack Zhejiang County? Li Wangyu did not believe that just because the son of a tribe leader was whipped by Dugufeng, it would lead to such a crisis. In his opinion, this was more like a premeditated attack. Li Wangyu had asked Dugufeng before. When he received the news of the rebellion, he immediately ordered people to seal the city gates and sent out a bailiff to deliver the message. However, the bailiff had fallen into the hands of the people. This meant that there were already people lying in ambush on the official road leading to Chengdu County. Their goal was to prevent Zhejiang County from calling for help. Including the tactic of surrounding 3 and 1 and the 5 people risking their lives to attack the city, this meant that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There must be a mastermind behind this. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out the reason. So he decided to interrogate the captured subordinates to see if he could find any clues to understand why they suddenly besieged Zhejiang County. There were about 40 to 50 people captured on the city walls. These people were all locked up in the county jail by Dugufeng. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to quickly make the explosives. He then called Dugufeng back and prepared to interrogate the people. After all, he didn't understand their language. Without Dugufeng's translation, it would be like a chicken speaking with a duck, and both parties would have no way of communicating. Duke, this lowly official understands those subordinates very well. They are a group of stubborn people. It is very difficult to get them to confess. The helpers' living environment was terrible, which made them fearless of death. They were very hard to deal with. Furthermore, this lowly official suspects that the subordinates that we have captured might not know what their leaders are trying to do. Dugufeng first gave Li Wangyu a heads up. In his view, it would be difficult to get these subordinates to confess. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this, but he didn't know if he could get any useful information from his subordinates. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well interrogate him first. When the Tang dynasty interrogated criminals, they used all kinds of torture to extort confessions. They used all kinds of cruel methods to torture the person being interrogated. Things like flogging, whipping, pinching fingers with bamboo sticks, burning with hot iron. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, looked down on these interrogation methods. Beating people until they were badly mutilated and using pure pain to extort confessions was too low-end. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to do it. He wanted to try out a few interrogation methods that he had seen when he was browsing the internet in his previous life. In his previous life, extorting confessions through torture had become the target of scorn. However, there were interrogation methods that didn't harm the body but could torture the mind. Dugu Ming House, order people to prepare some thick coffins. Li Wangyu instructed Du Gufeng. His words naturally gave Du Gufeng a fright. Why would he want coffins for no reason? Could it be that this duke was planning to bury those subordinates alive? Duke, why do you need coffins? Naturally, to interrogate those subordinates. Li Wangyu's words, which came out of nowhere, made Du Gufeng even more puzzled. However, it was not good for him to continue asking. He could only arrange for bailiffs to go to a coffin shop in the city and requisition a few thick coffins. Looking at the empty coffins that the bailiffs carried into the county office, Du Gufeng didn't know how to complain. How annoying! This is really annoying. His county office of Zhejiang County had been tormented by Li Wangyu to the point that he couldn't even look at it anymore. The courtyard of the county office had been dug up into a mess. There were also a few iron pots and earthen stoves set up, and thick smoke was billowing out of them. Now, so many unlucky coffins had been brought in. It had completely overturned Du Gufeng's worldview. However, he was just a 7th-grade county magistrate. How could he dare to say no to Li Wangyu, the 2nd-grade county magistrate who had founded the country? He could only pinch his nose and endure. Li Wangyu directly ordered people to carry the coffins into the prison and find a secluded place to place them. Duke, the coffins are here. How do you want to interrogate those subordinates? I have already summoned all the experienced officials in the county office who are in charge of interrogation. All kinds of torture tools have been prepared. Duke, you only need to instruct them. Li Wangyu looked at the gloomy torture tools in the prison. There were even black bloodstains on the torture tools. He shook his head and said with a smile, "There is no need to use these messy tools. When interrogating a person, there is no need to make it so bloody and messy. Go find a few subordinates and directly put them in these coffins." Ah? Why is this? Du Gufeng and the bailiffs behind him who were in charge of interrogation in the county office were all stunned. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just let them do as they were told. In fact, Li Wangyu's interrogation method was a type of sensory deprivation. After putting the subordinates in the thick coffins, the lid of the coffins was closed, and they were sealed in a secluded space that was isolated from sound. Other than being able to breathe, they couldn't feel the slightest stimulation from the outside world. What seemed like an unremarkable punishment was actually quite terrifying. In the past, there was a research organization that did an experiment. They invited 17 people who volunteered to participate in the experiment and sealed them in a box. Almost no one was able to endure for long. Most people felt deep anxiety and panic when they were in the box. Being imprisoned for a few hours under sensory deprivation gave the prisoners the feeling of being locked up in an ordinary prison cell for weeks or even months. The reason Li Wangyu had Du Gufeng find coffins and not other sealed boxes was to increase the psychological pressure on the subordinates. He didn't explain the theory to Du Gufeng. As for whether this method, which he had seen on the internet, would be effective, Li Wangyu didn't know. He could only lock the subordinates in the coffins for a few hours before seeing the results. It didn't matter even if it didn't work. Li Wangyu was prepared to try other interrogation methods. For example, sleep deprivation. He wouldn't let the interviewee sleep for a few days. He would use fatigue to make the interviewee confess. This was a method often used by countries all over the world. Although this method was good, it was time-consuming. Li Wangyu didn't have the patience to spend a few days interrogating these subordinates. Li Wangyu felt that sensory deprivation stress positions, and extreme temperatures were too cumbersome. Now, he wanted to try the quickest interrogation method on these subordinates. It was the CIA's infamous water torture. Chapter 896. The so-called water torture was a torture method that made the person being interrogated feel drowned. The person being tortured would not suffer any obvious physical injuries, but the pain would be unbearable. In the future, water torture was recognized as a form of torture. It was cruel, inhumane, and damaging to one's dignity, and was banned by many countries. However, the U.S. military and the CIA did not officially abolish waterboarding until 2009, when they were forced to do so. The tools of water torture were simple. The person would be tied up in a position where his feet were higher than his head. A wet towel would be used to cover his face, and water would be poured onto the towel. This form of torture would make the person feel suffocated and drowned. It was extremely cruel. Li Wangyu said that he could not bear to see his subordinates being tortured, but in reality, he did not want to see a bloody scene. He did not think that there was anything wrong with torturing his subordinates. After all, if these subordinates conquered Zhejiang County, they would not be merciful and let the civilians, Su Chongqing, and the others go. Li Wangyu ordered his men to drag out one of the subordinates from the prison and prepare to water torture him. The subordinate was very strong. His hands were tied behind his back by two yamen runners, but he did not stop struggling. His expression was ferocious and he was cursing. Even though Li Wangyu did not understand the language of the subordinates, he knew that this person did not have anything good to say. After ordering the yamen runners to tie the subordinate up, Li Wangyu ordered his men to bring a towel and a bucket of water. He was ready to torture the subordinate. However, Li Wangyu's water torture was seen as cruel by Du Gufeng and the other yamen runners. They did not think much of it. When Li Wangyu ordered them to lock the subordinate in a coffin, they did not understand what he meant. Now that they saw that the so-called tools of torture Li Wangyu ordered his men to prepare were just a bucket of water and a towel, they thought that Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, was just messing around. The yamen runners, who had been torturing prisoners for years, looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Obviously, they thought that Li Wangyu's so-called interrogation was just child's play. It was simply a fantasy to expect these stubborn subordinates to confess with a bucket of cold water that didn't hurt them at all. Of course, they did not dare to say this in front of Li Wangyu. They also did not dare to show any strange expressions on their faces. After all, Li Wangyu was a god that no one dared to offend. Therefore, even though the yamen runners did not think much of it, they were still very happy. They followed Li Wangyu's instructions and prepared to torture of the subordinates. After tying him up from head to toe, they covered his face with a towel. Then, a few yamen runners lifted a bucket of water and slowly poured it on his face. Originally, the yamen runners thought that this kind of punishment was no different from washing the subordinates' faces. But they did not expect that when the bucket of water was only half poured, the subordinates who were fixed to the platform suddenly started to struggle violently. They seemed to be in great pain. Some sharp-eyed yamen runners even noticed that the subordinates' pants were wet. There was a foul smell. The subordinates actually lost control of their bowels. The yamen runners were stunned. They were all veterans who had been torturing prisoners for a long time. They knew that it was not easy to beat the prisoners until they lost control of their bowels. Moreover, these subordinates were known for their stubbornness. In the past, torturing them was a difficult task. Don't think that beating people would not be tiring. But now, did the subordinate see a ghost? Just half a bucket of water was poured on his face and he could not help but struggle in pain. He even lost control of his bowels. Could it be that this punishment was really that terrifying? Li Wangyu did not know what the yamen runners were thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. Water torture did not seem like much, but it was actually quite painful. He had seen a piece of information on a military forum in his previous life. A CIA official had once revealed that water torture was very efficient. 80% of the people who were interrogated by water torture would confess. As for the remaining 20%, it was not because they were heroes who would rather die than surrender, but because they were tortured to death. Perhaps the only people who could survive water torture were those who had the halo of a main character in a Hollywood movie. The reason why water torture was so cruel was that it was impossible to breathe during the process. This caused the person being interrogated to subconsciously open their mouth and swallow. This caused a large amount of water to be sucked into their stomach, lungs, and trachea. This would cause the person being interrogated to vomit, cough, lose control of their bowels, and experience indescribable pain. They would be tortured to the point of death. According to the information disclosed by the CIA official, if an ordinary person was subjected to water torture, they would confess within 16 seconds to 2 minutes. The efficiency was very high. The Yamen runners of Julong County naturally did not know about this, and Du Gufeng did not know either. Everyone looked at the subordinate's painful appearance in horror, but they did not understand why. That's enough. Be careful not to drown him if you continue to water him. Stop. Dugu Minghouse, can I trouble you to ask him if he is willing to cooperate? Li Wangyu saw that the Yamen runners were still pouring water on the subordinates' faces and hurriedly spoke to stop them. Du Gufeng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes. I will go ask him now. The Yamen runners hurriedly put down the buckets of water and removed the wet towel covering the subordinates' faces. At this time the subordinates could finally breathe again. He opened his mouth and greedily took in large mouthfuls of the not-so-fresh air in the prison. At the same time he violently coughed, causing his face to be covered in snot and tears. He looked very miserable. Du Gufeng and the other subordinates' coughing subsided a little. They then used the subordinates' language to ask a few questions. The previously incomparably tough subordinates were now acting out of character. Not only did they not dare to show any fierce expressions, they were instead obedient and pitiful like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whatever Du Gufeng asked, he obediently answered. This made the Yamen runners to the side all dumbfounded. The old officials in the prison finally realized that they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They had originally thought that Li Wangyu was fooling around with his interrogation methods, but now these old hands had opened their eyes. Compared to this efficient and easy interrogation method, the methods that they had originally used were indeed weak. What the county duke was doing was called interrogation. What he was doing was called an expert. If it weren't for the fact that the Yamen runner's status was too low compared to Li Wangyu's, these old torturers in the county Yamen would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wangyu to become his disciple. They would have wanted to learn some of these magical interrogation methods. Disregarding the shock in the Yamen runners' hearts, the subordinates that Du Gufeng had questioned for a long time shook his head regretfully at Li Wangyu. Duke, I have asked this person. He does not know why their tribe is besieging the county. He only said that the leader of the tribe had promised them that after they took Julong County, they would be free to plunder the wealth and women in the county. This answer was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He nodded and ordered the Yamen runners to put down the subordinate. Then he grabbed a new subordinate,